Hello, hello. Alright, that's the Santos. Alright, let's continue with Shiny Nikki. Right now we're in volume 2, chapter 6. It has 3 volumes so far, so we're way past the halfway point. Close to the evening, a still silent hangs over the ancient pigeon forest, the setting sun evaporating moisture in the air. The slanted lights cast disappropriate shadows of street on the damp road, and the sound of returning wings and welcoming verses can be heard overhead. Giselle meets up with Nikki at the southwestern entrance of the pigeon forest with nothing but a plain-looking backpack. Pigeon is vast, and travelers usually choose to stay at the rest stop, where they can get food and supplies. At those houses sit the rest stop, Jet barbecue and warm soup up ahead. Giselle leads the way through the puddles and withered branches, and her shoes and the hem of her dress are muddy, but she doesn't seem to mind. Giselle, have you been to the pigeon forest before? Encounter with nature has observation posts in the forest and puts it all together immense from time to time, and discover this new moon phenomenon here first. And to hear the members encounter with nature, a strange new moon hangs above the pigeon forest, and it gives an abnormal blue light and does not seem to wax or wane over time. What are their thoughts on the matter? The members of the association join out the interest in nature, and they're usually experts on inexplicable events like this. But so far, no one has known anything about this. And Giselle takes the group down another path, saving Momo's cloak from a puddle along the way. The further into the forest, the more it feels like we're stepping into an ancient domain, and whether this domain belongs to someone or whether you're welcome in it remains unknown. The moon looks like the one above the Evernight Sea, which was documented in the Cloud Capital University Library. A new moon hangs perpetually over the Evernight Sea, and though the storms rage across the water, the moon remains unmoved. But isn't the Evernight Sea home to the cursed water elves? And I thought it was the curse that made it so special. Could Patient Forest be cursed too? And who would do that? Speaking of the curse that transformed the moon of the Evernight Sea, who would be involved in such a thing? And Giselle does not answer, and her steps slow, and the group realizes that the path opens up a wide clearing. Dandelions and wildflowers sway in the wind, and next to the pond rests a wooden pathway illuminated by streetlights, and simple brick houses dot the distant fields in spinning warm light and distinct voices of their windows. Welcome to the trading post, and it's run by an old dwarf who serves as a tasty butter soup, and we take 5 at a rest stop. And at the end of the path, the trading post doors swing open, and the light inside the silhouette and a small figure. Lovely guests, welcome to the forest stop, and your luck and dinner been served. Dinner time. It's a nice sepia color dress.
trust me.
What would better if like the river had been like brown. The man who opened the door wears a canvas apron and a touched hat with a smiley face, and a face mask with a cute print. And the only feature visible is his brown eyes, and framed by his chubby face and lending him a kind of childlike appearance. It's little Giselle and brought your little friends, Little friends. And the sight of someone, even a dwarf, who comes up to Giselle's waist calling others little friends brings out Momo's sarcasm. Nikki, Teresita, Momo, this is the owner of the rest of Jim, and you can call him Uncle Jim if you like. And my youngest, coming out of the cold and make yourself at home. And the interior of the wooden house is a neat and tidy, and a toasty brick fireplace drives out the cold accumulated on the road. Tonight's meal is an apple cinnamon pie and mushrooms and vegetable sauté in butter and grilled onions, and as today's special, Mountains beer, and we're out of lemongrass. I'll go pick you some. And thank you, dear. And without breaking a stride, Uncle James hands Giselle a small basket before turning to Nikki. And come sit by the fire, Miss Nikki, and the forest has been very humid as of late, and please come warm your feet. Maybe blue will be better. I think I'll add gloves to this one, so no one nail like. Because it makes no sense to like get your nails done and then put on gloves. Unless if they have holes or something. Anyways, no. Well, I need to front and back and off you go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Oh, those earrings have an interesting asymmetry. The earrings don't have to be like identical as long as they are the same color. And even asymmetry can be balanced out because asymmetrical earrings and then you can have asymmetrical socks. Half an hour later. Do you hear knocking, Nikki? Is it Giselle back? Coming. And Uncle Jean opens the door and Nikki next to the fire does not see Giselle returning but an elaborately dressed group of people. Where others may have pulled off outfits like this group seems uncomfortable and tugging at their waistbands discreetly. And at their head stands a man with an auburn head of hair and glowing in the light. Isn't that Giselle? Oh, you know your master and Jisoo. And the rest of belongs to the Siran family, and Master Jisoo and Stewart Cornelia shows up on us regularly. Stewart Cornelia? And as he introduces the Siran family, Uncle Jim invites Giselle and Cornelia and the rest of the group in. Good day, Uncle Jim, and good day, travelers. It's only now that Nikki recognizes all of the familiar faces, Cornelia the steward, and Javi the butler, and Liana the maid, and all of the members of the Justiciars. And Giselle musters with his eyes, and Nikki and the group stay quiet about the revelations. Uncle Jim, please prepare some fresh hay for our horse, and Javi accompany Uncle Jim to the stable. Yes, master, of course, master, and leave the groundwork to me, and to serve you is my greatest honor. In Javi's test forth all the anti-flattery and exaggerated funny, and his contempt for the role evident. And why you are here? And are you on a mission from the Justiciars? Not the Justiciars, and we were hired by a young master Sirant here. And a person of great importance has entered the forest, and I am here on my father's orders to receive this person. And the rest of it is just the horses, and we'll be setting off for singing tomorrow morning. And what pay for protection when you got your own family to tag along? And news of the streets to the pigeon forest must be kept secret, and there are eyes and ears surrounding the capital. And calling about my family's connection will have drawn suspicion, so I borrowed some hands from the commander. And once in the forest, and why not just go in? Without further instructions, we don't dare enter the deep forest, and it's a sacred ground for the elves of light after all. And only royalty is permitted to enter. Royalty of the elf of light, and could the person be? And only the queen would need to keep her tracks hidden and warrant such exhaustive measures from the Hiram family. And you wouldn't happen to be thinking about Queen Ophelia, would you? And Giselle's mouth moves and then presses shut, and he gives Nikki a look. Shh, pretend you know nothing about this. And the queen recently discovered information worth pursuing in the glorious codices, and I don't know the details, but it could have something to do with the preserving the holy crystal's light. So the queen sent a congregation to the depths of the pigeon forest under the guise of renewing the glory codex. But the other light only admit those who are purely of their own blood, so the queen had no choice but to come in person. And as Giselle gives away palace secrets, Cornelia suddenly makes a gesture. Cuckoo. What's that sound? And the girl looks down to find a small palm-sized several mushrooms next to the table, and they're all colored red and white, and gleaming black eyes shine under their caps. Inquisitive cool. And the little mushroom rolls their beady black eyes and continue to cool, to the bemusement of Giselle and his companion. And what are they saying? They say they are shroomies, and the one that can meet in your backpack. So they're like mushroom type of fairies, and they like to eat meat. That's creepy. Helpful cooling. They say that your friend is coming this way with fresh lemongrass and apple dipping for the evening dew. And when you seriously understand them, Uncle Jim and Nikki, I'm back. Well, now you know a lesser known facts about Momo that he can speak, he can understand literally everyone. Well, kind of like Meow from like Team Rocket, that he can speak to all of that he can understand all of the dialects of all of the Pokemon from all regions and translate for the humans. Giselle says as she opens the door, I found fresh lemongrass and some apples with dew still on them. Spenton cooing. And what does that mean? He said I was right and can I have the can now? My friend, you know how to speak in coos. Am I the only one who doesn't? It's perfectly normal and I don't know how to either. And Giselle exchanges glances with his companions and then looks at the big round eyes of the shroomies. And finally he finishes an expensive can of meat from Cornelius' back. He fishes. Ecstatic and desperately started cooing. And some appetite they got and the can's bigger than all of them combined. And they like meat, but they can't get it themselves. They're so shy, so they don't usually ask people for food. So they have a voracious appetite for meat, but are not strong enough to hunt for it. Full grade for cooing. And the empty can next to them, the shroomies bounce up and down in glee. They say thank you, our friend, and with a maple head, and this is the best meat we ever had. And thank you for your hospitality, Maplehead friend. And it's late and we're heading home. And the Shumis wait for Momo to finish translating and then rub up against the side of Giselle's leg before filing out of the door. And curiously Momo follows them out and watches as they drift into a nearby bush. Pinpricks of light stream to the windows and doors of the tiny Shumis above. So this is their home. Aside from the Shumis, the forest is home to many more friendly creatures, and change into warmer clothing and I'll take you on a walk. Oh, that looks fun. No, no, I gloves. That's why I left. That's why I didn't put me on. Let me see. This one has a fingerless glove. No, yeah, it takes too much. It's either one or the other. completely awesome. Let's go front and back. And off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The evening arrives soundlessly as the light mist descends above the forest, and the shrubs along the path are bathed in golden glow. And the evening wind brushes through the forest, bearing the birds aloft and carrying their songs through the branches. Pigeon Forest Shore is beautiful, and as known as Nikki speaks the words, a tiny owl springs from a camellia flower up ahead, and at Nikki's praise she does a gleeful tour in the air before disappearing. What was that? A species of tiny owls that lives in the flowers, and some books in the cloud refer to them as flower fairies. And lots of unknown tribes in the forest too, it sounds like. And this is one of the original birthplaces of civilization in Maryland. And long ago, before human civilization took its first steps, elves have been studying music and philosophy. And the tribes that live here now are not as large as they used to be, but they are the oldest denizens of the continent. And Giselle bends down and with one finger taps on the little plant you don't recognize, and the plant wiggles like it's responding to her. Amazing, it's like being in a fairy tale. And many of Maryland's fairy tales draw inspiration from the pigeon forest. Ancient powers far beyond human imagination slumber here in the midst of all this beauty. Ancient powers? And you mean all of the elves in here that can't believe? I heard that the elves of light cannot live in the forest, and it is the same for the other elf tribes. The elves are tribes for many reasons, and for some is survival, for others a covenant with nature, and then there are curses. And night slowly falls as Giselle looks to the fading twilight. And with the last of the light, Nikki notices a round-looking steel by the side of the path, and cardboard snake-like vines upon its hard surface. And what's over there? I can't make out anything. It seems ancient. These steels were left behind by the elves long ago, scattered throughout the forest. The elves of light? And Giselle shakes her head and approaches the steel and runs a fingertip along the markings. Far older than them. Nikki, Teresita, come here. And Giselle closes her eyes and lays a hand on the steel, and a rush of power pours forth like a spring, gently caressing the mind. Gently caressing the mind. That sounds weird, but whatever. Looks like we're going for this fairy theme this time. Alright, let's go front and back and after that.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Like water on a dry riverbed, the lines on the road reconnect with one another, glowing softly. The light is gentle and draws the eyes towards the glow and glowing words as whispers sound in everyone's ears, and a rushing wind and a raging waterfall, and a crackle of lightning and a tremor in the earth. And there, interwoven between those heavenly sounds, Elvis chants drifts through the woods like an argent breeze, and the moment you try to catch them, they steal away before they can be properly heard. And just so how Giselle captures them and recites them word for word before everyone's eyes. You were an elf this whole time, Giselle? And with a faint smile, Giselle lifts her hand off the steel, and the evening wind with a touch of cold scatters a notes in the air, and the otherworldly voices still themselves, just tapping into forgotten whispers from long ago. And what were they singing about? It's an ode dedicated to the elven ancestors that first made their home in Pigeon Forest. And Giselle brushes a shine of grime off the steel and looks it up into the sky. Nikki, Teresita, the new moon is out. And a razor-thin moon hangs above your head, like a sharp knife slicing the night sky open with ominous blue light. And the dark descends with a particular swiftness in the shadows of the strange moon, and the howling wind mixes with the murmurs of the nocturnal critters, and a shivering sound comes from the forest depths. A label body, the pigeon forest, and under the reflected light of the lake, 7 figures in black robes stemming bands with strange devices at their feet. The device glows suddenly like a bestial eye in the dark, and they give off an unblinking coldness, and their cold blue light echoes the ominous blue moon high above. And the young people hide under the dark shadows cast by the dense trees and hold their breath as they listen to the wind bringing soft whispers to their ears. And what's new? The Queen's entourage is still at the rest stop, and along with a few new arrivals, they are no threat to us and not on the move yet. I remember Mr. Viper's instructions, and we are to guard this place. Yes. And the most important thing is to watch these devices. If all goes according to plan, who's there? And a bolt fired from an unseen weapon pierces the bushes and embeds itself on the tree trunk, and its corrosive coating sizzling. And a frightened rabbit dashes from the bushes and runs deep into the forest, and the black rose spread out cautiously after the false alarms. And it's then that the smoke grenade lands at their feet, and the grenade is instantly erupts into a thick fog, and the ensuing miasma, a golden-haired youth enters the fray. Who's there? Protect the device. Fall back. That night, at the center of the pigeon forest, in the secluded misty domain, the Queen of the Owls of Light walks slowly and purposely towards the mist, wherein the ancient altar slumbers. When the light wanes, return to your birthplace and seek the first spark, whose sacred flames shall extinguish its glory. So, first spark. So, the all spark of the Transformers made them? Well, they say that it makes different types of creatures, not just robots. Pious footsteps travel up moss-covered steps as Queen adjusts her regalia and kneels in front of the altar. I, Ophelia, Queen of the Owls of Light, hereby summon the emissary of fire and pray for the return of the sacred flame. May the glory of Aeons past bathe my people in its light and shine unto eternity. And after her prayer, Ophelia's lips slip into an ancient hymn. And with the oven blood dripping from the dagger, the power contained in the holy chalice begins to stir. And in an instant the sun drives away the mist surrounding the altar, exposing a silver-haired silhouette lurking nearby. And in the next, tongues of blue flames spill in the chalice, engulfing the queen. A massive crack of lightning splits the sky, and its echoes coalescing into a great thunderstorm. And as the wind howls, a blue figure walks out from between the flames. Like a returning king, he rises into the midair and surveys his surroundings. And the silver-haired man with oven blood in veins ascends the step, but the altar in front of him is already vacant. And in the quiet forest, broken steels lie face down on the earth, and phantom blue ancient texts rise like the mist into the air, coalescing into a mysterious spell. And the blue new moon hangs like an ominous smile in the sky as low murmurs slither along the earth, and thin vines bear the vicious spice as they rush towards a faint light in the black mist. The light forms into a pair of slithering wings as a murky halo descends upon the head of the pale blonde hair, and the clear eyes beneath the crown become enshrouded by shadows. Ophelia. And the girl's lone silhouette stands in the water, and the light from her fledgling wings fading, and the rising time brought by the new moon surges forth, engulfing her in the weak light. Boom! And a bolt of lightning strikes the earth, and turning the night into day. Ah! Nikki jolts away, and Ophelia's silhouette in the new moon still imprinted upon her waking eyes. Teresita, Momo, what's happening? And the rest of the aroused from sleep, with lights gradually seeping in from every window, and frantic footsteps can be heard as people rush outside to observe the phenomenon. Let's find out. And as they reach the clearing in front of the rest stop, a crash of thunder booms from the depths of the forest, shaking the earth. And a bolt of blue lightning cuts through the earth and the sky, and as the rolling thunder continues to hammer at its their ears, and a low ancient chant courses through the trees, and running the earth beneath, and the pond in front of the rest stop bubbles, and surges engulfing the bridge. And the wind howls as the thunder and rain continue to pour down, rushing on in the clearing. In fright, and a horse bolts out of the padlock and gallops off into the woods. The horses are running off, and the Justicias leave a few of their members behind to reinforce the stables while Giselle and Cornelia head out into the woods. Nikki, I heard cries for help and someone's in trouble. And following the voices, Nikki looks down to find several shroomies at their feet and fearfully bouncing to and fro. And the flashes of lightning reveal that the bushes next to the path have been soaked in water, and the shroomies' homes are fully submerged. And the homeless shroomies huddle helplessly upon their mismaking roosters, crying out in anguish. Nikki, the shroomies need our help. Momo, Teresita, we have to help them. And Giselle and Javi stretched to the water in a large wooden bucket with two spatulas to roll, and they tossed Momo inside and joined the shroomies in the rescue. An axe of electricity pierces the sky, and the stars are buried in the blue clouds, and the pond water breaches the banks and spills into the clearing. The water is still rising, and hold on tight. And look, there's a few over there, Nikki, and stay out of the water, and I'll swim over to them, Momo. And paddling with the spatulas in the floating bucket, Momo works in the tandem with Javi to scoop out stranded shroomies in the middle of the pond, and plopping them up into the bucket one by one. And Uncle Jim stands slackjaw in the entryway lantern, and while the dwarfs had lived in the forest for so long, he was stunned by the sight before him. In the thick darkness, a pale blue mist parts and reforms into a garish figures with snarling faces contorted by the wind and rain. And the mist gathers like an assembly army entering into a formation under the thunder and lightning as it prepares for a siege. And on the soundless order, the army charges through the woods towards the depths of the forest. Any missing shroomies, Momo? No, the shroomies say that they are all presented and accounted for. And pushing a bucket full of shroomies shuddering from the loss of their home, Javi wades through the waist-high water towards their shore. and a lightning bolt stands nearby with the sound of the accompanying thunder, and a dreamlike blue mist starts to take form. And the mist rose closer to Momo, and the trash Shumis intent on swallowing the bucket whole. And Momo, get out of the way. And through the thunder and the light, and a chestnut-colored horse gallops through the deep waters, and its black and mane tossing droplets of rain into the air as it charges through the mist. And the river jams the rain and leaps down, and grabs Momo by the neck and lifts him up to meet their face, and the other hand pulls their soaked hood, revealing the golden strands of hair glistening with the raindrops. Lowen. Uncle Jim holds the door open in the entryway as everyone hurries to escape the storm. And as the rain lights the sun, Giselle and Cornelia return to the rest of it, holding the runaway horses by their reins. Young master, young steward, and it's great to see you alive and well. And Uncle Jim jumps to the door and hands Giselle one towel, and Giselle nods and wipes the rain off his face, and then tosses it to Cornelia. And in the presence of the royalty, Lowen makes a knightly salute. Good evening, Master Sirand. I am Lowen, and a traveling mercenary. Your master listens to this golden hair knight that your friends were able to escape the storm, and he saved their lives. And Uncle Jim has Lowen another one tower and leads you to the seat by the fire. Oh, Miss Nikki, I ran into Miss Giselle, and she says the storm has destroyed her friend's home and that she's going to check it out. The Shumis seem restless. The Shumis are saying that they have never seen a storm this big before, and many of their other schools may be in trouble too. And what do they mean by the other cuckoos? No idea, but it might mean other magical creatures. Anticipatory cooing. And thank you for rescuing us, dear golden hair friend, and dear pink hair friend, and dear orange hair friend. And the Shumis say that they are thankful to us all. You're welcome, my dear fungi friends. And don't mention it, Shumis, and we promise we'll help you rebuild your homes. And the Shumis coo in content as Nikki rubs the Shumi on the head, and then they follow Uncle Jim back to the outside and leaving little wet prints on the floor. Nikki, Teresita, you should change out of wet clothing though you'll catch a cold. It's a nice looking outfit.
and gentle.
Alright, let's show front and back and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
When Nikki finishes changing, Giselle and Lauren are drying their clothes by the fire. Silently, they part to give Nikki room. So what are you doing Pigeon Force, Lauren? And at the sound of Mama's blunt question, the justiciars nearby pick up their ears. I'm a mercenary, so not that I'm here on a mission. And how about you, my justiciar colleagues? We are on a mission as well. And Giselle rubs his nose and exchanges a quick glance with Cornelia and then speaks up again. We heard about a strange blue new moon, and that's also been said in the Pigeon Forest, so we came to investigate. And then what Giselle says also piques Nikki's interest. Are there other places where the new moon has cropped up? According to the intel gathered by the company, there have been numerous sightings of the blue new moon all over Maryland, and reports are coming from the Apple and Loden City, Town in the southern cloud, and even the seas to the northeast of Pigeon. And though most of the sightings have only lasted a few moments, its appearance in the Pigeon Forest seems to be the longest sighting recorded thus far. And the commander thinks that this anomaly is man-made, though we're not sure to what end, and the uniqueness of this anomaly may have less to do with the moon itself and more to do with the Pigeon Forest. And here in the oldest part of Maryland, mysterious and ancient powers gather, and the secrets of countless civilizations slumber beneath the stars. It seems that we share the same goal, and a fortnight ago I spotted a blue new moon above the waters in the northeast. But just as you said, it was gone just as quickly as it had appeared, and interesting, whirlpools and tides also emerged along the storms. As the conversation continues, the onset of the wind and rain subside, leaving behind a delicate maze among the swamp, though the windows and the faint cools of the shoemates can still be heard as they are discussing the events of the day. And the flickering fireplace plays on everyone's faces, bringing a warm touch of warmth to the now still night. So to sum this up, the same thunderstorm that we saw tonight also ravaged the seas where Lauren found the other blue moon. And tonight's storm was actually more severe than what I witnessed, and the new moon here remains even after the storm instead of disappearing. And what's the deal with the blue moon, anyhow? And how can someone just change the moon? That doesn't sound scientific at all. Can the moon really be changed? Huh? Tell it to Piccolo who blew up the moon. Can the moon really be changed through human means? Objectively speaking, it shouldn't be possible, but perhaps this anomaly only appears as a vision in our perception. So you're saying that the people who saw it hallucinated? Lauren shakes his head. That's one way to think about it, and they may have created a false projection by somehow distorting space and time, and theoretically they could cause the same phenomena to appear in multiple places. So the blue moons in Loden, Bayonta, and the Northeast Open Sea, and the Pigeon Forest are projections. Is that the case? What did they project here? A perpetual new moon and a devastating storm. Giselle, are you chance familiar with a place called the Ebonite Sea? And Giselle nods. And about 600 years ago, the elves of light went to war with the elves of water, and the elves of water lost and were banished to the open sea, the northernmost of which is the Ebonite Sea. And after this battle, water elves disappeared from this world, and their population was said to be steadily declining ever since. And the other water elves were imprisoned and cursed by the light elves, according to some beliefs. And my history is spotty, but every pigeon I know the story, and lots of old books at home talk about the elves of water like demons of the deep or whatnot. And pigeonites, and I believe the elves of water had demons from the deep. And the book itself speaks may be biased, and light elves and water elves were sworn enemies after all. We found information on the storms that ravage the Ebonite Sea and the new moon above it that never changes, and is this lunar anomaly originates from the Ebonite Sea. And the loss of the fireplace crackle, accompanied by Momo's soft snoring, and Nikki's mind reels from all of this new information and its implications. There's also something else, and before the storm we found a bunch of people dressed in black operating strange devices near the Lake Valley. And after subduing them, we confiscated a few other devices, and the information matches what we interpreted in the Northeast Open Sea, and it leads back to the Mercury Group. And Lauren pauses for a moment, tossing a solemn look at the Justiciars. And I heard that the Justiciars ran into similar situations in Lowland City. Is that true, Lieutenant Cornelia? Yes, we also ran into men in black under the same new moon, but they were gone by the time we started looking. Though they haven't crossed the Justiciars yet, the commander also suspects that they are involved with the lunar anomalies. And who are these black-clad men? And based on previous runnings, we suspect that they are part of an organization called the Kangun, and their equipment likely comes from Viper, who's with the Mercury Group. Kangun and the Mercury Group, wait. And Nikki recalls when Rendai's letter and that the Kangun have been doing business with Mercury Group, and their leader showed up in the southern cloud and now near Pigeon Forest. And we ran into the organization a few days ago in the cloud capital, and also heard about their recent dealings with Mercury Group. And a tap of mouth falls over the cabin, and broken only by Momo's stars shuffling as he rolls over and slowly opens his bleary eyes. It's getting late, Nikki, Teresita. It is best if you change into something comfortable and get some rest. I sound comfortable going for bed. front and back, carajo.
Can you trust me?
The following morning, the fox still lingers over the Pigeon Forest even though the storm that accompanied has long passed, and a light drizzle ripples over the water surface, and everyone of the rest awakes to a faint chill in the morning air. And well, mostly everyone, those who are awake gather around the only two guests still sleeping and dreaming on the floor. Meow, is this heaven made out of pork belly? And I have a barbecue, yes, I'm full, and you're so nice. And Miss Fairy Dodora, and I'm in Wonderland, me no, I'm way off pitch, and a dance you say, why yes, we shall. And the two look to be in absolute bliss, crunching the mushrooms that are pale golden color, and seem to be in an unknown species for the area. I found them on the floor like this about 35 minutes ago. And Nikki looks worried and Momo as Giselle grabs a suspicious golden mushroom and gives him a probing sniff. Uncle Jim, what is this? Is it poisonous? It's a very precious fungi, usually buried deep on the ground, and they aren't poisonous, but they tend to cause hallucinations of bliss, as you can plainly see. But where could they have gotten them? And the mushrooms are usually unreachable by human hands, and the shroomies are the only ones that can find them, and they usually hide them in dark corners where nobody can find them. And as if some in a group of shroomies poke their tops out of a corner. And with a moment the shroomies schools fall on deaf ears. If the shroomies are the only ones capable of finding the golden mushrooms, could they have brought them over? I got it. Momo and Happy saved the shroomies from the storm last night, so they must have given this to them as a token of appreciation. Well, now you know if you're like save a mushroom person, they're gonna give you some really good mushrooms as a reward. Uncle James laughs his style as he relates the unplausible story. So how do we wake them? And they have to willingly leave the paradise, and it's different method for everyone. Momo, the barbecue pork is ready. And Momo murmurs and rolls over. Thank you, but this kid is stuffed, and I'll give the rest to Nikki and Teresita. Teresita, Nikki, why is everyone here? And following your example, Cornelia kneels down and without a hint of emotion whispers a few words into Javi's ear. Dodora's dream is over and you miss your alarm. Ha ha! And with a loud cry, Javi straightens with the abject terror of one who has overslept. Ah, that's a nice juice. The biggest difference between head ornaments and headgear is that the headgear is bigger items. And also hats. Alright, front and back. And off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
After coming to the sense, Momo and Javi overlapping explanation. The showman handed it to us early in the morning, and one bite couldn't hurt, and I thought, and that was the last thought I had before. It just smells so good, like a roasted pork belly fresh off the grill. And Lauren picks up one and gives it a sniff and holds it glossily over the golden top over the light before stuffing the rest into his backpack. I'm bringing this back for further research. Haha, sure you are. Uncle Jim, and what else do you know about these mushrooms and why blaze of all things? And these golden mushrooms are scattered all over the forest, and they are exceedingly rare and glowing over only where mysterious golden butterflies flap their wings. And my granddad used to say that these mushrooms were gifts from the elves of fire, and that they also left the golden butterflies behind too. I know about the elves of fire, and they are one of the 8 elven emissaries, and the Glory Codex Symphonica has a hymn dedicated to them. Emissaries of fire, light of the land, with eyes of morning and gleaming strands, and when shadow descends, the light shall gather to both their ends in embers and ash. We're getting some ash and stuff. We're getting some dark tree into this. And I heard of the light, also light, and the also water, and even the also flora, but also fire. That's a first for me. And the also fire once lived in the pigeon forest, but that was long ago, and they're all gone now. And the history of the Belgian elves had long debates of the glory records, and it is interesting that there's a historical sign near the rest stop. The wooden door creaks as Dan Boyley's milk greased their noses. And what is this place? And Lauren adjusts quickly to the darkness and steps off the desk and blows the dust off the oil lamp and lighting it up by practical hand. Do you know who Salah is? Salah, who's that? A prophet who appears in a multitude of religions, and according to legend, the God of glory once summoned him here to be enlightened. And how long ago was this? 2,000 years ago, give or take. And Lauren waves away a dust in the air. And books and scrolls are stacked in a messy piles and in the cramped spaces, and the yellow pages whisper of forgotten histories. And they seem to be in a decent shape despite being here for so long. And this repository was rebuilt on sacred ground by the Pigeon Royals and at the behest of Ludwig, the first Elven king. And it's been protected by the Church of Glory over the generations and maintained by the Pigeon Crown. built to reflect its original state when Sala first came here, and their respect for history is self-evident. Look here. And Lauren lifts a thick, lavishly decorated transparent wrap coated with a wooden strand built specially to hold it. And on its cover engraved in gold are the words Sinfonica. When the also like built the pigeon capital, the King Owen personally penned this codex, and every Church of Glory has a copy, including the ancient home of the prophets. And in ancient Elvish, the Sinfonica means the classic of classics. And Nikki takes the codex and carefully opens the cover, and cursive black ink rubs tidily across the first page. God of glory on high, your disciples listen keenly to your will and await your salvation at the unmaking of the world, and may glory shine ever on our faces. And Nikki turns the page. The God of the glory once had 9 elven emissaries who lived about the skies and held sway over the turning of the earth. And the elven emissaries of fire that Giselle mentioned was counted among them. And on the page, the 9 emissaries form a circle gathered under the God of the glory's light. And when 9, Giselle said that there was only 8. Keep reading. And the elven emissaries of water was seduced by dark temptations and fell from the light. And in a war against the God of glory, lost their place among the emissaries. The Codex say that they also light are the people of the God of glory, and they bring glory through interpreting God's will and are the saviors at the end of the world. Do you buy all that? And here's another version. Long ago, the prophet Salah did receive a prophecy on the destruction of the world and spread the word across Pigeon Kingdom. And the Savior preserved the original version of the prophecy, and the text is quite straightforward. Doomsday shall come. The end is nigh. But there's no God of glory or else of light. So where did the gods of glory and the also of light saving the world in the later versions come from? So yeah, in the original version it said, we're all doomed. Every civilization manufactured space, and the dogma of the glory was dictated by the crown. And the also of light took the people's faith in light and forged the God of glory. And from fear of extinction comes fervent faith, and in the face of destruction the people pray for the light to save them. History is not always truthful. Amen, brother. The air in the cabin cools as if the balming presence of glory receives Glowen's words, and Nikki ponders them for a long time. It's getting late, and it's best if we head back. Outside the cabin, a crowd of black-clad figures occupy the once vacant grass, and they stand silently in the clearing, and a young man with a pale blonde hair at the helm, and his face as placid as the surface of Lake Bovali. And the tall war horses tower behind their anxious snorts, piercing the silence, and the golden royal insignia gleams on their elegant saddles. The royal insignia, could it be Ophelia's men? And Lauren signals Nikki to keep her voice down with an almost imperceptible shake of his head. And the man at the front is in a lean lite, and his skin pale from lack of exposure, with pearly green eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses, and under his hood a pair of sharp ears, barely visible, hinting at the elven heritage. Good day, I am Archpriest Alan, and by order of Her Majesty, the forest is off limits, and please leave at your earliest convenience. And the words were spoken with poise and elegance, as if the youth was simply exchanging pleasantries with honored guests, and the sword of his waist tells a much different chilling story. You either leave or we stab you with the pointy end. Ah, what a coincidence. We are friends of the Queen. And fishing for a reaction from the man, Lowen dangles a spyglass at his waist, muttering ruefully, I was hoping I could get a good look at the birds in the forest. And Alan lifts an eyebrow, and a light on his green eyes darkens, and a wan smile makes its way onto his lips. The forest has been severely damaged by the last night's storm, and it needs time to recuperate. And what was all the fuss about, and kept me up all night? And Lowen John's running his neck, and his gazing drifting past Alan and his subordinates to land on the figure in the distance. And a man with silver gray hair quietly dismounts under the tree and then walks over calmly after tying the reins. Storms are frequent this time of year, and for safety reasons we are temporarily banned entry to the forest. and as Alan redirects the conversation, he appears unwilling to reveal more information. Your friendship with Her Majesty makes it even more imperative that we guide you out of the forest safely. Thanks, but we have to decline and we'll stay at the rest stop and have the owner fix up while we're here. And Lowen tries to get past Alan, but Alan raises an arm to block his way. My apologies, but perhaps I didn't make myself clear. Please cooperate with us in this delicate situation. And Alan's polite facade does not waver as some black-clad figures move forward to surround Nikki and Lowen. Or what, you kidnap us? And Lowen reaches for the holster at his waist as Nikki shields Momo with her body and the tension is palpable in the air, fit to erupt at any moment. Then Turbo and Emily nods to the tension. Tell me, Mr. Allen, does the church often stoop to fabricating the Queen's edicts? And the indolent royal musician strolls in with his eyes set in a lazy, seemingly carefree squint, looking as if just woken up from a nap. And Mildred passes through the blanket figure and saunters his way over to Nikki and Lowen. Mildred, what are you? And Mildred turns his head and his carefree expression as and his voice is low and whispered. It's complicated and we'll talk after we deal with this crowd. Who wouldn't like to change clothing? And it's the front and back and after that.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the
Alan and his entourage seem reluctant for a confrontation, and after a brief skirmish they climb back on their horses and disappear into the woods. That's not really long one. I'll read that one next time. Alright, back to the main. By the time you return to the rest stop, it's almost sundown, and Uncle Jim is the only person there, which is and the others already headed into the depths of the forest. Years ago, they didn't have wings either, and he had elven blood. Yep, that tall, dark, handsome guy sure was strange, and he was an elf of light, but he didn't have glowing wings. An elf with glowing wings looked the best, like that pure black girl from the day before last, and smelled like morning dew. Cuckoo, Ophelia, and Mercury have passed through this forest these past few days, they say. And Mercury, are you sure? And a tall, silver-haired, handsome man with elf or light bloodline, no wings, that's Mercury for sure. And as far as I know, he will not come personally unless both of them were seen here in the pigeon forest, and it is possible that they traveled together here. A while ago, Queen Ophelia found clues in the Globis collection of her codices, and she then gathered a congregation and headed into the forest to investigate. And the Church of Globis has hampered the Queen at every turn, and in fact, even this investigation has been entrusted to Sierra family. But from the Archpriest's behavior back there, the Church must be aware of her plans. And could Queen Ophelia be in danger? Obviously, the Church wouldn't dare to harm the Queen directly, but if they were knew ahead of time that she was heading to the forest center. As Modek explains his theory, he runs his fingers across the grass. They are either trying to stop the Queen or trying to use her. Can you tell us more about Ophelia's visit to the pigeon forest, Mordrick? And conscious of the potential state of secret, Lauren turns away gamely, and Mother Shock was paying no mind. About 3 months ago, when I was in the near for a children's concert, the Queen began to pour over Queen Brunhilde's collection. As I recall, she was looking for a way to keep the light alive. And you just met the Archpriest Alan, who teaches the Queen the ancient Elvish, and he found a hymn dedicated to the House of Fire and discovered a message contained within. When the light wanes, return to your birthplace and seek the first spark, whose sacred flame shall extend pigeon's glory. And what does it mean? In the depths of the pigeon forest lies a sacred ground shrouded in mist, and according to the legend, it is the birthplace of the elves of light, and only those of pure blood can enter. Pure blood, the elves of light, and you mean the Elven King, and has anyone ever been in there? It's just a distant legend, and besides, the misty forest has dangerous reputation, and our monarchs do not travel there lightly. And Queen Ophelia made an extensive preparation before her journey, and we're supposed to be able to feel her presence through the original crystal, but we had lost our connection since the storm yesterday. The eye of the storm was the misty forest, and it may have something to do with Queen Ophelia. And as dusk melts into the distant horizon, the mist rolls in with twilight, obscuring the secrets of the forest once more. And among the ancient forest, dazzling lights are ominously mist, and wind whistles through the branches and accompanied by the faint drizzle, but as long as you stick together, the dangerous woods may yet give way to hope. So we're in the pigeon forest, and in the dark mist a golden butterfly flaps its wings listlessly in the wind. And as the breeze subsides, the butterfly alights on the branch and transforms into a tiny spark, and show me the innocence of the forest crowd around the wanderer's side. Cuckoo! Crisp morning birds and heralds a new day in the pigeon forest, and after a rain, the mist and the dewdrops carry a faint scent of petrichor. The yard is already alive with the sound of woodworking as Nikki and Momo finish their breakfast to find Uncle Jim hard at work. On top of the morning, dear guests, and today's breakfast is my classic creamy pumpkin soup and cucumber tomato sandwiches. Morning, Uncle Jim, and we had some already, and it was delicious. You see us gone, and he took his royal canned meat with him. And need a second breakfast, Momo. And with a bundle of wood boards in his hand, Lauren strides over to Uncle Jim's carpentry table. Heck no. And well, if you're full, then it's time to roll your sleeves up. And near the carpentry table are several unfinished wooden cabinets the size of bird nests. And those are cute, and what are they for? And thanks to this gallant knight and his timely assistant, all morning the roof and the footbridges are fixed up. So now we are making new houses for our displaced fungi friends, and so now your craftsmanship rivals that of our dwarves. The storm might have affected more than just the shroomies, and they can take shelter in these houses for a while. And Teresita, let's pitch in. And you shouldn't have such generous hearts, and the forest will remember your deeds. And with the tools in Uncle Jim's workshop, the girls gets to sawing, gluing, and nailing, and finishes the work in no time. 15, 16, that should do it, and thank you all for your help, kind guests, and Ness. And Uncle Jim was off the sawdust in his hand, and then lights of the little wooden houses in a row, and several curious shroomies crowded in, and not obviously puffier and taller than you last saw them. Are you even the same shroomies I know? In one particular break, Shroomy pokes his head into one of the houses, but his head fills out the space inside, and as the Shroomy stands back, the house stays stuck on the roof of his head and perched like a wooden top hat, and panic starts running around. And Lawrence to the rescue, gingerly plucking the Shroomy out of his new top hat, and still a little flustered, the Shroomy huddles around his family as they exchange worried coos. And why are these Shroomies so big all of a sudden? They say it's because of the strange rainwater and the dampness, and the kids, their tops grow so fast. And the Shumi's growth is indeed affected by the weather, and until the water recedes, will have to make their original homes larger. And the rest stop will keep them safe and sound until them. And on a note, kind guest, will you be willing to venture into the forest once more? Leave it to us, Uncle Jim. Sounds good, and we wanted to inspect the damage in the forest anyway. And if you can head into the surrounding woods and set these little abodes between any secure branches, I can only hope our little friends in the forest survive this ordeal. Alright, let's fast on nail art. Alright, front and back and a full.
Will you trust me?
The storm-ravaged forest floor is littered with snapped branches, and above the fully submerged shrubs float leafless camellias, ripped whole from their stems. Look, isn't this where we first met the flower fairy? All the flowers have been blown off, and where will they stay now? And as you hand the first house on a nearby tree, you hear a soft humming by your ear, and you turn to find several fairies flying from their hiding places and circling for a few moments before zipping into the house. And one of the flower fairies appears to recognize you and lands on Momo's head, and her wings buzzing with pleasant sound. Our flower bed was destroyed by the storm, and all of our food was gone, and thank you for the pretty new house. And we plan to rest and recuperate for a bit, and then head to the flower. And when the forest recovers and the flowers bloom, we shall return. The fairies also asked me why we hadn't left with Giselle. Giselle was here, and she said that Giselle came by with some honey and that it was thanks to her that she and her sisters didn't starve. But Giselle was heading for the Tree of Life, and I still had to look for my family, so we went our separate ways. And exhausted from all that she said, the flower fairy folds her fairies and drifts back into the house to rest. The Tree of Life, what's that? And knowing gestures are then the forest depths where the lush crowds or leaves and obscure everyone's vision. It's a positively ancient tree that lives in the heart of the forest, and they say that the lifeblood of the entire forest runs through it, and the elves of the forest regard it as sacred, and others call it the world tree. And gusts of wind blow through the forest, shaking the collected raindrops of the trees and onto your clothes, and as you walk, you pick up more secure spots along the branches, hanging more houses into them. Lauren, do you know the field of the flowers that the fairies talked about earlier? There's a wide expanse of flowers on the other side of the forest, where the blossoms never close, but the flower fragrance has been said to create mirages that are hard for people to escape from. And like many of the wonders of the pigeon forest, they are beautiful, magical, yet unknowable, and a few can even be dangerous to outsiders due to their hypnotic effect. And I'm talking to you, Momo, because we're not putting any strange in your mouth, and stay close. So I don't need any random stuff. I feel like somebody like cooking in the background. Let's see if I can finish the stream before like if I can finish this chapter before it's time to eat.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Let's see the flamingo ring. The girl has more houses on the intersecting branches, and as you brush aside an especially verdant shrub, a group comes upon a rushing spring. A spring here, and it looks like there's something in the water. And following Momo's paw, you see a faint glimmer of something beneath the ripples. And at the bottom of the spring, there seems to be a fragment with a strange markings are buried in the mud. And as the ground edges closer, Lauren reaches out and fishes the fragment out of the water. See, the engraving is salvaged and must be a fragment of a steel that was carried here by the storm. And Lauren, can you read what the engraving say? And wiping off the slush of the fragment reveals a set of inscriptions. And studying it for a few moments, Lauren shakes his head. This is just part of the inscription, and the wear on is considerable, and only I ever seen ancient Elvis like this in history books, and we'll need an expert to decipher the text. And let's bring it back to Mordred. He might be able to tell us what's on it. And Nikki passes up the steel fragment, and then the group moves along the side of the spring, where they find an unbroken stone slab. And on the slab is a neat arrangement of fresh fruits and delectables, and still glistening with moisture. Ah, am I seeing these juicy grapes, pearls, and a giant watermelon too? And with a gleeful meow, Momo hops onto the slab, embracing the orb like watermelon. Watermelons are this big, are rare this time of year, and let's bring all of these fruits back to the rest stop. Hey, why is this watermelon moving? And the watermelon in Momo's clutches suddenly gives a ferocious wiggle, and then springs out of his claws and starts rolling away. Freeze! Momo! And as the watermelon rolls into the bushes, speeding up instead of slowing down, Momo starts giving chase. Come back, my sweet watermelon. And knock it off, I ain't sweet. You can talk? And you watch as the rotund watermelon goes through the transformation of sprouting a fluffy tail and then 4 springy legs. And the large green heels, the watermelon skin turns into a black and white pattern, and before your very eyes, the rolling watermelon changes into a raccoon on the run. And let me go, I'm inedible. Oh, it's like one of those little shape-shifting raccoons that are common in Japan. What's inedible? And once the raccoon's transformation is complete, it passes its balls and its way into the woods, disappearing without a trace. Little watermelon. This would do. front and back, and I said,
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
you get back to the restaurant to find Mordek enjoying a leisurely brunch and nodding to you and Nikki as he yawns. Oh, it's so humid in here, and even the blankets in the house are wet, and you've been out and back, I see. And on the table in front of him, several giant shumis are having an impromptu picnic around a can of meat. No, it's good enough for you. Wait, where do you get that can? I found it in the kitchen, so this is where you ate when you were here. I see the rest of food is always the same. And I only had a nibble before I saw how badly the shumis wanted it, so I gave it to them. Mother, we found this while we were out in the forest, and can you understand the inscription on it? Mother takes a steel fragment and wipes it off with a handkerchief and starts chanting the words. Emissary of water, is water ceaseless, our praises unending. The structure reads like part of a hymn. An emissary of water, and I remember the name is one of the open emissaries from Symphonica. And I thought the emissary of water had found it from Grace, and what are the still hints about him? And where do you find this? A spring further up north, and looks like the storm washed it up to the surface. And there was also a tray of fresh fruit next to the spring, and a watermelon that rolled away and became a raccoon. And I think you have it backwards, Momo, and that was a raccoon that turned into a watermelon. And they shift all the time for fun, and probably spooked it when we showed up. And I also heard that they have a curious tendency in the spring you found, and that fruit we saw. It seems to be some sort of offering ritual. And the springs might be related to the steels too, and it seems like the raccoons might still worship the emissaries of water. Also, like dogmas excluded to the emissary of water from the pantheon long ago, and for the deadnesses of the forest, though older traditions might still prevail. And this fragment might just be a piece from a steel somewhere in the woods. When we venture deeper into the woods, we might just find more clues to the distant past.
Do you like this dress?
front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Miss Nikki, I heard you were venturing into the forest, and here's an adventurous gift pack to help you on your journey. Uncle Jim's presents a pack open on the table, displaying a wide range of content for all those to see. And in the past, a wilderness survival handbook maps of the pigeon forest plus a variety of canned foods, vegetables, and meats. And next to the spread, the Shumi's empty can of meat catches Uncle Jim's eyes. Oh, your master said left his can for us before he left, and what are they doing here? No worries, I've tossed the rest into the bag for you, and this should keep you going on the long trek through the forest. Thank you, Uncle Jim. Hey, is this a map of Pigeon Forest? And with a cloud, Momo fishes out a multicolored map from the pack with different areas in the forest in different colors. No, Nikki, that's the field of the flowers of the fairies talked about, and the bright tree in the middle, and Giselle must have gone that way. And our Nikki watches as Mother circles the map center with his slender finger. The altar in the ledges in the middle of that mist, and that's where we lost contact with Ophelia. And we need another way to break through the mist and fight Her Majesty. And the map is intricately decorated with blue, red, and inkstone pink flowers and brown huts, and brought together with the dark green of the world tree in the murky white of the mist forest, and these vibrant colors form a tapestry of mysteries. And the Realm Mountain in the bottom right, and that's where I'm from, and haven't been back there in a while, and dwarf tunnels are built tough so the storm wouldn't have bothered them anyway. And my little guess, and when you're passing through the mountains, tell them you're a friend of Jim, and they'll know who I am, and will be welcome with toasty dwarven hospitality. Best of luck. Oh yeah, that's more red looking. Let's show front and back and after that.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Alright, that was the last mission of the chapter. Like, there's a sub-chapter in chapter 6 called Tide and Fire, but it's a little too long to try to do on like the same stream. So, the next time that I stream Shining Nikki, I'm gonna be doing Tide and Fire. So I hope you look forward to that. Bye bye. Give a like and subscribe. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, this is sister, and we're streaming Shining Nikki. Alright, we're doing the Dice and Rise of the Everlasting Flames. And I'm gonna be starting it from the shortest one to the longest one. 600 years ago, the Water Elves were defeated by the Light Elves and banished to the Ever Night Sea. Since then, the new moon has been hanging over the stormy sea, and the mysterious blue moon appeared in the night sky of many places in Maryland. Meanwhile, severe from frequent nights of storms at sea. And behind the new moon, the storms are an organization of Cajon and the Mercury Group. To investigate the new moon, Nikki and Giselle go to the Pigeon Fort, and apart from Nikki and her first son, one else comes into the ancient forest. Giselle awaits at the restaurant with a companion from the Useless to meet the Queen. And beside Lake Bovary, Lowen fights with the Cajon and seizes the instruments for the main phases of the moon from the man in a black robe. And in the ground place of the royal Ninier city, the original crystal in the front of Modric is dim and loses its sense of the Queen. And when the light winds return to your birthplace and see the first fire whose sacred flame was extended from Pigeon's glory. And based on the clue of the glory, Ophelia enters the mist forest to find the altar and holding to the awakened ancestor of fire and the Holy Girl. And Mercury follows Ophelia closely. And on that night, a rare thunderstorm hits in a misty forest, and Nikki and Teresita and the other experience stormy night and thunder and lightning. As the new moon rises and mist hovers, and the secret of the elf's origin is waking up while with the dormant power. A month ago in the Ever Night Sea. The black waves here never stop, and the blue moon always hangs in the starless sky like a giant eye of the abyss. And two confronting parties remain silent in the deep bottom of the sea, tall and graceful waters with halberds stand around their leader. Shadow of a human and elf, and why do you come here this time? The visitors at the King of the Sea are calmly and ignore the hostility of the elves. I came to fulfill our agreement. With a century, lighthouse will be destroyed, and the power holding you in the deep sea will be gone, and I hope you return to the land. That was our agreement. The power of the original crystal is failing, and the Elf Queen injected her power into it, but that won't last long, and now is the best time to carry out the plan. The Water Elf leader frowned slightly. It's been hundreds of years since we came in contact with the lighthouse after the humiliation war, and we have been trapped in the sea. And we're the descendants of Auronius, and the most powerful and noble race has lived here due to the lighthouse. And we can't stay in the offshore for a long time or return to the rivers and lakes of Maryland. And we can't clarify fake crimes or rebuild ancestor altar. and undercurrents are surging, making a dawn roar that sounds like the sadness and resentment of the waters over the past centuries. Elf gods harvest point at Mercury, and dark flames of hatred surge in their supposedly clear eyes. My innocent daughter Doria left Erin I see for days because she was curious about the dirty human life and never returned. It's all because of the light of vile usurpers. You turn countless relatives and friends of mine into baubles. And the water elf leader raises his hand and stops the guy who wants to tear the enemy into pieces. And as you can see, we try to regain the freedom and glory deprived by the light of day and night. But my people have been exiled for far too long, and without the power of our ancestor Aronius, we can't break the contract. I found the place where Aronius is sealed, and if you give me the scepter of Aronius, I'll summon the ancient king for you. The water leader doesn't respond, and he stares at Mercury as he's trying to look into the depths of his elusive soul. Are you suspecting me? We never suspected our ally, and only by letting the light of the new moon shine on Mirrorland can we bring back the power of Aronius. Don't worry, I found a way to bring the power of the new moon over the Evernight Sea to Mirrorland, and what I only need is a new moon scepter. And the elves don't believe Mercury's word, but only whisper due to their leader's majesty, and the leader ponders for a long time and raises his head. Although you're a mixed-race man, the contract between us will still be recognized by the Tree of Life. And if you break the contract, the power banishes us to the far sea will flood Pigeon Kingdom, sinking it into a dark vortex forever. I will abide by the contract. And I believe you will, and the sun abandoned by the light elf will bring back our great ancestors' long-lost glory. And the white elf little puts his hand on Mercury's shoulder, and the sapphire ring shines in the dark sea. The seal of the contract on Mercury's body also shines, and he feels an acute pain. Whenever the elves make a contract with each other, the mark will appear until the contract is completed. And the abomination from the elf leader doesn't change Mercury's tone at all. Admonition, I mean. You won't wait long. My ship will show you the way, and you only need to follow the guidance of the new moon and wait for your ancestor Aronius at the seaside. 3 days ago, the pigeon forest rested, and in a room in the second floor, the blonde elf queen sits on in front of a table, flipping through a notebook with her slender fingers. Your Majesty, you haven't eaten anything for a long time, and do you need some snacks? No, thank you, Mr. Allen. Tomorrow went to the forest to find the altar of the emissary of fire, and please take a rest. Ophelia doesn't take her eyes off the page. And I've been studying these ancient elf classes, but I still find it hard to believe that there's such a story about our origin. And light elves are still the most powerful elves in Mirrorland, and it was your ancestor Lugrin who created the glorious Pigeon Kingdom. Ophelia raises her head and looks at Alan gently. Mr. Allen, you taught me ancient elvish language, and without you I wouldn't understand so much history, nor would I find a way to regain our glory. Pigeon nobles may hate that history. After all, it means the light elves are not descended from the Lord God of Glory, nor are they born from the Tree of Life. The noble light elves won't allow such a history to exist. The Queen of the Light Elves is not troubled by the fallacy of history. She shakes her hand. I believe the power of the light elves lies not in the titles of Lord God or emissary, but in the courage to step out of the forest to go to the continent. We're not the descendants of the Lord God who overrides other races, but the eternal sacred fire gives us the light to move forward. Yes, light elves are always free and brave. But since the day when we brought me to Mr. Mercury, I've been a weak queen in a cage. Ophelia talks about this past event, and her eyes remain gentle and sincere, staring straight at Alan. Alan, who is famous for his calmness, is a little nervous. For the first time, he feels this weak girl is unpredictable. To regain the glory of the pigeon, no matter how many obstacles lie ahead, I won't hesitate to advance until I achieve my goal. I don't mean to compete for benefits. I believe that the glory of the Pigeon Kingdom will shine again in Mirrorland. And Mr. Allen, are you looking forward to that day? Of course, I believe the prosperity of the elves will come with the dawn tomorrow. And good night, Your Majesty. I look forward to seeing the dawn tomorrow. And good night, Mr. Allen. The following day, the Pigeon Forest. And since ancient time, darkness has been in the mist forest, and in heavy mist only Ophelia's wings emit faint light. Your Majesty, according to the ancient records, the altar should be just up ahead. I see I'll walk along the rest of the way. But your majesty. And blank mist gradually obscures Alan's sight, and even the light of the queen gradually disappears in his sight. It said that only the elves can enter the mist forest, and our people got lost after entering the forest. And Mr. Allen, can you see nothing now, right? Please be careful, your majesty. And Ophelia nods, and she's in afraid of the thick darkness, but walks forward with a small light. And the altar emerges from the darkness, and it looks deserted for a long time, and the statue of the ancestor of fire is covered with cracks and moss. An ancestor of fire defeated ancestor of water with the Holy Grail in the Blazing Moon War, and the former has since been holding the Holy Grail that shines no more and sleeping in the forest. The Elf Queen kneels piously before the statue and chants a hymn. The eternal life of fire, please burn again at long night end, and burn out the chaos and darkness on the earth, and bring back the light for elves. And tiny sparks emerge from the hymn, spreading their wings and cutting searing wounds in the dark mist. And the sparks turn into butterflies, and they form a golden storm, and the ancient Holy Grail reveals itself. And the Elf Queen uses a dagger to cut open her white skin, and red blood drops into the Holy Grail, and knocking on the door of the long silent ancestor of fire. And the figures here on the Holy Grail for now, thousands of years, just a faint outline, but the pure light illuminates the entire forest. The elves are praying here in earnest, begging the eternal fire of life to be rekindled from the ashes. And in the dark times, the fire started the civilization of Mirrorland, and their ancestor who fell in the Blazing Moon War is waking up. Ophelia is embraced by the fire, and the ancestor of fire warm hands are about to answer her prayer, and the first light covers Ophelia's wings. Inside the underground palace of Pigeon, and the mirror-like surface of the original crystal shines softly, and Mary, the queen of the Elf Queen, keeps staring at it with a worried look, and a silver-haired man, court musician, fiddles with a delicate harp, and unconsciously looks at the original crystal from time to time. I don't understand why the queen did such a dangerous thing, and the original crystal is failing, but maybe there are other less risky ways. Queen Ophelia knows that the original crystal is in severe danger, and if its light goes out completely, it will disappear from the Pigeon Kingdom. And the ancient Elvis classes found by the Queen do record unknown history, and after the Blazing Moon Wars, the ancestor of fire fell with Aronius. And the fires disappeared, and the lighters were born from the ashes. Awakening the ancestor of fire can ignite the initial light of the original crystal. But the Queen's teacher, Anna, we suspect that he works for Mercury. The Queen and I consider that, and the ancient Elvis classes collecting the forbidden area can be fake, and we need to bear some risk. And the Queen has trusted followers in her close guard, and if Alan really wants to snatch away the Holy Grail, it won't be that easy. The Siran family will wait for the Queen at the rest stop, and there are few people the Queen can trust in the royal city. But what if other accidents happen? Mother remained silent for a long time and sighed slightly. It's a price that must be paid, and if the light of the original crystal is allowed to fade, what awaits us is doomsday of the Pigeon Kingdom. And Mary looks back at the original crystal, and its light now comes from the Queen Ophelia, and if something bad happens to her, the light will disappear. And the light on the crystal is weak, but it never disappears, and perhaps the Queen's journey will bring good results. And at the same time, in the mist forest, bright fire embraces Ophelia, and the warm hands of the ancestor of fire are about to answer her prayers, and the first light covers Ophelia's wings. And just as the ancestor of fire is about to fully reveal the figure, the eyes of the new moon find the altar in the mist. And a blue like a thunderstorm shakes the earth, and the outline of the ancestor of fire disappears, and pitch darkness comes again. And it's not mist, but a cold seawater, and it comes from the Holy Grail and douses the flame, and only a dark voltage is left in the Grail. And a huge darkness outline emerges from the Holy Grail, but it's not the ancestor of fire. His hair is woven by moonlight in the deep sea, and his eyes filled with thousands of years of dark chaos. Ophelia doesn't know this terrible god, and he has strong power, and with a wave of his hand, an overwhelming black tide hits Ophelia. And the vortex carries Ophelia down into the center of the darkness, and before being swallowed up, Ophelia sees a strange but familiar figure, and he seems to be a phantom of a silver-haired boy, and he has pointed ears of the elves but no wings. Run, Ophelia! And the boy runs to free the void and the waves at Ophelia, and she reaches out her hand, only catches a remnant of a memory. And Mercury watches the elfkin disappear, and black tide flows back into the Holy Grail, which has fulfilled its missions and returned to silence. And he seems to be pondering something, but loud roars interrupt his thinking, and the ancestor of water, Aronius, untied the bondage and went to the sea. And in the palace, the light of the original crystal goes out instantly, and the crystal that no longer shines seems to have lost its eternal life. And Mary lets out a cry of surprise, and Mother looks at the crystal as if he has devised a plan, and he puts on the harp and strides to the gate. And Mother finds some heavily armed oven knights are waiting outside the gate, and Mother steps out on a horse, and Mary gives him a cloak and sword. The shortest way to there is to the Lake Bovary, and please be sure to bring back the queen. And Mother's face shows a long, lost, serious look, and he nods solemnly, and he turns around, and his horse goes into the pigeon forest. A week ago, Xavier headquarters, and recently the surveying facilities in Pigeon Forest have been destroyed, and that has been explained in the last report. And we also monitor anomaly power fluctuations in the distant Sea of Mirror known as the Ebonite Sea. And our investigators can get close to the Ebonite Sea, and it's controlled by the water elves, and only the ships of Mercury Group can enter it. And previous survey results shown there is a certain connection between the Ebonite Sea and the Abyss. And the man who is thinking about something behind the table looks up, and the world calls back some of his memories. The Abyss is also the power behind the incident in the near Royal City. Yes, we suppose Mercury is taking actions related to the Abyss in the Ebonite Sea, but it's difficult for us to investigate that group. And continue monitoring, and tell the people to keep a low profile. Yes, it should be noted that a person currently in the cloud is preparing to go to the Pigeon Forest. And who is it? Leon is heir. And Robert doesn't speak, and a slight cough comes from the city in the shadow, and a young man with blonde hair walks up to the table and looks at him. After the near incident, we should understand that Leon is heir and Xavier are on the same side. We do have the same goal, but there are too many variables on her, and such is the mysterious figure who appeared beside her after the near incident. And Lauren, do you know why your friends went to the Pigeon Forest this time? I don't know, but I have a hunch that their actions will coincide with ours again. And looking at the man's particular serious eye, Rowan nods non-committedly. And you'll direct the operation in the Pigeon Forest, and it's gonna be complicated than we thought because it involves the ocean of memories and the abyss. And we don't know the purpose of Mercury Cruise, and please be careful and I'll wait for your good news. Yes. After the storm in the Pigeon Forest, and water droplets who wet the hair of Giselle, who is walking in the leaves and puddles in the forest, excited cooing. And a chubby Shumi throws out her skirt and coos, and Giselle squats down patiently and strokes the Shumi's head. Is everything here okay after the storm? And the Shumis gesticulate and happy with hands and feet and making shorter cooing sounds. The house was flooded, but thanks to the rain you grew a little taller, so you're very happy. And that means the power of the water element is getting stronger in the entire Pigeon Forest. And the Shumi throws out her skirt and tries to go in the other direction. I see, you found a golden butterfly turned into a strange flame. Okay, please lead the way. And Shumi leads out to a grassland beside the mushroom house, and where there are mosses and flowers, and a small branch was made into a candlestick. And there are golden flame burning in the candlestick, and it's brighter than ordinary flame, and a golden butterfly is dancing around the flame. And the butterfly with its tail carrying sparks rests on Giselle's fingertip, and it dances around Giselle, it's still making a pattern of flame. And Shumi watches the butterfly dance and claps approvingly, and Giselle stares at the mark of flame and nods. I see, you came to prevent this disaster, but you failed to show yourself with the residual strength. And Giselle gently touches the wing of the butterfly that are bright as fire, and to her surprise they are not hot. But are not the one you're waiting for. Don't worry, someone in the star track will wake you up. The
won't
past.
let the darkness devour Arionis. Unless it takes us both.
Deep in the pigeon forest, thick dark mist envelops everything. The last incident drives Aronius to chase the golden red light and waves cling to the helm of the cloak, and where Aronius was, the water drowns all living beings. The pain from the soul seems to be split the will of the god of water, and only one can end the pain, and that was the only destination for the lost soul. Aronius. And a warm flame flickers in Aronius' memory, and the familiar clock clears the chaotic consciousness, and Aronius looks up. And 8 sullen elves holding the holy instrument stand in line, while the former best friend stands in front of them. The always gentle god of fire holds the blazing holy grail, and the wings of 1,000 fire butterflies are making a golden storm. The forest is quiet, and the hidden intention to kill shakes Aronius' remaining sanity, and Aronius looks at Hephaeus and sees firmness. Hephaeus, you betrayed us. And numerous fire butterflies float out of the Holy Grail, and they dodge the mist and the tide and fly to Aronius as he's trying to tell Aronius something. And Hephaeus does not give up on saving his best friend and still believes that the abyss takes Aronius' soul, leaving Aronius in darkness and endless pain. And the fire and the Holy Grail will show the way back, and if the purification of the fire helps Aronius get rid of the abyss, the god of water will return. But in Aronius' eye, every pair of fluttering wings is like a drop of hot rain burning the promise of the past. And waves around Aronius surge, and the remaining glimmer in the eyes disappear, and a lightning strikes, turning the fire butterflies into blackened dust. And rage consumes Aronius' mind, and Aronius wields the new moon scepter, and a great power pulls the sky overhead. The thick clouds surge over the forest, deafening the thunder grows with a bang, and a storm is coming. And hurricane and lightning and destroy everything around Aronius, and a dark mist surges in all directions like a flood, mercilessly killing all life. Is this what you call purification? As I have said, Aronius has sacrificed soul to the abyss and has joined the ranks of the devil. And Hephaeus, you have witnessed the fall of Aronius, and don't defend the sinner anymore. And the elves raise their holy instruments with a deafening cry, and powerful forces pour out of their weapons to resist the storm centered on Aronius. I won't give up. And Hephaeus raises his hands, and the butterflies turn into sharp blades capable of destroying everything. And the blazing holy grail nearly burns itself into pieces. And the new moon in the sky turns red, and it looks like a bloody wound deeply etched into the hard eyes of Hephaeus. And the Holy Grail shall always illuminate your way back home, and that's what we agreed on. And Aronius, my friend, please believe me. And the almost exhausted god of fire holds high the Holy Grail and walks to Aronius through the flames and the dark mist, but only sees eyes full of hatred. And the eyes that were clear are completely covered with darkness, and Aronius raises his hands trying to strike a deadly blow at Hephaeus. And the tide against the fire recedes, and the fire burns Aronius' hands, devouring Aronius' body, and the new moon scepter loses its light, and Aronius looks reluctant. And Hephaeus' worn eyes meet Aronius' cloudy and cold eyes. Aronius, let's go home. And Hephaeus takes the last step forward and hugs Aronius, and numerous flames burst out from the god of fire's fingertips, and the Holy Grail drops from above. As the tear slips from Hephaeus' eyes, and the fire in the Holy Grail grows brighter as it has burned up Hephaeus' soul, and the life engulfs Aronius and Hephaeus. And the two souls are closely intertwined for the last time, and there are no words, but only destruction and a silent farewell. And countless fire butterflies emerge from the ground of the Holy Grail, and after being purified by the flame, they look bright and sad and fly in the air. And the extinction of the flame is the beginning of a new life, and the last soul of the god of fire is used to seal the Holy Grail forever. And a well resounded throughout the world, and fire elves in the forest felt Hephaeus' will and repel the evil shadows with the power of light and flame. After the battle, the mist trusts the altar, but it also protects the altar to this day. And the god of fire Hephaeus and all of the fires disappear in the depths of the forest. Hefeo's body turns into countless tiny butterflies, which scatter all over the forest and become silent dust in history. A long time has passed and scene has changed dramatically, and under the light of the original crystal, descendants of the fire elves are born from the ashes of the fire elves. On the shores of Lake Bovali in Pigeon Forest, they are light elves. Dark tides are trying to drag Aronius into the abyss, but I trust my friend. I know Aronius won't succumb to the darkness. When the last ray of the sunshine falls on top of the tree of life in the forest, the ground suddenly vibrates, and outside the entrance of the sources of the spring, the fire barrier set up by Hephaestus become after images of golden butterflies that dissipate in the air. And the extreme weak Aronius walks out of the source of spring, and the previous indifferent eyes glisten. Hephaestus, I made it. And at the cost of the seed in the source of spring, Aronius casts the link between the abyss and the root of the tree of life, and Hephaestus is supposed to be waiting here. Hephaestus? And Aronius looks for Hephaestus but finds no one under the tree, and soon other elves who heard the sound all surround Aronius. And this is not a friend waiting, but a cold trial, and a vigilant elf point their weapons at Aronius. Aronius, why did you enter the source of the spring? You even tried to pollute the tree of life, and that's an unforgivable crime. And Aronius once again realizes that these elves deep-rooted suspicions and prejudice. And all the elves attack at the same time before Aronius speaks, and a dark light flashes and Aronius stops for a moment. And Vincent runs by Aronius, and even the god of the water, the most powerful among the elves, is instantly knocked down to the ground after giving the seed. And with a glittering wand, Aronius falls, and the elf's face gets increasingly strange and cold. And Aronius gets angry and disappointed, and no one sees a shadow creeping in, and Aronius' eyes that had just been lit up with joy turn dark. And after the moment, Aronius feels like the wicked body is falling towards the uncontrollable edge. Phew. And when Aronius looks up again, there are only dark shadows. And the tip of the new moon sector emits a dazzling light, and waters form waves surging around angrily with the dark mist. Stop, Aronius. And all life in the path of the dark mist waves is killed in an instant, and the great shadow of the tree of life grows grim in Aronius' eyes as the elves launch attacks. Hypocritical elves, I am not one of you. And the scene in front of Aronius becomes blurred, and the sound of the fades away, and dark tides are so gentle, calling Aronius to go home. Aronius. And a fire breaks through the dark mist that is drifting away with wind and bright fire, and butterflies light up in the twilight. And Hephaestus, who escaped from the siege of the wind elves, hurried arise, but there is no signs of Aronius in the center of the dark mist. And what have you done, Aronius? I saw that Aronius devoted soul to the devil in the abyss and into those fields into the source of spring. You are the one who opened the door. And Hephaestus, you allow Aronius to enter the source spring without permission, and you're a traitor. And Aronius showed true color after being controlled by the shadow of the abyss. But you, Hephaestus, you are the god of fire, and yet you turn your back on the light. That's not the case. And looking at the mistrustful eyes of his companion, Hephaestus refuses to step back. Hephaestus, the god of fire, neglected duties, and from today the god of fire is not allowed to enter the source spring. And since the day Aronius left the forest, many elves have been blaming Hephaestus, and fire elves lost their companion's trust. And the wind brought news from afar, and the rumored god of water has been controlled by the abyss, and was running amok at sea, leaving the dead a trail of dead. We must stop that demon right now and gather all of your forces to kill the son of the abyss. And looking at the stern eyes of the elf, Hephaestus once again offers defense. Dark tides are trying to drag Aronius into the abyss, but I trust my friend. I know he won't succumb to the darkness. And as this baleful wind rolls up the air and brushes the flames above Hephaestus' head. Self-righteous friendship, blind trust, and young elves, these can be the reasons to condone crimes. And those who have been corrupted by the abyss have lost their consciousness. And Hephaestus, you really have a way to bring back Aronius. I had no idea, but I must try. And I can't let Aronis suffer this pain alone. Only I can pull Aronis out of the abyss now. Standing on the shore lay Bobali. Hefel touches a stone tablet engraved with a verse in praise of the god of water. And Hefel always trusts and never gives up on an old friend, and the god of water who brought rain and water to the forest. And after a long time, Hefel suppresses anxiety and uneasiness and lies the Holy Grail in hands. Fire butterflies, please show my friend the way home. And countless golden butterflies fly out of the Holy Grail and flock towards the sea. And soon the familiar ray aura reappears in the forest. The power of the abyss is not a gift from fate, but a curse that has been imprinted in my blood.
It's a curse that has flowed in my veins since my birth.
The new moon hangs in the sky, and cold moonlight shines on the coastline, and waves keep crashing against the rocks. This is where the vast forest meets the ocean, and from here Aronius sets foot on the continent for the first time. And unlike other elves born in the forest, Aronius comes from the sea, and there has been a sea of chaos in Aronius' memory. And in the quiet darkness there's a dangerous undercurrent, and painful and desperate gibbering sounds in Aronius' ears. On the night when Aronius decides to set foot on land, the moonlight is bright, and the forest is quiet, and a blue flower in the coast sways in the wind. And Aronius reaches out hands, and evening breeze with the smell of the earth gently passes through the fingertips. And Aronius gets fond of this new world full of vitality and summons water to adorn the forest, clear streams, sweet springs, and high waterfalls. And Aronius watches the river flowing through the forest, and the rain nourishes creatures, and the dew kissing the flower waiting to bloom. And later Aronius gets to know Hefeos, the god of fire, and the soul and eyes of Hefeos are like bright and warm flames. And the power of Hefeos enables Aronius to control the power of the abyss, despite the very painful process. And Aronius, though the current darkness at the abyss, but the abyss keeps watching Aronius, ready to swallow him up at any moment. It is the night of the new moon again, and the forest seems to fall into a deep sleep, and only the sound of the wind blowing over the treetops is audible. And Aronius comes to the seaside alone and steps on the waves, which gently lift Aronius up. And the new moon center glows blue in the dark night, and casting a halo in the pitch black sea, and fish arriving for a silvery ebb. And surging water splashes onto Aronius' clothes, and is cold as ever. And suddenly Aronius stops, sensing the danger, and the fish disperse in a hurry, and from the deep sea a dark black tide surges madly towards Aronius. Ah! And the familiar cube pain strike, and Aronius' box of spirit submerges the body into the sea and sinks down. It's the deep sea bottom, and no moonlight shines in it, and the pain comes through Aronius' soul, and the darkness keeps pulling Aronius down. And Aronius closes his eye, and the obvious pain on and the usual expressionless face, and the leap power of Aronius stirs up the surrounding sea, but is restrained by a certain force, unable to form a storm that can reach the surface. And the sea surface remains calm, and in the deep sea Aronius holds the new moon scepter, and the will to guard and destroy fight against each other, and the conflict raises a sandstorm. And after Aronius comes down, the tip of the scepter emits a dazzling blue and white light, and a column of light instantly pierces the chaotic deep sea. The light is as bright as the moonlight on the sea surface, and it soothes the surging undercurrent and suppresses the raging destructive power in Aronius. And Aronius opens eyes wearily where there is a shadow of danger and tenderness. And the sea becomes calm, and Aronius returns to the sea tide surface, whose body is gently brushed by the tides. The blue light from the new moon sector is like that from a lighthouse in the sea, and fish surround Aronius as he's thanking Aronius for guarding the world. And the presence in is just like the one that happened on those countless silent and painful nights.
I do envy Hephaestus sometimes, for an eternal flame burns in their chest. They will continue to shine, no matter how dark the night.
Deep in the mine where the dwarfs lay, Hefeo waits expectantly by the furnace, and the fire in the furnace reddens the face of Hefeos. And Araunian stands behind Hefeos with folded arms, and their faces indifferent as ever. And what are you waiting? What are you waiting to see? It's a holy instrument, and don't you expect what your holy instrument will look like after it's finished? With the holy instrument will become emissaries to protect the holy tree and enter the source of spring. And although Aronius doesn't seem very interested, Aronius continues to talk to Hefeos. Have you figured out what kind of weapon you want to make? And Hefeos thinks for a moment and looks up at Aronius with a hint of determination. I don't want any weapons. You know I hate war. I want a holy instrument as bright as the morning light in spring and as warm as the sun in winter. And Aronius is firm and gentle in Hefeos' eyes. I don't know what it is, but it suits you very well. And leave the war to me. And what about you? What holy instrument do you want? Any scepter would be good, and it'll be better if the scepter can control the power in my body. And hearing the word, Hefeo walks over to Aronius and looks at Aronius seriously. I hope you do. And they simultaneously look at the dwarf craftsman with beard and the edges of which have been scorched by fire. Your holy instruments will be ready in a few days, and the most critical step is your endowing them with power. Since they'll be ready in a few days later, we'll go back now. But I like to wait here. And Hefeo looks at Aronius and blinks innocently. Haha, you're really good pals, and it's been a long time since I last saw such friendship like yours. Aronius doesn't deny it, but smiles, and Hefeo's ears become red, and flames begin to burst, and a whiff of smoke comes out from the top of Hefeo's head. And Hefeo looks at Aronius and turns around again, and the fire butterflies suddenly turn into fireworks exploding in the cave. Wow, is that the power of flame? And it's so beautiful. And seeing that Aronius and the dwarf are distracted by the firework, Hefeo secretly breathes a sigh of relief. The holy instruments are finished a few days later, and the dwarf craftsman is suddenly introducing his masterpieces to them. And Hefeo's holy instrument is a golden holy grail. When touched by hand, fire butterflies fly out and dance around the grail. I won't use the holy grail for war. I use it to illuminate the way forward for others. And with eyes closed, Hefeo sets up the barrier and injects blazing fire into the holy grail until it gives a warm light. And Hefeo, who passes the trial, opens the barrier and looks at Aronius with joy, and the glow in the eyes is warm as that of the holy grail. Aronius, I'll become stronger with the holy grail, and I can better help you fight against the dark abyss. Aronius' face also becomes gentle, and Aronius begins to inject power into the new moon center. The water and the power of silence quiet everything, and suddenly the water is mixed with a blank shadow, and Aronius is in the barrier, groans in pain. Aronius, are you alright? And the light on the new moon center flickers, and a great power of the abyss penetrates the barrier with the dark mist, and the fire in the cave dies instantly. Hefeos immediately summons the fire butterflies, and bright fire dispels the ubiquitous dark mist and lights out the figure of Aronius in the barrier. And as the thunder and storm play as an elevatory tune for the god of water, Hefeos realizes Aronius has passed the trial. And after thanking the dwarf, Hefeos and Aronius return to the tree of life. And Aronius waves the new moon center, and a mist comes out, and the mist and the fire rise from the holy grail, creating rainbows in the sky. And Aronius looks at Hefeo with a rare relaxation in the eyes, and then Aronius speaks in a sincere tone. The shadow from the abyss still lurks in my body, but as long as its fire is around me, I will be at ease and fearless. Hefeo, thank you very much. Even if I have the most powerful weapon in the world, I will never hurt you. And I will never hurt you, Aronius, and we'll always be best friends. And the sunshine and the drizzle are reflected in the eyes of the two elves, and at the moment time seems to stand still.
I do envy Hefas sometimes.
Near noon, every roof in the pigeon capital is crowded with people, but the city is silent, and only the sound of the flags running in the wind is audible. And the people look at the lake Holy Light, where the pigeon soldiers point their weapons at the characters in the lake, the defeated water elves. And the trial of the defeated, presided over by the queen, will begin at noon. And no one knows what ruling the queen will make today, and no one knows where the proud and warlike water elves would accept defeat willingly. When the sun rises at the center of the sky, the heavy door of the church opens, and Queen Ophelia, wearing a royal crown and golden crown, comes out. And the elf queen is unfolded wings shine with a light purer than the morning sunshine. We are defeated, but shall not be humiliated. Water elves will summon the tide to annihilate this sinful kingdom one last time at the cost of our souls. And water elves let out angry and desperate cries, and the noise of the loading guns sounds on both the banks of the Holy Light River. So just drop your weapons. And the queen's orders comes out loud and clear to everyone. Drop your weapons. And the order is calm but irresistible, so the soldiers put down their weapons and step back. And hundreds of years ago, it was also here that the Queen Brunhilde of Pigeon signed a pact with the water elves to banish them to the Ebonite Sea. And Ophelia looked straight into the eyes of the water elf leader, whose face shows undisguised hatred. Water elves will never be humiliated again. And water elves are ready to die. Not far away, the glory priest frowned, while Ophelia's expression remains unchanged. For hundreds of years, under the pact of the Queen Brunhilde, you and the light elves and water elves have enjoyed peace. And I believe this pact is a promise made by two races. And light elves abide by the pact, and will never set foot on the open seas, and never make trouble for you, attack or sanction you. But you defied the pact and attacked us, and you hurt our people and suffered losses, and as the Queen of the Pigeon Kingdom, I am deeply sorry for that. And for a moment the water elf leader appears confused, and he looks east, and that's the direction of the sea from which he and his people came ashore. And Ophelia looks at the water elf leader, and the leader seems to feel her gaze and turns around, and his blue eyes are covered with cold gray. The leader remembers this elf girl and looked at him sadly, and with her eyes before she became queen, as if to atone for the light elves. And Ophelia pauses for a moment and then lowers her voice. I can't deny the pact concluded by Queen Brunhilde restricting the freedom of the water elves. But today I'd like to make a promise in the name of the current Queen of Pigeon Kingdom. I'll try my best to find a way to cancel the pact. And hearing those words, people lay their heads together and start to whisper. And the water elf leader is startled with a complex look on his face. Water elves is one of the oldest races of Maryland and has made great contributions to protecting this continent. There have been misunderstandings and resentment between us for 1,000 years, but I hope and believe this lost friendship will be recovered. Let's forget about our feud. And the people hold their breath waiting for the water elf's response, and the leader's look doesn't change, and he stares at the girl for a long time. And after a long time, the water elf leader's body begins to melt, and his staff and body crown become water flowing into the lake Holy Light. And other water elves turn into water and lead to the Holy Light River, and the waves surge to the sea and soon disappear. Your Majesty, did the water elves really leave? And Ophelia gazed at the river where the water elves just stood amid the deafening joy and blessing of the people. I don't think he fully believes me, but we have won, and in the world of the elves, the words of the winner are powerful. And Ophelia gives Mary a gentle smile. Now that the people of Pigeon Kingdom can enjoy peace. And Ophelia turns around and steps onto the platform, and she pulls the flame from the Holy Grail into the original crystal. And the original crystal becomes very bright, and countless light pours right from the Holy Light River. God bless the Queen, and God bless Pigeon Kingdom. And the ancient kingdom finally regains its glory again, and the young elf queen will move forward with love and hope. Beep, beep, beep. In a secret experimental base located at the border of the Pigeon Kingdom, instruments emit eerie blue light in a dark room. Mercury stands with his head down in the darkness, gazing at the object in the table. A new moon scepter of Aronius that was made by Viper's team, and Viper failed to get enough holy crystals due to the obstruction of the dwarves, and this replica is incomplete. And the gem floating in the center of the scepter shines brilliantly, and its power comes from the non-existent god of water. And the light awakened by the soul of the water elves in Lake Bobali will help the replica play the same function, thus connecting the power outside Mirrorland, the power of the abyss. And from the past to the present, Mercury has been spying on the land of chaos and darkness. Awakening water elves is just his experiment. And Mercury touches the gem with his fingertip, and water elves return to the sea, and the emblem on the back of his hand, a symbol of the contract, disappears. And the ancient power of the elves swirls around him, and just like what happened not so long ago. And as the rain pours down from the pigeon forest, he reaches to the tree of life and the legendary source of all living beings. And at the time, many voices ring in his ear and gently calling him to go back. And he has no access to the deeper source of spring, but all absolute power works everywhere, and the tree of life shows him what he wants to discover. And it's the past that belongs to Mirrorland and the future that may eventually come. And many stars track crisscross in the endless dark sky, and stars shine brightly. And the god who hides his body lands in the center of the forest, and the original prophet listens to the oracle's pious in the wooden hut. And a white-haired man drifts in the sea of stars, and his pen holding hands passing through the stars. And in the dry desert, exhausted travelers are struggling but continue to head east. And black waves rise in the ocean of memories, and light keeps appearing in the sky, and the gods fight against each other. And a lonely and shining star falls in the gap of time and space, and numerous fragments soak his consciousness and erode the fuzzy truths around the world and leave more unanswerable doubts. But Mercury knows that the door he looked for has been opened, and he is getting closer and closer to the truth about the world. After learning the news of Ophelia's disappearance, Nikki and her friends decide to go into the mist forest. And in front of the rest, the horses are ready, and Murder rises on a horse and looks into the forest, pointing to the center of the map. And Murder hears the sound of the flapping wings, and he looks up and finds a pigeon is flying towards him. And it's a special royalty pigeon that can be deliver important messages in all weathers to help the people avoid getting lost in the forest. And after opening the seal, Murder scans the contents of the letter, and his expression becoming solemn. And water elves and the leader are attacking the pigeon capital, claiming to regain their former territory and glory. And what? And all of the people present are surprised by the words, and Ophelia is still missing, and water elves are that made the unclear situation worse. Nikki, I won't go to the mist forest for you, and I must return to the city now. And please find Queen Ophelia, and once I have tackled the matter in the city, I will come to meet you. Okay, leave that to us. And Murder rides away, and his back soon disappears into the shadows of the forest. The forest is dark and silent before dawn, and the blue moon shines a gloomy light on the pigeon forest. And Giselle goes upstream to the waterfall beside the sea of flowers to visit the tree of life. The oak tree stands quiet in the night, and a huge canopy sheltering the land between the elves were born. Long time no see, and Giselle stretches out her hand to stroke the rough bark, and she sounds concerned about the tree. You look weaker than before. Is it because of the abyss? Well, the abyss tends to weaken everyone. Green leaves rustle in the wind just like whispering in her ear. And the roots of the tree of life not only connect the stars but also reach the abyss, and it selflessly nourishes every nature. I know you're the source of light and the home of the abyss, and purity and filth coexist, and this is the eternal law of nature. So you treat light and darkness equally and accept the origin of all else. Unfortunately, time for reunions is coming. And seeming in response to her words, the fragrance of the flower gets stronger, and the flowers among the leaves emit a luminous shimmer in the night. And the night gets darker, and Giselle waits patiently for the dawn under the shade of the tree of life. Realizing Lauren's intentions, the wind elves can no longer sense the whereabouts of Nikki and her friends. And anger turns into hostility, and wind blades are woven into imperceptible net to attack Lauren. But the invisible wind blades can't even touch Lauren's garment, and Lauren easily dodges of attack. And the air is full of restlessness as the wind elves are panting anxiously. You can't attack me by doing that. If you don't understand, look around. And they come to the sea of dandelions, and the fierce battle awakens the sleeping little white umbrellas. And dandelions softly tremble, and white fluffy balls fly into the sky. And among the fluffy balls, the traces of the wind are like the flowing brushstrokes in the canvas, and the traces can be clearly seen. The wind is shapeless, but it is visible. And an air currents form transparent and swift figures of water elves, which gradually emerge in the air. Outsiders, get out and don't trample on this forest. It's the god of water who wants to destroy this forest, but you aim your weapons at us, the insignificant outsiders. Is it because windmills have no guts to fight the god of water Arrhenius? And windmills are enraged, and the air currents are about to cause a terrifying storm, and you'll pay your price for your words and your deeds. And Loren doesn't intend to fight, and realizing the goal of delaying time is achieved, he deliberately angers the windmills to create a chance to escape. I'm kidding, and don't get mad. Bye! And while the windmills are accumulating power, Loren crosses the sea of flowers and disappears in the blink of an eye. Deep in the forest, Giselle tries to enter the altar shrouded by the mist, and heavy mist swamps out everything, and even under the light of the burning torch, one can see a corner of the dark forest. And all means to determine the direction are useless, and no matter which direction they only encounter thick mist. And they walk around and return to the edge of the mist forest. Damn it, and we have to wait for the queen here. And some people are approaching. And Cornelius pulls out the torch, and the mercenaries carefully find shelter to hide. And some black-robed riders linger on the edge of the mist, followed by the several horses carrying special instruments. Are they also waiting for the queen, and we must strike first? Okay, the commander is interested in the instruments. And this place is suitable for an ambush, and the timing is perfect, and they can escape this time. Things are blackened by blurred shadows in the mist, and when a black-robed man realizes the attack, they've fallen into a disadvantage. And the battle-hardened mercenaries from the justiciars appear quietly and raid their prey. And the black-robed men soon give up and begin to retreat, and Giselle leads his partners to pursue them. And they run out of the mist forest, and they see a plain where the numerous flowers are full of bloom. And without any hesitation, the two teens rush into the sea of flowers. The blue moon new moon sheds eternal light over the sea of the forest, and he is wedged out of the silver coastline. The god of water, the awakened water elves, breaks through the shackles of the mist forest, and the air from the sea turns into a roaring storm. Arrhenius opens eyes, and a big storm rages in the air. And Arrhenius uses shadow hands over the figure on the wrist, and the figure doesn't show any fear of the storm, but enjoys watching the violence. Son of humans and elves, and why do you awaken me? And don't you know that the god of water has fallen, and stupid prayers will incur the abyss's curse? And Mercury looks into Arrhenius' eyes, where lie the familiar abyss that will give him great power. I never pray because I get whatever I want. And I came here to fulfill my contract with your people. Now please listen to their anger. And thousands of water elves emerge from the tide, and their joyful singing and angry shouting are more turbulent than the storm. Our great water ancestor, we've been living in shame to see your glory once again. Your arch nemesis, the fires have fallen, and the dissenting lighthouse banishes us to the Ebonite Sea and deprives us of freedom. Please lead us to recapture our land and restore the glory of Arrhenius. We capture our land and we take our freedom and restore our glory. Darkness covers the body of Arrhenius who stand at the elves, and there's no pity or only hatred in the eyes of Arrhenius. Everything in the past has been burned by the flames, and from now on the tide will flood the world. And rivers, lakes, and seas obey Arrhenius' order, and the god of water turns into the black storm rolling up the waves of the pigeon capital. And behind the god of water, sea wind roars and blowing Mercury's silver hair and covering his eyes. And a god won't answer meaningless players, and will the glory of his holy city create the lighthouse with blood, and tears light be destroying the tide. Ophelia, the queen of the Pigeon Kingdom, goes to the depths of the mystery kingdom, the eternal fire, to continue the glory. However, the storm and the darkness extinguished everything, and with the thousands of roar in the mist forest, the pigeon capital faces unprecedented disaster. And with thousands of years of anger and resentment, the water also attacked the pigeon capital. And in the ancient mysterious pigeon forest, Nikki and her friends alone searched for Ophelia, and a fire butterfly quietly cuts through the ominous mist. The pigeon forest is filled with dense fog after the storm, and it's hard to walk on the slippery soil, and from time to time water drops fall down. And a huge raindrop accurately hits Momo's forehead, and Momo yells and falls to the ground. Momo, you can get in my backpack. No sense, and we'll soon arrive at the mushroom house and a Momo of the Momo clan, and it'll be embarrassing for me to get in your backpack. The Shumis in the rest house said that their smartest companions live in the mushroom house and know everything in the forest. And I think they know something about Ophelia. The small mushroom house lies up ahead, and the Shumens displaced by the storm all come back and they're busy rebuilding their home, and perhaps because of the rain they look chubbier. And Nikki arrives and the Shumis are painting the roof, and seeing the familiar figures, the Shumis immediately surround them. Interpret your friends and welcome here, and please sit and we'll get you delicious food. And before Nikki says anything, the enthusiastic Shumis are already bringing transparent puddings and mushroom soup and onion berry jam. And Ashumi jumps onto Lauren's spawn and gives him a basket full of green beans. And says it's delicious. And before Lauren finishes speaking, countless plates are piled up in front of him, and the Shumis rush to invite Lauren to taste food. I have rescued the Shumis, and why did you only entertain him? Ashumi grabs Nikki's shirt and points at the yard outside. And do you want to take us somewhere? He invited us to see the mysterious flame and said that the flame turned into a butterfly. The Shumens leads Nikki to the yard, and the candlesticks made of branches dance among the stones, and a flame is burning in its light, quiet lamp. And golden butterflies dance around it, and they stop on the hair and fingertips of the girl as if whispering something. And the small flame is hot and it emits bright light just like the sunshine on the first color of the spring. Teresita something. The flame seems to need our help. Cute a cutscene. The flame grows and more and more golden butterflies surround the flame and gradually creating a figure. A pair of pointed ears and claws made of flames appear, and it appears to be swaying figure will dissipate in a second. And the beautiful dazzling flame makes people want to retain it. And Nikki reaches out her and finds the flame is hot. And it seems there's a distant singing in the air, and the track of the flying butterflies compose a hymn. The light from the fire illuminates the earth, and the fire never goes out, and the soul never dies. And the dark tide surges and the light gathers, and keep the promise and fall into silence. Nikki looks up and sees a pair of butterflies, bright and happy eyes, and one the everlasting flame is burning. And you're... A strange figure emerges from the embrace of the butterfly, like a first ray of dawn striking into the forest. I have failed. Thank you for waking me up. It's overcast in the pigeon capital, and violent thunders seem to destroy the Church of the Glory at any moment. And dark tides cover all of the colors and light. And on the boundless tides and clouds stand Aronius, who is regarded as the god of water for a long time. Aronius looks down at the flooded pigeon capital, and there's only darkness in the one's blue eyes. and Waterhouse was finally free and surging tides bent to their resentment suppressed for hundreds of years. And the water overflows the steps of the palace, and the unprepared nobles scramble at the tower. And Waterhouse blocked the way of the lighthouse, and they laugh at elegance and piety, hypocrisy, and weakness of the Pigeon Kingdom. And the rivers and bridges become avenues for the Waterhouse to go to the Pigeon Palace, and they wait for Aroni's order to attack. Suddenly the hand waving the scepter stops, and a flame flashes before Aronius' eyes, and the fleeting flame invokes the phoenix in the depths. And Aronius looks at the large forest in the distance and finds an abominable sunshine illuminating the forest. You finally woke up, my former friend and my eternal enemy. And Aronius ignores the pigeon capital and the revenge against the lighthouse. And Aronius remembers the forest that accepted and expelled him, and the best friend who believed and betrayed him are his real purpose to return to the world. The figure who emerges from the flame has pointed ears and very same wings, and a small flame seems to be burning at the ends of the hair. And the flame becomes a beautiful light which changes into a sparkle dropping into the figure, and Momo recovers from the surprise after seeing the transformation. The fire butterfly has transformed into a human, Lowen. Hefeos, are you an elf? Fire elf. Yes. And Hefeos blinks with a small flame on the body. I know you are Nikki and you are Teresita, and the blonde man who has just arrived is Lowen. Are you Hefeos, the emissary of fire, recorded in Symphonica? What is that? I was one of the first files, and there were people who took us as gods, but this is the first time I heard someone calling me an emissary. Why you look so weak? Before Hefeo has time to answer, a group of mushrooms flood in, and they keep uttering cool and seeming very excited to see Hefeos. Okay, little mushrooms, I like you too. And so many questions. Where should I begin? Hey, obviously I am the one who woke up. And Hefeo frowns a bit and speaks slightly and louder as if having a good time. And what a lovely scene, and maybe I should prepare some gifts. They are gonna come. As Hefeo clasps hands, a golden butterflies flutter around and lighting up the crude hut, and cold floods are reheated to give off some alluring aroma. And at the corner of the long golden mushroom spot, Hefeo smiles, seeing the mushrooms running away excitedly, and then turns to Nikki. Wake up, my friends, I am now ready to answer your questions. In the depths of this forest lies my holy grail, and I have been sleeping in it for a long time. And not long ago there was a girl who claimed herself light elf, and her efforts to wake me up was interrupted by someone. Thus I became what I am now. And that must be Ophelia. Ophelia, the girl who awakened you. And where is she now? She has been drawn into the Holy Grail by the power of Aronius, and she is fine but cannot get out. Aronius, and I have heard his name. And some religious records say that Aronius was a degenerate from a god of the devil, and who was defeated by the great elves and sealed in a Holy Grail by the fire elf. Exactly. Aronius was very powerful, and in the end I had to use a seal. Hefeo's voice sounded down, and the fire butterfly rose Hefeo's face as if giving comfort. There must be something wrong with the awakening ceremony, and fully awakened from the Holy Grail was Aronius, who has been eroded by the abyss. We must go to the depths of the forest and find the Holy Grail to reseal Aronius, or many people may be affected. Where is the Holy Grail, and when can we set off right away? I think it must be in the altar of fire in the mist forest, which can only be accessed by the pure-blooded light elf. Hold on, isn't the altar of fire of Hefeos, and why don't we just take us there? I'm not the same as before, and I only have part of my soul. I cannot disperse the mist anymore. However, we can go to the Tree of Life first to reclaim my fire seed. Fire seed. The Tree of Life is the hometown and final destination of all natural life. The source of the elf's power is stored in the source of spring at the root of the tree, and we call it seed. And with the seed will you be able to regain your strength and reseal Aronius. Yes, and when I regain my power, everything will return to normal, and your friends will come back safely. Hefeo blinks at us with light twinkling in the golden eyes. Nikki, Teresita, I'm with you. And you will succeed, and I'll wait for you to come back to eat the canned meat together. And guided by Hefeo, he sets out to the altar in the mist forest. And Leboa is the shortest way through, but it used to be the residence of Aronius where his power remains. And to ensure safety, they take a detour by way of the magma mine where the dwarfs live. and behind them the light of the mushroom had gradually faded, and in front of them is a heavy fog, and the first butterfly had been also like a labyrinth with traces of carving, following the path between the glyphs. They arrive at the entrance of the mine marked in the map. Uncle Jim from the forest says that the dwarves in the mines are his relatives and will entertain us warmly, and this road should be safe. The little dwarfs are warm and hospitable, and they like to watch me perform fire magic. And the dwarfs are set up in the ground and overhead extending the depths of the caves, and the air here is drier and warmer than other parts of the pigeon forest. And when they enter an open area, there's a loud noise from above as if a huge boulder is rushing along the zip line. Watch out, it's a trap! But it's too late, an opaque mesh bag falls on the top of sky and catches everyone present, followed by the rain of punches. Stupid arrogant thieves, and how they trespass on our territory and covet our treasure, and I got to teach you a lesson. Hey, who do you call this warm and hospitable? And we are not thieves, we're friends of the Uncle Jim. And then you try to fool me, hard and tighten the rope, and behave yourself. This is a mesh bag made of devil willow vine leather, and the more you struggle, the tighter it becomes. The dwarves are still so vigilant and united in protecting their homes and treasure. It's not time for chit-chat, and we gotta find a way out. Nikki, don't move. And Lowen somehow draws out a uniquely shaped knife, and he finds a connection point on the sturdy mesh and slashes it open. This is the utility knife in the explorer pack that Uncle James gave us. Yes, the dwarves are skilled craftsmen indeed. Nikki, Teresita, I'll go first, and you guys wait for the right moment to act. And finally they break free from the mesh bag, but they end up then a beat up is awaiting. I'll shoot him in the head, it hurts. Nikki, help me. Hiss, the fire butterflies flicker over the dwarf's head and stops in the kerosene lamp at the entrance of the mine, and light is then resumed. It's best to talk about something in the open and bright place, and would everyone come down? And in shock the dwarfs hesitate to put down their weapons, and while they watch vigilantly at the few people captured by them. Isn't this Jim's ancestor saber that caught any rope? And turns out you guys are really Jim's friend. And nice to meet you, my name is Ham, and Jim's brother, and Jim's friends are also our friends. And who beats you up so badly? You did. Sorry, my guys mistook you as thieves who come to steal the holy crystal. Oh, and who is this elf that knows how to unleash fire magic? Except for the ancient records, we have never seen anyone who can perform this magic. It is said that the owner of the fire butterfly is Hephaestus, the owl of fire elves, and who leads us with the eternal fire and brings light to the world. Wait a minute, you're controlling this beautiful butterfly just now, and are you? You are right, I am Hephaestus. And the dwarfs are shocked, and they look at Hephaestus, but none dares to come closer. Don't worry, I won't allow the fire to hurt you. After the misunderstanding is resolved, the dwarves fill the wooden barrels with their homebrewed wine for frightened guests. Uncle Ham, what is the holy crystal you mentioned? There are 9 elves living under the tree of life who forge their own sacred artifact, and the crystal is the material for casting holy instruments. The thou here were once responsible for guarding the crystal and helping cast the artifact, and the Holy Grail and the New Moon Scepter were cast here. And crystal is a treasure bestowed by nature on Mirala, and to prevent it from abuse, the dwarves have been guarded for generations. And we are so vigilant because we spot someone who wants to steal the crystal. And speaking of this, I would like to apologize again to you guys. And who is covered in the crystal? I don't know who they are, and they are wearing black clothes and carrying strange equipment. Wherever they are in our minds, no one could find and where they're hidden, and we had to relocate the crystal. But since then, the mine has entered a state of martial law, with traps and ambushes and patrols day in day out. The men clad in red might be ranked horizontally, and are they trying to use the power to awaken Aronius? Aronius, who was eroded into a devil. It is said that you beat Aronius in one blow in the Blazing Moon War. That's not the case. Is it possible that Aronius has also woken up, and that will be a disaster, according to my great-grandmother's note? Aronius did a lot of terrible things, and he felt low his eyelid as if having lost in thought, and the face of the fire had lost its luster for the first time. As Han takes vividly about his great-grandmother's note, he seems to hear nothing, and the fire butterflies also stop flying. And at the time a group of young dwarfs flock at her fields with many weird things. Master Hefels, look at my clothes that can disturb the magnetic field, and the gems on it are extraordinary. It's magnet, and you must spend a lot of time on it, and this cloak is beautiful as it is practically usable. Hey, when you take a look at my gun barrel, it won't hurt anyone. It's instead of fireworks, and I do many patterns as well. It seems that my fire spells have to be improved as the thousands of years, and I feel like I have fallen behind in many things. Hefels is best, and thank you for giving us the eternal flame and enlightening us about the mysteries of metallurgy. And every dust gets praised by Hefels, and golden butterflies and the dwarfs dance joyously with a warm light enveloping them. And meanwhile, a faint sound of thunder is heard in the distance, and dark clouds quickly gather in the sky and seemingly surging straight towards the people. And what's the matter is going on with the rain again? How strange, the magma mine is guarded by the eternal flames. Storms never occur here. And Raphael, who is surrounded by the crowd, starts smiling, and a blue light bulb is reflected in the bright pupils. And Raphael stares at the sky for a long time, and it's hard to tell if Raphael is expecting something or simply sad. There it comes. The world outside the mine is dark as night, and the ice squeezes away the warm air, and a suffocating sense of oppression fills the narrow mind. The god of water is unusually tall, and the robe of the water surges as a storm brews the eyes, making it difficult to see what they are. It's such an honor to meet the legendary Erroneous, and your new moon center is just brilliant as ever. And Erroneous glances at the dwarf while slowly walking around, and the light of the new moon scepter follows silently like a tail of a deep sea fish. The blue light falls on the rock wall of the mine, revealing a fresco that has been preserved for thousands of years. And the two figures, one red and the other blue, are regularly discernible. Between them, the flames in the furnace seems to be still burning. And Aronis remains silent as the young dwarf starts to talk audibly. And we have more to show you, Lord Aronis. For generations, there are poems about you and Lord Hefels creating magical artifacts. Don't bring up that name. And Aronis' voice seems to come from the abyss, and the dwarfs tremble to the point that they could hardly stand still. Yeah, right. Unless you have seen. And Ham shakes his head, and Aronis stops looking at him, and the entangled black mist suddenly splits and running through the cave like hounds searching. And the scepter pierces into the black mist in the corner, and the storm pillars freeze into ice and shadows into dust. But nothing. Why? I have sensed the power of the flames here. Lord Aronis, you may have forgotten the eternal fire bestowed by he, that Lord is still burning in the furnace of the mine. Eternal fire. And Aurora murmurs repeatedly, and the dwarf secretly prays to dispel Aronis' suspicion. Eternal, huh? No one knows what the capricious god of water is singing, and the laughter echoes in the mine, and the new moon scepter sheds a dazzling cold light. And as he's trying to drive off unpleasant memory, Aronis keeps waving the scepter, and icy mist rushes into the mine, extinguishing all the flames and lights. And while taking away the lives of the other, Aronis is also concealed in the darkness, leaving quickly. It is not until the storm is completely gone that Nikki, who is hiding in the lower porthole, lays the cloak, and Momo also tries to catch out her breath. Pio, the god of water, is so powerful that I can feel the pressure this far. And sends my ingenious dwarf friends, and for this breath-concealing cloak. And I suggest that you leave as soon as possible, because the Lord Aronius looks unusually angry. Hefels, does Aronius hate you that much because of the seal back then? Aronius is coming for you for revenge. And Hefels shakes the head and turns to the fresco Aronius looked at just now, and in the end Hefels signs. I don't know, we didn't get a chance to talk at the time. Go ahead, I will tell you later. As they approach the end of the underground mine, they change a light and makes them close their eyes unconsciously. The breeze gently blows across the birds' cheeks, and when they open their eyes, they find themselves in a sea of flowers. Teresita, this is surreal. And while it must be comfortable to roll around here. And colorful flowers bloom in the fields, covering the earth with gorgeous clothes. And at the place where the earth meets the sky, there's a towering old tree. It used to be habitat of the wind elves and across the sea of flowers, and you will find the tree of life, and the elves are not easy to deal with, though. Take care. And the deeper they go, the more intense the floral fragrance becomes, and without knowing it, they are already surrounded by the wasteland in flowers. It smells so good, and how come there's a smell of pork? And Momo sounds like a drunk and stumbles forward only to catch by Lowen. Momo, don't run around yet. And the sea of flowers is much more dangerous than it looks, and we don't have time for the scenery, and better hurry up. The flowers are plotting something, and the sound of the wind interrupts her fell, and the petals curled by fierce wind form strange symbols in the air. And what does it mean? Unforgivable mistake. And what does that mean? And what mistake and whose? And Hefel remained silent for a while without answering directly. The wind elf doesn't like outsiders, especially me, and maybe the wind elf is still angry with me for burning the small flower field. And Hefel speaks with a relaxed tone as the wind becomes stronger, as if having to put off its hazy veil to reveal its strong hostility. And the petals completely part the way, covering a new message. The fire was born from the pure tree of life, and why did it become an entourage of the devil? And if it weren't for you who allowed the shadow of the abyss to pollute the source, and if it weren't for you who prevents the elves from eliminating the fallen devil, and the sacred land would not have fallen into a dark whirlpool, and even the eternal fire didn't burn your foolishness, and the Lord of the abyss blinded your consciousness, and you won't admit it even now. After the petals are dissipated, the sea of flowers becomes endless flames, and the moon appears on the scorched earth. And Fena, ¿me das agüita? Hefeos, what are you waiting for? Only by turning the fallen devil into ashes will the eternal fire with the shadow of the abyss be eliminated for good. No, that's not the case. We can't do that. You defeated Aronius once, and why hesitate now? Hefeo stands in front of Aronius, who has lost conscience and is fired yet in a protective posture. I defeated Aronius to save all the creatures on this land, and also to save Aronius. The eternal fire does not exist to destruction, but burns for rebirth. And the dilapidated holy girl in her Hefeo's hand once again sheds light that swallows Aronius and the flames on the earth. The blazing moon disappears from sight, and the beautiful yet dangerous sea of flowers remains. Hefeo, what was that just now, and what does the wind elf mean? Those are just some long-lasting memories and misunderstandings that have not been resolved for years. Nikki, Teresita, will you stand behind me first? And Hefeo spreads his wing and takes a step forward to face the wind elves, and the wings of the fire butterflies become even more dazzling. I have never forgotten my mission, but I won't call Aronius a devil from the abyss. Aronius should be one of us. And if it weren't for Aronius, who accepted the fields of the world day after day and endured the erosion of the abyss. The wilderness is unmoved by Hefeo's echoes, and countless flowers and leaves set up a storm as a final warning. The sacred source of spring is guarding the first life, and the abyss has not pollutes the soul of the creature. How is it possible that two who have a connection, and take away your gorgeous sophistry and hypocritical kindness, and leave the sea of flowers, and promise not to approach you to your life again? The howling of the wind becomes more intense as the grass turns into sharp rotating blades that attack the outsiders who must be expelled. And the wind knocks Nikki down, and with a leaf cutting her arm open. Nikki, and this isn't good, and we should not stay in the same place. And I will try using the styling power. Now the ancestors of the wind have fallen asleep, and the one talking to us is just a spirit body, which cannot be seen, nor can it be directly heard us. However, the wind can pierce things in motion, and if we make a move, it will attack us following the trajectory of the airflow. But the tree of life is over there, and we can't stand here forever. I have an idea, and you may well walk towards the tree of life, and I will lure the squirrels away. It's too dangerous, believe me. I will meet with you soon. And the window seems to have smelled something, and the gasoline stops temporarily, and then swings towards Lauren with a blade like flowers and leaves. And it doesn't take long before Lauren disappears in the endless sea of flowers. And Nikki stands up and looks at the other side of the sea of flowers, and she feels the ache on her arm. Teresita has failed, let's go. And the last of flowers indicate that the tree of life must be close. A waterfall is surrounding the tower of the tree, whose lush canopy stretches towards the sky, and its annual growth brings bear witness to the vicissitudes. The short-haired girl stands quietly under the tree, and her skirt swaying in the wind as she has been waiting here for long. You're here, Giselle, and why are you here, and are you waiting for us? In a stormy night, I sensed that the sleeping elves in the pigeon forest were about to wake up, so I came to see if the tree of life is alright. And your name is Giselle, and how we were met before. And seemingly having recognized the girl, the fire butterfly flies over affectionately, and Giselle strokes its smart wings, perhaps. And the wind runs through the treetops to make the rustling sound, and Giselle raises her head to look at the new branches of the tree of life. And Hefel also looks up as if those crisscross veins Hefel could see the ancient prosperous era. The tree of life seems to be different from when I left. How so? It's too quiet, and I believe used to sing the old of life, and close to the dawn you can hear the melody of the countless lives blooming and declining and reborn. Over time, mankind changed the appearance of Mirrorland, and many powerful creatures die out, and the tree of life is not what it used to be. Right, and from the moment I woke up, I can feel that this is not longer the age of the elves. And Hefel strokes the texture of the tree as if having felt vicissitudes of years, and suddenly Hefel stops moving. Some humans have entered the sacred tree of life. Who? I don't know, and I have seen humans seeking the source of the world, and they are either seeking the ultimate truth or the power over the other humans. But no worries, only the first elves can enter the deepest source spring, and the tree of life will guide you. And if you enter the source spring under the tree of life and reclaim the fire seed, you will be able to reach the altar and save Ophelia. Yes, the fire seed is my source, and it gives us everlasting life and endless power. How do we get them? Even if others enter the tree of life, they can only see the phantom of the source spring, and opening the door to the tree of life requires the Elven rune. Now, I don't have enough strength, and Nikki, Teresita, I need you to come with me to convey the words of the elves to the tree of life. And clear light pours to the sacred sand, and is open to visitors. Here is the source spring. And it appears in a hand between the water and the sky, and the sun is the looming cloud which makes the world seem boundless. And floating are scattered sparkles, which are the fires and the original world, and they are interweaving stream of light. And amid the brilliant light, a small cluster of flames emerge, and it's neither blazing nor dazzling, and it just burns quietly. And Hefel stares at the fire seed nostalgically, and the fire shines through the transparent body of Hefel, but is unable to illuminate the face. Hefel, you said the fire seed is your source, and what if we take it away now? And Hefel looks up with eyes still lingering on the distance, and Hefel feels something disappointed. I will become stronger, of course, but by then even Aronius and other elves will combine won't be able to defeat me. And Hefel speaks, and Hefel touches the fire seed, which changes shape until finally reverting to a small cluster of flames. Don't worry, I just want to borrow it for a while. As long as each cluster of flame is there, I will not disappear. And the fire butterflies lingering around to see it to be continuously burned and reborn, and countless golden particles turn into dazzling light. And in the light, Hefel's vague outline bursts into a complete form, and when Hefel opens his eyes, the light also disperses. And the light scattered on the water surface burns into a swaying image. And what is it? It's an illusion from the resonance between the original elves and the source spring, and a projection of the former source spring. And the source spring is a place of eternal tranquility where the elves roam comfortably. Aronius is not here. Aronius couldn't enter the source spring. But why isn't Aronius one of the first 9 elves in the very beginning? Well, Aronius is the strongest and the best among us, but the power of Aronius is naturally connected to the abyss. If Aronis were allowed to enter here, the source spring, the power of the abyss, would erode the source of this land. And no one knew how ardent Aronis wanted to protect this. And for the first time, a hint of sadness appears in Hefeel's translucent eye, and the temporary illusion disappears. Outside the tree of life, birds are chirping in the forest as if having to recall something sweet. Hefeel's eyes are rekindled by the smile. Aronis liked to sit on the tree branch before watching over the earth into the tree of life, and the leaves there are so dense that Aronis thought that others could not notice. But I did, and I asked the fire butterflies to fly up the tree to say hi, and Aronis shook the head as if afraid of my ashes being spotted. And when I felt rotate fingers, fire butterflies up the tree, and the mist there starts to dissipate. And the sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, but on one silence, the gentle figure is no longer there. Aronis didn't allow me to see close, saying that the water would put out the fire butterfly, and actually Aronis feared that I may be bullied by the other elves. And the beauty of the source spring is eternal and sacred, but I prefer to sit on the tree with Aronis where I can overlook the whole pigeon forest. And the sun rises and the moon sets as the four seasons go around, and this is the constant changing world that we many are championing. As the field raises its hand, countless of butterflies fly to the forest, breaking the logs, breaking the fog like sunshine, and the ancient forest is restored to how it was. And the field leans against the tree of life, looking at the sunlight coming from outside the forest. Aronis is my friend, and I will not let Aronis fall into the abyss unless the darkness swallows us together. Aronis stands in front of the huge torso of the tree of life, and cold fingers run across the branches and leaves which are instantly withered. It used to be a powerful mother tree and a released flower over a sacred command, but today she seems old and weak. Aronis was not allowed to enter the soul spring, and all Aronis could possess was a small shade of the tree, just enough to cover the filthy body. And Aronis looks at the familiar treetop, and Aronis hasn't been there for a long, nor are there annoying fire butterflies. But there is indeed a fire butterfly flying to the treetops to land on the cold fingertip of Aronis. Fire butterfly. And the temperature of the winds makes Aronis lose consciousness for a while, and Aronis holds the butterfly tenderly, turning it into ashes. And the fact that the fire butterflies are here indicates that Hephaestus is under the tree of fire of life, and Hephaestus has returned to the source spring, and the pure fire will once again perform the duty of justice to counter the devils. But this time Aronis decides not to be credulous nor hesitate. And the waves of the abyss keep surging in the body of Aronis, but Aronis doesn't mind the filth because Aronis will use this power to conquer the world. The old forest is rejuvenated due to Hephaestus' power, but the light of the flaming Hephaestus' body seems to be drawn out little by little, leaving only gray embers. Hephaestus, how are you? It seems that I have been sleeping for too long, and even casting an easy spell is beyond me. And are you sure this is just an easy spell? And before Hephaestus answers, the fire butterflies are dispersed in the fog and seem to have encountered something that obstructs them. There seems to be something in the waterfall. The waterfall next to the tree of life has undercurrent surging under the water flow and transformed into a giant figure. Behind the waterfall, a pair of muddy eyes stares at Hephaestus, and the moon on the sector is emitting a dangerous blue light. Could this be? And the cloud blue mist grasps everyone's throat, and the tree of life sighs heavily, and the grass withers in an instant, and all of the creatures stop singing. And Aronis, who has once bestowed water for life, now approaches like a devil from the abyss. But Hephaestus doesn't seem to feel the terrible majesty of Aronia, and Hephaestus walks towards directly to meet Aronis' gaze. Aronis, long time no see. And Aronis doesn't answer, and the eyes of Aronis are colder than the winter of doomsday. Aronis, you once said that you would never succumb to the abyss. And surrounded by the heavy black fog, Hephaestus looks like a candle that is about to burn out. I know you, and you'd rather be destroyed than using the power of the abyss. and the unspoken words are interrupted by the mist, and Hefeo looks into Aronia's eyes where there is boundless darkness without even a ripple. The thick black mist envelops the scepter like a snake and goes into erode the robe and stained with filthy waves, and Aronius can no longer hear anything. Bring it on then. And Hefeo lets out a soft sign standing in front of the others. Nikki, Teresita, you leave here now. But it's too late, and the furious waves surge, and the high-hanging blue moon slashes like a devil's sickle towards Hefeo's. No way! All boundless sea is left inside, and it's hard to tell if the moon is hanging in the night sky or floating in the depth sea, and consciousness fades quickly like the flow of water. But why are the birds chirping, and why do the leaves gently stroke the face, and why do the golden butterflies still flap their wings? Nikki, Teresita, don't be inundated by the tide. A familiar voice is heard just like the spring breeze breaking through the ice, and the same figure is facing Aronis as she out. And countless vines hanging down from the tree of life gently carry the Cashadim like a pair of big hands. Giselle stands on top of the vines, and she quietly watches Aronius, who has turned into a devil, seemingly calm that Aronius will not hurt her. And the shade of the tree also envelops Aronius, and the soft petals stroke the waterfall hair. And the black mist surrounding Aronius seems to be blown away by the warm forest wind, and it slowly dissipates to reveal a pair of unshaded eyes. But the darkness does not halt this attack, and there is a fight between chaos and clarity in the eyes of Aronius, like the surging sea. He fails. And Aronius calls the name of the fire elves for the first time, as if just recognized for a long-lost friend, with a pale blue light flashing in eyes. But soon that light is swallowed by the raging black tide, and the mist once again envelops Aronius' body. And at the time a powerful force approaches, and amid the falling flowers she hears a whisper. Cut the vines and go downstream. And seeming to have heard some kind of instruction, the tree vines lead everyone to the depths of the waterfall. The turbulent current submerges everything, and only the golden butterflies escape from the black mist and fall into the water. I'm still alive. Nikki, Teresita, wake up. Mama, I'm fine. And where's Teresita? I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm fine. And where are we? It seems like a small cave here, but the top of it surrounds are not rocks, but are surging fluid, and there seems to be a vague light refracted from above. Is this water? This is the Lake Bovary. The waterfall below the Tree of Life connects all water systems of the Pigeon Kingdom. And it's not until a faint voice comes that Nikki notices the fire butterflies surrounding, and the golden light of the butterflies is too weak to be seen. And classes of one light isolate the lake water, working hard to open a surface space. Don't worry, although it's under the ice lake, it's not cold here. And Hefeo lies in the corner and doesn't close eyes out of tiredness until seeing Nikki and others are waking up. Hefeo's. And Hefeo's figure is fading away and breaking into pieces of butterflies who flap their wings, fleeting into the melting water and flow on the waterfalls. Hefeo has lost too much power and will be at stake if he continues. This environment suppresses the power of Hefeo, who has spent a lot of energy to dissipate the mist now, and we gotta get out of here. And what's this, Nikki? What is it? And Mama, who is looking for an answer, reaches to Nikki in a panic, and a thick black mist suddenly surges out of the water stream and quickly surrounding them. There seems to be countless suns struggling in the mist, and the shadows have pointed ears and fins just like the water elves. Shameless traitor. And with twisted dry faces, the shadows strive frantically to attack everyone, and the crazy hatred in their eyes is more chilling than the surging mist. What are these? These are rats turning from the water elves that are wiped out in the blazing moon war. And Nikki tries her best to contend with the rise with the starting power, and a warm flame rises from behind to dispel the darkness a bit. And Hazel manages to stand up looking at the rise with a mixed feelings. Curse the fire elves and curse all the light. And the rise scream as they approach again, and the pain, resentment engulfing the black mist runs straight at her face. Can anyone hear me? And come and help us. And as if responding to Momo's call, a beautiful lyre melody penetrates the water flow on the wall, and the rise cover their ears in pain and disappear. The eyes on Lake Boboli has cracks in which the sun can shine. Now you are awake. And when Nikki awakes, she is lying on the shore of Lake Boboli, and Mother is leaning against a tree beside her and playing the lyre. Mother, was it you who saved us just now, and have you just come back from the pigeon capital? How is it going in pigeon capital now? The power brought by Aronius far is East Queen Borhilda's band, and the water of the distant sea have returned to the mainland. And pigeon capital is under attack of the tides, and in a few days when the new moon appears, what else will become even stronger? If I don't get it wrong, they are also waiting for the return of Aronius before launching a final offensive. And we are running out of time, and we gotta find the Holy Grail as soon as possible. And Hefeo has awakened, although the figure is still a little fuzzy, and leaving Lake Boboli obviously helps Hefeo restore power. The Water Elves used to be a noble race, but now they are blinded by hatred, and I have something to do with it though. And Mother looks at the wee Hefeos without saying a word. And little butterflies flutter, and their wings flap against the ethereal sound of lyre, as if writing an ancient poem in the void. Thank you, Mr. Musician. And the sound of the lyre continues as it's telling the story of the past. And I know what you're thinking, but the war was unlike what you thought it would be. And my awakening is not for defeating Aronius. In fact, the god of water has never yielded to the abyss, and I never went to war against Aronius. And I felt gently stroked some of the broken walls scattered around the lake, and on one of them incomprehensible characters could still be seen. This place used to be the altar of Aronius, and the flower fairies sang here day and night, praising the benevolent and upright kind god of water. It happened too long ago, and many fasts have fallen into oblivion. However, even at that time, not everyone knew what actually happened. What is the truth about Aronius? And Hefeo stretches out a hand, and the butterflies are intertwined into a talisman into the void, and the broken inspiration also changes its form. From the day Aronius was born, power and shadow have always followed Aronius. And when the new moon rises, the power of the abyss is strongest, and the dark tide eroded Aronius and also coveted this continent. And Aronius decided to enter the soul spring to cut off the root of the tree of life, which was eroded by the abyss and at the expense of his soul. But Aronius failed, and eroded by the abyss, Aronius no longer trusted anyone. Later, the elves hoped to eliminate Aronius for good, but I didn't agree. And Aronius was not a child of the abyss. Like us, Aronius always wanted to protect this land. Hefeo takes back the butterflies, and the shattered altar is restored to its original state under the golden red talisman. And praise to Aronius, the god of water, comes from the sea and controls water and offers rain and dew, and all of the creatures benefit from the blessing of the god of water. Staring at the inscription on the altar, Hefeos recalls the hustle and bustle of the past. Hefeos, and let's go get into the mist forest. And as if those gloomy memories are gone, and the fire elf reaches out to his companion, inviting them to embark on a final journey. Cold wind sweeps across the shores of Lake Boboli, and the frozen lake suddenly cracks, shaking the ice blocks collide with each other, making noise. And at the center, raging waves soar into the sky, and Aronius shows, and when Aronius wields the scepter, the plants are covered with frost in an instant. And the dark and chaotic gaze of Aronius falls over the lake shore, who then frowns in anger. I'm late. And Aronius raises the scepter high and preparing to turn into water and leave, and at the moment a faint blue light catches Aronius' attention. And on the shore of the lake, an altar is not covered by frost, but instead responding to the power of the scepter. my altar. And the water flows around the altar, and Arona stretches over the fingers to stroke the ancient inscription. Offers rain and dew. All creatures benefit from the blessing of the god of water. And the characters emit a warm golden light reflected on the dark eyes of Arona, and suddenly long forgotten memories come to mind. Arona is my friend. The erosions of the abyss seem to have weakened these days. Maybe the power of the forest has temporarily surpassed the darkness, and even fate has occasionally sleepy days. Spring water flows happily in the forest, and birds indulgent under the sky, and winds occasionally to all seated on the branches. It fails. The temptation of the abyss is flowing in my body, and I'm using my mind to fight my blood. And how stupid does it sound? But will you continue to be this stupid? Yes, even if destruction is awaiting, I am not going to yield to fate. And the fire butterfly notches his face miserably, and when Aronius turns around, and Aronius sees a pair of smiling eyes that never has hastening. Don't be so dramatic, you know that I would always be on your side. Forever, forever. The raging fire surges on the sea and pours from the sky, and scorched trees fall to the ground, and elves gather in the dry riverbed shouting up to the sky. And the fire standing in front of the thing spreads its wing, and the Holy Grail is scorching as the sun, but the familiar face is more infuriating. Abyss. Her fails, do you want to meet my enemy as well? Avena feels that her fails will get close again, but her fails just say something that cannot be heard. And the fail raises the Holy Grail. The flames and the expansion goes out as the ancient eyes are once again swallowed by the darkness. And the searching waves scream, and when they settle down, eyes press again over Lake Bovally. The mist forest, and her veil spreads out a golden wind, and the scorching radiance turns into countless fire butterflies to expel the mist and envelops the forest. This mist dissipates, and her veil turns around, surrounded by the flames, and her veil looks so bright like a sun that never sets. The second lance is only accessible by us, but this time I may need Nikki and Teresita to come with me. Nikki, you got to be careful. Most you to return. Fire leads the way into the city. Ancient altar scatters sunlight, and a statue that is the Holy Grail of blazing flame. That we're finally here. Oh no, Aronis is still after us. Huh? And I will hold Aronis down, and Nikki Teresita, you are warriors recognized by this forest, and I know that you can use the power of the Holy Grail. And before Nikki revives, her veil has disappeared, and the fire butterfly staying in the air turning to golden wind, pushing Nikki forward. The torrential rain eases off, and the sun pokes its head from behind the clouds, casting its ray on Aronis, who has restored the original appearance. And Aronis' eyes become clear as the sea finally comes down under the sun, and the long hair resembles waves in the sea, twinkling in the sunlight. Aronius. And Phil tries to greet Aronius, but falls as if running out of strength, and Aronius holds her Phil up gently. It's been a long time. And at the end, Aronius returns to what it used to be, and the god who guarded the earth together with her fails. You did it, Aronius. You broke free from the abyss. And the fire butterflies flock to Aronius, and the dance of the water draws echo in the intimate behavior of the water, as we say, it's been a long time. As I said, I will prove to Aronius as our pal, and even if we need to wait 1,000 years to get the answer, I see the light of the Holy Grail in the chaotic darkness, which has illuminated the way home for me. Now I am back, my pal, and it's a pity that I can only accompany you for a short while. The pure white land of the west is beckoning me to leave. The fair cracks a faint smile and gently holds Aronius' hand. Doesn't it matter? As always, I will be here. I will be there with you. And the breathing fire slowly turns into ashes as the fingertips of her veil, and the fire butterflies dancing with the water drops wither like fallen leaves. And Aronius looks at the dissipating fire butterflies incredulous and tries to catch them, but they turn into ashes. Why? The only one who should leave is me. As long as the fire seed in the source wind does not dissipate, you will not die. Did you use the last bit of power in the fire seed? And for the 9 elves, the seed in the source of spring is the ultimate source, and once the seed dissipates, there will be no more god of fire on this land. And Hephaestus cracks his mouth as if it's just a trivial matter. You know, I have never been good at fighting, and how can we take you back from the abyss without the fire seed? Don't be sad, let's go together. And Hephaestus looks at Aronius, and Hephaestus' voice becomes softer and lighter like a murmur, as if falling asleep in the forest wind. You see, I said I always stand on your side, and I've done what I said. And Aronius nods and closes his eyes beside Hephaestus, and the wind blows from the tree of life, and gently holding the waterways and fire and sending them into an endless stream. The gods of water and fire dissipate in the sun and transform into shining dust that burdens the land on the pigeon forest. And it's not until the sun shines on Nikki's face that she understands what it means to use the power of the fire seed. The god of fire uses eternal life to awaken his best friend and save this beloved land. And rain nourishes all creatures, and the fire seed sustains hope. And Nikki's eye is blurred by tears, and there will not be no more fires, but the fire of hope still, and will continue to bring till the end of time. And there seems to be something warm in her palm, and Nikki opens her hand, and just to see a fire butterfly fluttering out, and Hephaestus' voice seems to be ringing in her ear. Hephaestus? Thank you, Nikki, and you may now go and call your friends back. And this is the last word left by the fire god of fire to Nikki. And like Hephaestus, Nikki believes that persistence and perseverance will bring hope. Although she once embraced darkness, her heart remains gentle and firm. There is still hope, and the light left by the fire seed will shine on this land forever. And the fire butterflies dance for a while in the wind before landing in the altar, and a cluster of flame dust emerges from the Holy Grail. And from the flame of a familiar figure gradually appears, and her light wings seemingly shining with the dawn as she falls slowly from the air. Ophelia. And with a mixed feeling, Nikki bursts into tears, and hurries steps forward to catch the elf queen with her arms. The sun in the forest shines on Ophelia's face, and after all the adversity, she leans in the arms of a friend as if having a cloudy dream. As if awakened by the sun, she slowly opens her clear eyes in Nikki's knees. Your Majesty, you're finally back. Ophelia, you're right. And when she sees a person in front of her clearly, Ophelia gives a warm smile and reaches out to touch Momo's head. Nikki, Teresita, you saved me again, and I don't know how to thank you. You coming back is the best thing I have ever hoped for. And as if suddenly recalling something, Ophelia's eyes flash with unprecedented radiance. I found the flame in the Holy Grail. And she spreads out her hands, and where flames that never extinguish appear, and the flame is so blazing that it couldn't hurt Ophelia one bit. The glory comes from the fire seed, and I can finally bring back the glory for the Pigeon Kingdom. And as so many other things as well, and the 9 elves under the Tree of Life, the water elves struggling against the abyss, and the blazed moon war. And water and fire perish together in the Holy Grail, and flowers start to glow on the dry land, and a half bloom and half golden like the embrace of Titan flame. And I remember someone told me it's flower of ebony, the legendary flower of the elves. And a nostalgic smile creeps in the corner of Ophelia's mouth. The pigeon forest which suffered a disaster is welcome in its rebirth, and the frost stunts, and the tide recedes, and the sun shines over the treetops. And green leaves rustle on the top, playing wonderful song, and countless creatures poke heads out of the earth, greedily enjoying the sunshine. And the forest is rapidly recovering, and no matter what damage they experience, these tenacious creatures will always find hope again. And when Ophelia holds high the flame and rushes into the gate of Pigeon Capital, the sun suddenly shines brightly over the city. And exhausted light elf soldiers are inspired by the light and take out their weapons, and the water elves are burned by the light, and tides evaporate, and their power disappears. And Brunhildenband comes into effect once again, and the water elves are soon surrounded by the Imperial Army. And we have a winner. Alright, so we're done with this. I hope you have fun with me reading you this side story from the chapter that we read. Next time I'll continue with the main plot forward. So please give a like and subscribe. Bye bye and God bless. do a sound check. Hello, hello. Alright, let's continue with Shining Nikki. This is Volume 2, Chapter 7. The first beam of sunlight is now sitting upon the majestic pinnacle of the Church of Glory, and it's indeed a sunny day today. The Queen finishes the morning meeting in the Pigeon Palace and is seeing off her guests from afar. Her wings glow behind her, and she is beautiful as when Nikki first met her. Nikki, I would like to thank you, and I feel as though I've been living in a dream for a past few days, and glory has returned at last. And despite herself, Ophelia can't take her eyes off the sparkling Lake Holy Light, and the sunlight now gleaming in both her eyes and the lake. Glory is now back, Ophelia, and it is you who brought it back. And Your Majesty, please stop doing something so dangerous as this. Nikki and I almost had a heart attack. Thank you, Momo, and I'll take good care of myself. And with a gentle smile on her face, Ophelia opens a canonical text beside her. There's only so much I can do, but I still like to be of help. And you can find Sala's oracle in the diary she wrote in Symphonica. Elder Sala's grandfather had been to the far west and borne witness to the miracles at the edge of the world. Legend says it's where the boundless creeks and heights and ancient holy power and wastelanders built a shrine there, believing it to be a place rest nearest to God. And Salah wrote in his diary that the miracles Edra had seen had to do with the oracle he had received in the pigeon forest, and his attempts to travel to the wasteland never bore fruit. I think the wasteland might just have what you're thinking. Wasteland, and I heard that's where the glory began. Yes, it's indeed a place blessed by God, where the people coexist with nature and believe everything has a soul, and where all the religions began. And the miracles and the Elasa and Salah's oracle. And returns history, and you might find out how the ocean of memories fate of this continent are intertwined. Let's go to Wesa, and we might come across something useful on the oracle. Speaking of which, we've been to Mirror for quite a while now, but have never. Yes, this is a nice information. This piece of information is important to us. Thank you, Ophelia. The Queen paces to the window, and the holy light of the river is flecked on a small sparks of white, and even from afar she can hear the music and cheering in the square. Learning of the history that was forgotten and hidden has stirred my curiosity about the truth of doomsday prediction, and sadly I cannot go chasing after the truth like you. She around, and her bright eyes gleam with gentle smile. And I saw it in the Holy Grail. A beam of dazzling light burst by the deep waters, intertwined with fiery red embers, and from which the elf with beautiful wings of light was born. And those were the first elves of light, and they weren't tasked by the gods to save the world, nor were they superior to the other elves. But they were a miracle nonetheless. Ophelia. But as the Pink Kingdom's queen, the kingdom's present and future matter more to me than learning the truth of the past. And I shall demonstrate to all the beliefs of the other light, and glory will unite all forces and grant blessing to those who believe in the courage and miracles. You're so cool as ever, Your Majesty. And the pigeons are organizing the Pigeon Music Festival in Wisninia, and I don't have much time to spare myself. Nikki, Teresita, safe journey to the both of you, and I hope to see you again when the music festival starts. So now we're going to like the desert, to like a desert area. Get like a nice suntan glow.
Layers of the velvet skirt remind one of the ebb and flow of the tide of history.
like a coat. And nice ring. And front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
God's stone tribe. And the blazing sun scorches the earth yellow, and sun covers the sand, and steaming heat fills the air, distorting even the scenery. And the people bustle through the narrow paths lined with tents on the other side, and surrounded by the dancing array of goods and the sound of ravenous bargains, and the market buzzes with energy. And people dress very different here. And some have gems embedded in their fronts, and some wear their hair adorned with feathers, while others have bark sewn into the sleeve, and they all have different accents. And the scent of spices whiffs in the air, making Momo sneeze repeatedly, and the hot air forces him to pack with open. Momo, are you okay? Wasteland is sizzling hot, and I'm about to pass. Beautiful cataphracts in the desert, and two big ones and a small one, and some cactus water for you, and it's good, and better than well water under the starry night. A what? A fur? And what's good? It's just something he likes to say, apparently. And the star that quickly pours Chicago's dark green liquid out of a long spout from his silver apron and hands them over, and there's nothing going back. And are you sure this isn't going to kill us? And Momo takes a seat despite himself, only to find himself taken by surprise. Nikki, Teresita, you need to try this. It's bitter, but it's really cools you down. It's super hot, like Catapher sticking his tongue out. It's hot, and let me take off your hat. And Catapher seems to be what the Ghost Stone tribe refers to Outlanders as. And nobody tries to take off Momo's hat, but Momo wouldn't let him. The Momo clan never removes their hats. Well then, we will yum some barbecue and bread together, and this mushrooms and yogurt too. And having stuff is so Momo is not running around despite the heat. And everyone sees and attends now for the arrest, and with a questionable command of common language, nobody tries to tell everyone about the merchandise itself. Say, is the Gold Stone tribe always so full of energy? No, the railway track is far. Nope, and we are seeing as many hunters from the other tribes only because the hog hunting is about to begin. It happens once every 3 years. And a man carrying two gigantic baskets says as he exits the tent, my name is Rabi, and Nobi's older brother, and he's the last person you want to get any explanation from because he doesn't speak common language all that well. So what's this hog hunting? It's a Westland's most important event, and we host the event with the Azure tribe and the Lost Sand tribe. And it's attended by all of the hunters from across the wasteland, except those of the Bygone tribe. And the hunters ride horses and hunt hogs and lions. Such bravery, and let's go out after work. Then a group of three appears, and they are tall and wearing with bright light clothes of different style, and their belts all have the same hawk symbol. Rabi, we want all of the feather arrows you had left. And you the hunters who are supposed to be keeping the feather arrows safe, and why are you buying feather arrows on the day of the hunt? And we were hit by a black sandstorm last night, and so black that the night itself almost seemed bright, and it destroyed all of our warehouses and feather arrows. The Ghost Town Travel is one of the sponsors and yet has no spare feather arrows. And some responsible host you are, wouldn't you say? And say what? It was a natural disaster, we couldn't avoid it, and it destroyed our arrows too. Arrows from stocks can possibly be better than ours, Candy. And you really need to up your game. Huh, and what do you say? And the situation is heated, and it doesn't help that all three of them speak with an accent of their own, and Rabbit quickly jumped to help. And gentlemen, please, not in my shop. And the ghost town hunter was about to make things ugly when he saw Nikki standing just a few meters away from them. Fair cadaver, all under saw was the best judges, so we ask for your fair judgment. Wait, what? I don't... And why don't we settle this with a Hogsteen styling hunt, and only the winner gets to speak? A fancy hunter. Let's see. Nice hunter outfit. Nada ni hablar. Front and back and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The hunt is over, and the three hunters seem to have regained their composure, and Nikki opens her mouth to speak. Gentlemen, I believe you were only in a bad mood because the arrows were lost, and why don't you get yourself ready for the hunt with the arrows you bought? And this Catherine has a point. We'll settle this at the actual hunt. And convinced they greeted one another apologetic and sped off on their horses with the arrows. You sure know how to talk, Catherine, and thank you so much. So what brought you all here when you never even heard of the hunt? And we're looking for a shrine that we heard is just around the Golden Stone tribe. But there are so many shrines here, and which one are you looking for specifically? There is a quicksand around it, and an adventurer by the name of Elder has been there. And Nobby and Rabbit shake their heads after looking at each other. And we never heard, but you can go to the fortune-telling street and try your luck. And a fortune teller knows where to point you no matter what you're looking for. Images of a dark alley come to mind when they think of a fortune teller shop. And this harbor doesn't seem to apply to the ones lining the noisy street at the Golden Stone Tribe. And crystal balls, cards, and dice, and each with a different item in hand, and rows of fortune tellers wearing clothes or veils sit behind tables, serving the lineups before them. And so hold portraits of those they are finding, and some are ready to offer fruits and vegetables, and others are leaving with newly acquired amulets in hand. Fortune telling is a common practice in Wasteland, and people believe nature governs fate, and the medium helps deliver God's will to the world. And look at all of these fortune tellers, and who should we speak to? Lost traveler, and why do you not follow the fate's guidance? And an ethereal call followed by the crispy rings of bells carries from the other side of the crowd. Who is it? Hi, were you speaking to me? And when the girl opens her eyes, they seem two bright blue crystals shining. And when she moves, they hear the same rings, and then they did just a moments ago. I see the resplendency of stars surging, the turmoil's astral tail leads to the world unknown. Huh? The fortune teller's eyes are locked on the visitor, and all the while uttering things that hardly answer the question, and this is getting Momo's nerve. Hey Nikki, maybe this isn't a good idea. But she talks about some sea of stars, and Nikki drops Momo down on the chair in front of the table, and satisfied the fortune teller nods her head and raises the crystal ball. And only to those it slips off her hand and shatters into a million glittering pieces on the ground. For God's sake, shattered stars cannot be saved, nor can they reveal destiny. But no matter, my divination relies not on tools. And what is she talking about? The fortune teller casts a fragment of sign unceremoniously, and then produces a deck of cards out of thin air. And in the blink of an eye, the deck of cards splits neatly in three equal piles between her graceful fingers. And when she draws a card out from the deck with her palm, it fans out perfectly. She raises her hand and looks at her guests, inviting them to each to draw a card. And the three draw cards quickly and reappear in the fortune teller's hand, and she quietly taps on the card with her pale fingers as if listening to them. She's not the same person she was moments ago, and her deep blue eyes now gleaming like sapphires, and the ripples of light draw all closer to the truth. She flips over the first card. The sun and moon share on one sky, and help all creatures evolve. Sandstorms amassing into a dark hall that brings calamity. The second card is flipped, a sword hung upside down with pieces of shattered stars. The hawk comes from the sea and lands where the gods descend, guiding the waters to flood the land. The third card is flipped, a withered flower in hand, and a priest wears a smile on her face as tears trickle down her golden eyes. And after a long gaze at the third card, the fortune teller turns this way. Anything wrong? The guardian has slipped into a deep slumber, yet the power of the guardian still shines. Only when the two deep blue lights reunite can the lost past be recovered. And her words seem to have a hidden meaning, but just when Nikki is about to ask, the fortune teller stands up from the table and runs off. She's running away. Hold on. Nikki doesn't have time to think, and she follows her around the corner, only to be blinded by the sun. And she raises her hand to block off the glare, but the fortune teller is nowhere in sight. I didn't understand a single thing coming out of her mouth. Sandstorms amassing into a dark house that brings calamity. Could this have to do with what the hunters were talking about before? She also thought about some hawk occupying where the gods descend, and could it be the shrine we're looking for? Sandstorms and hawks, and this seems to have to do with the hawk hunting. And are you going to hunt? And let's wear something else that might be more suitable for the occasion, Nikki. Let's see what we have. That's a nice, pretty looking one. I think I'm gonna be adding gloss to this one, so I'm not add nail. Okay. Oh, here. Find some greenish earrings. Oh, this one's decent enough. I think this would do. Front and back, and over.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful drink.
After the goddess of desire crisis, Teresita wakes up on the ark, and a new mission revealed by the rainbow light, and they must reclaim their power and memories lost and explore additional possibilities for saving the world. And rainstorms have been driven away from the fires born in the ancient pigeon forest, and Queen Ophelia has received glorious blessing for the pigeon kingdom. And the choice of glorious creatures suggests a new direction, and our Nikki's journey continues. The fortune teller strolls briskly down the busy market, and along the way her veil and cloak are dancing gently in the blistering air. And she stops before a magnificent hall and peeks into it. and no one is allowed inside until the hardcore hunting has begun. And a guard trains his spear on the visitors, and she elegantly undoes her cloak and veil, and her ponytail falls playfully and hangs next to her white cheek. My word, Lady Tess, Chief Saido is waiting for you. And dressed in her heavy robes and adorned with precious gems, Xiadu stands in the audience area, and his expression is great after speaking with the new director. They preserved under a residuals covering the wooden shelf in the center of the room, and the carbon gems on the arrows glistening. Thank goodness the divine arrows are fine, otherwise the hunt would have had to be terminated, and that would be jeopardize the peace of the tribe's enjoy. Therefore, you foretold the situation a year ago, but I never imagined that it would hit us so soon. And do the gods have further guidance, and should we call it a halt for now? And Priestess Tess shakes her head, and her blue eyes now beaming with a smile. No, we aren't completely out of the harm's way just yet, but the gods have shown us that it would all end well. And registration for the hunt is drawing to a close, and outside of the hut, a woman on a horse rushes towards the door as it draws together. And the dark horse speeds through the door, and just before the door shuts completely. And the horse comes to a complete stop when she tugs the reins, and her cloak dancing in the air as the horse raises its back. And the woman wastes no time dismounting from the horse, and with her cloak on she asks the registration manager, "May I still sign up?" "Of course, and this way, please." And the registration manager quickly unrolls the registration book again, and another older man casts an eye on the woman. "You seem unfamiliar, and have you participated in the past hunt?" And the woman places the pen down and shaking her head and looking slightly bemused. "Memory is getting rusty here, no? And don't worry, Hunter, you're all set." And the winner hunter from the last year was a real beast, and no one knew anything about her though. But that was over 10 years ago already, and just how exactly was she the only winner? Well, now if your man, nobody said she had to be human, and people were all saying she just might be a legendary hawk hunter. And the woman is already out of the door with her horse, and leaving the two talking with each other. And when the gust of wind blows her way, she reaches out, and only that it disappears and leaves her hand coarse in black gravel. And a frown forms on her face, and she looks off into the direction the wind blows. And the wind makes its way into the hall and rustles the registration form and the very last name on the sheet, and signs slightly and sharply reads, "Jisoo." The moment Nikki and the others walk into the hall, the oppressive wave of heat engulfs them. And the sun shines brightly upon the hall, and a towering wooden post stands in the middle, with glass woven heart piercing at its peak. And the audience hall is a sea of assorted colors cheering for the hunter as the sound of bones, pipes, drums resounds across the hall. I don't think there's any seats left, and let's just stand at the entrance for now. I can't see anything from Nikki, and the noise is killing my ears too. And suddenly the sound of the horn pierces the air, and the crowd is immediately silent, and directs your attention to the stage. And following the sound of the drums, the chiefs from the Golden Tribe, the Lost Sun Tribe, and the Azure Tribe emerge. And they ascend the center stage wearing their heavy tribal accessories with a solemn air, and present 3 divine arrows inlaid with sapphires. And the hall gleams brightly as the sun peeks into the sky, and the 3 chiefs picks up a golden knife ready to make their blood oath. And with Shandor, Tarek, and the lead, the soldiers off the stage start hitting in the ground with their spears. And as the ground shakes, the soldiers start chanting a prayer in tune with the beat. And the song tells a story of a long past, and many centuries ago, a Santo caused unrest to the life in the village a century ago. And a hawk hunter drove it away and left 3 divine arrows behind to deter its future threats. Also, that's the story behind the hawk hunting. And religious belief permeates every aspect of life in Wasteland, and a supposed hunt is held in memory of the hunter who protected the village in the past. The participating hunters from the square in the area, and they wave their longbows at the crowd, and as their horses dance and neigh in anticipation. And a sudden Wasteland audience waves their flashback at the hunters from the stands and chanting a prayer in unison. And the hall drums in thunderous cheer, and the 3 chiefs each place a divine arrow on the longbow at the same at the grass-woven hawk, and then sends their arrows piercing through the air. and the glimmering sapphires on the arrow seemed to draw a path in the sunlight leading straight for the grass-woven hawk atop of the arena's central column. And the outbursts of the audience and cheer flooded the hall, and Nikki and Momo can help but hold their breath. And just as the arrows are about to hit their target, they suddenly take a sharp turn and deviate from the path. And what's going on? And as soon as you finish speaking, the three arrows start in your direction and seemingly to have found their new targets. Wait, I think they're coming for us. We were just minding their own business with when the arrows magically change targets. That is silly. That's a nice red outfit. Alright, front and back, and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
They threw 3 arrows at me, and I had 3 knives. Oddly, the arrows don't attack, rather they seem to search for something. Nikki's styling power clashes with the sapphires in midair as a vision appears, and a cobalt-like gauze with the black sandstone occurring in the sky, and a woman holding a longbow inlaid with sapphire fights a cast of circling hawks, in her appearance masked by the raging storm. And the hawks crumble into the black sand when hit by the arrows, and only to converge again into more hawks that head for the woman. And the fight seems to be endless. And seemingly aware of something, the woman suddenly turns around and is met with a pair of bright golden eyes. And Nikki's standing power stops the arrows in midair, which fall to the ground beside her. And the audience is no longer cheering, and they are shriek in fear and disbelief, plunging the hall into a sea of chaos. But Nikki seems to ignore the situation, and she lowers her head to pick up the fallen arrows and examines the faint glow of sapphires upon them. And the woman in the center held a bow that radiates the same cobalt blue, and it was a fleeting image, but what does it mean? Who are you people, and why do you come to desecrate the hunt? And the booming question brings Nikki back to reality, and she finds that they are now surrounded by soldiers from the three wasteland tribes. Stay back. And the soldiers all have long spears in their hands, and their serious expression only makes the pains they wear more frightening. And Momo is quivering all over but still stands between Nikki and the soldiers. We didn't do anything, we just. And the pointed spears and aggressive soldiers make it impossible for Nikki to explain the situation properly. And how did you manipulate the divine arrows? It must be with some sort of evil dark magic. Are you out of your mind? The arrows targeted us on their own. But the divine arrows are meant to keep our tribe safe, and it can only mean one thing when they point at you. You are our enemies. Ignoring Nikki and Momo, a soldier shouts orders to have them cease, and another soldier has already picked up Momo. Let me go! And the she have descended from the raised platforms to join the commotion, and frowning, Shadow asks the soldier on the Momo to release him. There is more to the situation than meets the eye, and let's take it easy for now and let the cataphors explain themselves. Not so fast, and why are these people allowed into the sacred hunt in the first place when it's an event where we dedicate our bravery and power to the gods? And Priestess Tess foretold of a disaster, didn't she? And what's stopping us from neutralizing the perpetrators here? And is there something you're trying to hide? And my prediction was exactly as you just said, sir. And the commotion is brought to a halt by the ethereal voice of a woman, followed by the crisp ringing of a bell. Lady Tess. And the soldiers clear the way, allowing a young girl with black hair and blue eyes to come through. And it only took Nikki a glance to recognize her from the market. It's you. And the girl ignores Nikki, and after bowing to the chief, she speaks to the soldiers in a low yet firm tone. I suppose we can all use a reminder that this is no way to treat our friends who have come from afar. And the chief too ordered the soldiers to let go of Momo, and turning to face the crowd, Priestess Tess speaks in a raised voice. I am Priestess Tess of the Goldstone tribe, and I have informed the chiefs of my predictions, and while the hunt did experience unrest, the Outlanders are not responsible. The hog hunting is a sacred event that is to be observed with justice and peace, and we recently enraging the gods and losing their blessing. And the Golden Tribe has seen the priestess's holy dance at the grandest rituals and pray with her at the temples, and her words are clearly held in high regards. And Priestess Tess, and is never wrong with her predictions, and the Islanders must be innocent. And the Goldstone tribe unanimously approve of the Priestess Tess' words and sparks further discussion among the others. Priestess Tess is from the Wasteland's most prestigious family of fortune tellers, and she wouldn't favor Outlanders. And the divine arrows are back to where they should be, and so we should let the hunt begin now. And the people agree with Priestess Tess because they all want the hunt to resume as soon as possible, and the chief have also seemed to calm down. Lady Tess, I have my doubts. Lady Tess, I dare not doubt your predictions, but the question still remains as to why the divine arrows behave the way they did. And fortune telling is an ancient art, but the younger generation has yet to prove themselves to competent, and we can't trust the Soundlanders just yet. I understand, and I will deal with the situation accordingly, and my family has always relied the God's message for peace and prosperity of your tribes. And the chiefs are not totally convinced, but nonetheless decide to entrust Tess with the suspected after some discussion. And with a well-respected priestess Tess standing before her now, Nikki lets out a sigh of relief. And save all of your questions for later and come with me for now. Let's see, there's a fun color que puedo hacer. Eso es algo, ¿verdad? This is wearing like a desert area and Nikki's got like a suntan now. Like I figured that I would go with the theme. It's a big crown. Hi, front and back, and I forgot. Oh, I forgot to put on the shoes. See what you sometimes forget. And I must have forgotten the shoes because I'm like in the physical world right now. I'm like big. I'm like just wearing socks. This was fun, front and back, and once again, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
The inside of the makeshift stand is minimally decorated, and a low table sits on the colorful carpet, and the fresh incense, however, fails to relax the three of you. Tess is calmly on her seat, flanked by soldiers with serious expressions on their faces, and almost too scared to even dare sitting down anywhere. And the two of you been gone out, and I will see to the questioning myself. And as the soldiers leave, Tess looks directly at the three of you from her seat, and she now has a total control over your fate. Shall we begin, and tell me your names and who you are and where you came from and what you came here to do? And then I'll be thinking, aren't you like a sidekick? Shouldn't you already know that? I'm Nikki, and this is Teresita and Momo, and we're just tourists from Pigeon Kingdom, and we absolutely didn't mean to cause any harm during the event. And Tess lies down casually on the table as Nikki tries to explain herself, and she looks at them curiously with no sense of hostility, only pure curiosity. My prediction told me that you will reach a surging sea of stars instead of a forest, and that you should be after an abandoned ruin, not a huge gathering. I knew you were crazy. And Tess stuffs some cake into Momo's mouth and carries on, seeing that she doesn't seem to bear ill will. Nikki decides to question off her chest. Lady Tess, just Tess, please. Tess, why did you help us back there? And don't get me wrong, I only did what I had to do as the Golden Thrice priest to ensure the hog hunting runs smoothly. And if I had taken the three of you out of there, the divination error would have kept coming back to you. And why were they targeting us though? That's only because you have something that attracts them. The gemstone mirror? Correct. And you take out your portable gemstone mirror and see that the sapphires on it now glow faintly. And the glow is similar to the light that was radiated by the sapphires on the divine arrows. The three divination arrows, and what do they have to do with our belongings? And to stuff a piece of cake into her own mouth and wrap herself in a blanket, and her voice now muffled. All three tribes of the Golden Stone, Lausanne and Asher, have seen a certain hawk hunter at some point, and she's gifted them with three divine arrows for protection against the sandstorm. And she wields a divine sapphire bow that glows when it senses the divine arrow, and legend has it that she is still at war with the sandstorm to this day. And Tess is talking gibberish again like she did back on the fortune telling seat, except everything she sees seems to carry a hidden meaning. Oh, that's a little mean, Mr. Narrator. The stanza that shows the hazy, the woman fighting alone, and the dazzling cobalt blue light of the boat, and the hunter, and what do they share in common? The hunter, and I wonder where she is now. And probably in Yarma dealing with a different hunt. Tess wears a knowing smile and seems to know what's going through Nikki's mind. So do I, but I can't give you that answer. Can you use your fortune telling to find out? The gods relay information but do not provide concrete answers. Rather, they point us in a certain direction. For example, they led me to you. Why do you say so? I don't understand what you mean. And Tess faces three standings before her with her bright blue eyes, and she seems to be looking at something beyond that which is before her. A prediction points only to a certain beginning, and a seed planted in the desert is bound to bloom eventually, but what will happen in between is uncertain. And that's why you went to the fortune telling street and took us to the hawk hunting. Except by then, and it was fate and fate alone that led you here. And this might be the right starting point, but it's anyone's guess as to how it will end. I only went to meet the three of you because I was interested, and sure enough, you are quite interesting indeed. And what do you mean? It is interesting how you, Nikki, are supposed to always be need a cat by your side because you like lunar energy. And I haven't seen the cat so far though. Oh, so Momo serves a different person. So Momo provides Nikki with lunar energy. That's interesting. Hey, am I so sure that you can see me standing right here? Didn't you say before that you aren't a cat? And that's exactly what I mean. You give Nikki the lunar energy she needs, even though you are not a cat. And this is nothing short of a miracle. Well, then again, a lion is technically not a. Well, maybe he's just a different type of. From a big family of feline fellows, you know? Those are tigers and mountain lions are technically not household cats, but they are felines. Okay, now I'm divagating. So you knew I wasn't a cat from the get-go, and maybe you aren't a sham after all. But Nikki has more questions to ask about Tessa's prediction on the fortune-telling street, and about the hawk hunter, and about why Tessa approaches her at all. Like, Momo's probably a Bakineko or church cat. What are those, Fee?
They are demon cats in Japan mythology.
My brother said they are demon cats in Japan mythology. Or supernatural cats, cause like from certain folks area, like just be like when you say demon, like demon doesn't mean the same thing in Japan as it does in the Western world. But whatever, I'm getting sidetracked. Tess squeezes lightly on the fur and sticks on Momo's head, and she looks at Nikki right in the eye when she looks up.
Remember the cat returns? The cat returns.
Time shall answer all of your questions, and a prediction turns into a fact that may always does connect to form a line, and the truth can never be seen unless it is with one's very own mind and eyes. Until then, let patience do its work. Alright, now we got up 8. The opening ceremony had just drawn to a close as she returned to the hall, and the grass-growing hawk on the wooden pole now has 3 arrows driven into its bullseye, and the hunters in the arena look as ready as ever. And when Tess finishes singing, you close to the arena stage to speak with the chiefs regarding the questions. And we must have a better view sitting here than when we were before. And from where the 3 are seated, they can see a dozen hawks circling in the air. And all participating hunters are the best of the best from their respective tribes. And they ride horses at a top speed and can catch the hawk's attention in just a few seconds by whistling. And they can even silently sneak up on their targets and then speed away before they're attacked. And the audience cheers for the hunters and the hawks, and the shouting continues until the hunt's final moments. And suddenly many more hawks appear in the arena without notice. And by the time the audience realizes, the horses have already become restless and running and neighing anxiously and throwing the hunters into a frenzy. And what's that? And a black sandstorm converges above the hall to form a whirl and sucking even the light into it. And the area quickly dims, and dozens of black sandy hawks dive down to attack the audience. Alright, it's turning to the hawks of Alfred Hitchcock. The auditorium is now a mess, and the chief reacts quickly by making an evacuation announcement and leads the hunters into battle. No, just like in the verse of Alfred Hitchcock, most of them were like seagulls and household birds, but like hawks, they have very sharp talons, so they are one step above more dangerous. The sandstorms are coming, and everyone takes refuge in the cave. And on the raised platform, Tess uses her bell to help people avert the attack and guide them to the evacuation point. And the sandstorm seems to have a mind of their own, and they disperse to dodge the feather arrows, and then converge again into hawks to attack. And the giant wings set the hunters flying everywhere. No, not there. And no longer interested in the scrambling and the defeat, the sandstorm heads straight for the central wooden pole. And the impact shakes the giant pole and almost knocks the three divine arrows off their mark. And the hunters make a dash for it, but it's too late. As they anxiously try to think of a solution, they see three people by the pole who had yet to evacuate. The divine arrows keep the divine arrows safe, and the two shadows sail straight towards the eye of the sandstorm without a second thought. And come back, Nikki, Teresita. Alright, in the middle of a sandstorm. I have to reapply it. But is there something like one of those spray on something? You gotta reapply it every time. Yeah, I gotta look totally fly in that sandstorm. Oh, I think I forgot the shoes and the socks. You can't really see them, but if you don't like add them, you can like raise your score. Like always try to like as far as the cloak always provides an extra score. So if you're struggling to like get your styling power on, just put on a coat. Cause you may only be allowed 5 accessories, but the code always provides a little extra. Now let's put on gloves because it's very sandy. Let me see. What else do I have? Yeah, fancy magic stuff. Alright, front and back, and off we go.
Will you trust me?
Nikki's styling power starts the black sandy hawks momentarily, giving Nikki enough of a window to retrieve the divine arrows. Nikki, let's go. And the sergeant suddenly breaks free and comes at you on all possible directions. As if maddened by the arrows being snatched, the Stanton lets out a deep, furious roar and devours you, carrying you and Nikki in the air. Oh, Nikki's hand. Nikki, don't let go. And you feel Nikki's hand as your hands intertwine. And the darkness blocks your sight, and the wind drowns your hearing, and you are trapped inside a giant cocoon of sand, and slowly feeling suffocated as the air is drawn out of it. And the jump was much more too strenuous for Nikki, and the cold sand strikes her body, and the gravel grates away at her hands, leaving smears of red behind. Teresita! And the whirlwind sand overwhelms her call, and as you forcibly pull your hands her, the sandstorm draws her in, and she's swallowed into the dark. Nikki! And the sandstorm's roars now resemble a human's raspy voice. Unworldly creatures appears on after another as the sandstorm changes shape and threatening to drive away every last one of the intruders. The world darkens as the raging winds continue to wreak havoc. A sharp arrow suddenly comes piercing through the wall of sandstorm, and a woman appears violently braving the wind. A pair of powerful lines catch you midair, and you open your eyes and realize that you recognize the golden eyes under the hood of the woman's cloak. You. And the sandstorm continues to persist, yet it seems as if time has stopped. And in an instant, the black gravel turns into waves, sparkling the wind with specks of stardust. And the hazy images flash past your eyes, and someone seems to be reaching out to you as the world draws itself away from you at a light speed. Hold on tight. And the hands grabbing you by the shoulders weigh down a little, and then following the wind's path, the two of you land in a sitting area. And Nick is still up there. And the woman nods her head and dives right in back. And letting out another worldly roar, the black sand comes sweeping towards the woman as though she were its age-old nemesis. And the woman, however, shows no sign of fear, and she braves the wind and searches for the girl with pink hair with her hard eyes. And the woman sees no stranger to the black sand's attack, and she dodges the wind blades ever so deftly, and sometimes using them to her advantage to go in deeper. There you are. And her eyes shut tightly, Nikki seems trapped inside a nightmare, and the furrow on her face a telltale sign of the fierce fight, and the arrow sits safely in her arms. And the woman keeps Nikki's wounded arm covered with the side of her cloak as she makes her way out of the sandstorm. She breaks through and leaps out of the sandstorm, and as she would an abyss, and lands perfectly in the audience area. Nikki, are you okay? She's fine. She'll come to in no time. And thank you, and may I ask? Stay with your friend. And the woman summons a dark horse with a whistle, and she jumps down onto the horse's back and once again heads in the direction of the black sand. The black sand hog lost momentum, and giving the hunters a window to get back on their feet, and drawing their bows, they are ready to fight back. Follow me. And the woman charges into the melee and taking the lead and drawing a black horse's attention in the forefront. And her arrows points to the enemy's vital, and her stance seems to be a spell victory, and the crowd joins her and not even knowing who she is. And those taking refuge peek out of the cave to see what's happening, and Ted stares at the woman with a smile. Phew, there she is. Say, isn't that the hunter who signed up last time? It's indeed, and I knew it, and I knew she was the legendary hawk hunter, and we're going to be okay. And the people are chanting and cheering for the hunters in unison, and as they did at the hawk hunting. And having regained their spirits, the hunters have regrouped themselves and are determined to fight till the end. And I don't care what the things are, but I'm going to get rid of this, every last one of them. And we're not necessarily outnumbered, and if we stick together, they're as good as scattered sand. And the hunters are adept at the diversion. And while they finish painting their arrows blue, they divert the black hawk to one location and have the ambush squad attack it. And I will swoop and pierce the air one after another. And this is the real hawk hunting, where the participant hunters work together rather than compete against one another. And the black sand continues to recede until the woman leading the hunters. And the giant black hawk, having been driven to the edge of the hall, is the only enemy that is still standing. and the black heart furious in agony, and seemingly on someone's command, the drifting sand gravel converges into a pair of huge wings. And rolling waves of sand mask the sky and block the sun, and the ground trembles, and the buildings uproot, and the hunters ascend out flying out of the arena. And in the raging wind, only one woman remains. And with razor-sharp eyes, she leaps off her horse and pulls a few wooden arrows from her quiver and fires into the air without hesitation. And the arrows pierce through the darkness and peel off the sandstone disguise and shattering the black hawk into a sand that is unable to reassemble. And the black sand lets out a beast-like screech, and after stirring one of the last wave of sand, it makes its escape from the city. And from the distance comes that sounds like a growly human voice, but it disappears in a few moments' time. With the wind and the sand gone, the skies finally clear up, and sunlight seeps through the cracks on the dome, and turning what's left of the black sand into bright white sparkle that vanishes in a wave of smoke. And peace has at long last returned to the hall. Onlookers re-emerged from the cave supporting one another as they made their way to the center of the arena. The evening sun stretches their shadows, and a sight reminiscent of a sacred pillar standing tall on the earth. And the area is left in a terrible state, and fortunately most only receive minor injuries before taking shelter quickly as possible. And people gather to attend the hunters who are injured. And they don't seem bothered at all by their injuries, because to them their injuries are a symbol that they have lived. And the sun has sunk halfway behind the horizon, and when they finish building a makeshift stage, and the pole has been reinforced and now stands firmly on the ground. And Nikki and Teresita return the 3 divine arrows, all of which are unscathed, to the chiefs. And after looking at one another and nodding their heads, the chiefs turn to the crowd and shout cheerfully, "And let's show our utmost respect to these hunters who have kept our arrows safe." Huh? And people swarm around the 3 of you and carry you onto the stage before you realize that the 3 chiefs take a solemn bow. And dear guests from afar, thank you for fighting alongside us in our hour of need, and for the misunderstanding and the doubt we caused on you before. And you have a sincere apologies. You are a very definition of hero, and our tribe shall remain forever accessible to you, our valued guest and friend. The necklace is a symbol of respect and friendship, and Tess pulls one of each of the 2, and you silently says, "Well done." And feeling slightly awkward, Nikki looks over her at the sunset sky, and she hears a gallop of a horse heading this way, and the golden beams of the sun are lining a figure that is carrying itself tall. It's the heroine who led the fight against the Black Hawk, and she's the one who won the battle. And people burst into cheers seeing her, but she stops a few meters away from the crowd, showing no intention of being part of the celebration. She looks across the hot sunset air and catches sight of Nikki and Teresita on the stage. And she looks a little bit like the Black Lagoon chick. I mean, at least her outfit. The woman approaches her horse, and she does herself off and removes the belligerence from her face. Is now facing those she has protected with a smile. Which one? Remy, that was the name of the Black Lagoon chick. The return of the Black Hawk was an ominous sign, and thanks to the God's blessing that we had the courage and power to fight off those evil sandstorms, and you led us in the fight against the Black Hawk, and you drove it away all by yourself. And you are the champion of this year's hawk hunting, and a true hawk hunter, and I am certain that no one will hunt that statement. And God, and we thank thee for keeping us safe with the hawk hunters and the divine arrows. And with the firewood placed in the center of the house, the chiefs invite her to join them on a stage and pass her an arrow made of flint. A celebration will be held tonight until tomorrow morning, and we ask that the hawk hunter to light up the bonfire for us. And with a nod, the woman draws her bow again and sends the arrow flying. And the arrow pierces through the air and lands on the wood, and bringing red-hot bonfire to life in the twilight. And long live Wasteland, and long live Wastelanders. And against the firelight, and with her bow in hand, the woman's figure appears ablaze with an everlasting will to combat the sandstorm. And when later the calamity has come to an end, Nikki finally lets her guard down, but suddenly a wave of exhaustion and pain overwhelms her, and the woman who is standing right next to Nikki reacts right away and catches her. Thank you very much. And you are very brave. You are all very brave. And you? The woman looks at Teresita and is taking her time with it. What's wrong? You seem familiar. Hunter, may I have a picture with you? And will you come and visit our tribe? And a group of young men and women gather around, and their eyes gleaming with adoration and admiration. I, and filled with a sudden enthusiasm, the woman who was sure and composure just a moment ago is not at a loss for words, and she puts on a forceful smile. And why don't we all come back for pictures when we are done with getting ourselves washed and clean? And people salute to Tess, and she walks through the crowd with Momo, and Nikki notices that the woman has regained her composure after seeing Tess. Tess. And when the crowd has dispersed, the woman calls out Tess' name in a natural tone. Oh, do you know each other? Well, I could do the honor of introducing you to one another, but I guess it's better for you to do it yourself. And Nikki extends her hand with a smile on her face. Nice to meet you, I'm Nikki, and these two are Teresita and Momo. Jisoo. And rather than exchange handshakes, the woman raises her hand to brush the dust off of Nikki's face. And let's get changed first, and I'll see you all at the bonfire party tonight. Let's see if I have Yeah, I mean, cowboys like to run around in the desert. Yeah, she definitely does need a cowboy hat. When did I hear that that would work well with cowboy hats? And we're still suntan cause of the weather. Alright, let's see if I find a fun hat. Maybe, well, that one's a definite maybe, but maybe I have one of a darker color. Oh, here we go. I thought I have like the same hat, but in like two different shades. Oh yeah, I change the hair color to red. And now let's find area accessory that every cowboy normally has. I don't think I have a lot. This is a bit too exaggerated. No, it's not a gun, it's a Caro 98. Wow, Nikki's talking heat. Alright. Yeah, when fell. When the. That's hilarious. Say hello to say hello to my little friend. All right, we're ready to be cowboys.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Because the next thing around is
Yeah. The sandstorm is now spectacularly red. We have the sun. We have the desert sun buried in the horizon. And people share food and dance to their heart's content. They sing in theater of their joy after the calamity. The test, and thank you for bandaging me up, but it really isn't that bad. And Nikki seems like a rice dumpling with all of the bandages, but she finds it amusing. Easy peasy, and as a priest of the tribe, I'm well versed in all sorts of subjects, not to mention medicine. I said you just proved that you're well versed in nothing. I'll take care of it. And Jesus brings hot drinks over for everyone and a small dish of barbecue for Momo and receives bandages and syrup from Tess. And wow, and how do I love barbecue. And a random guest. And I don't like hot drinks. And it's cold at night. And Tess pauses as she moves over and watches Jesus wear her magic, and it takes Jesus only a few seconds to patch up her wounds, and she even ties a knot on it. And Tess is a much better healer than I am, and only that I am better at hands-on stuff. And you're good at taking care of people, and I can tell the two of you are quite friendly with each other. I'm always in need to keep an eye out for her, and I think it's the other way around. And the afterglow of the bonfire smooths the contours of Jesus' face, shimmering in the bright red sparks, leaping and crackling stillness of the night. Tess is alright, and she sent me a year ago when I was severely injured. Oh, is that so? And she was unconscious in the desert, and then it was nearly swallowed up by quicksand, and I happened to be passing by and did what any decent person would do. I woke up not remembering what had happened, but you, Teresita, I find you familiar. And Jesus looks over this way, and her gaze candid and sincere. Is there anything you remember? Yes, a group of black sandstorms. And Jesus doesn't make sentences, and a bemused look creases on her face, and she catches a glimpse of them waiting for her to continue. She's a person of few words, and it's going to take some getting used to. And the perpetrators wreaking havoc at the hawk hunting and trying to loot the divine arrows with black sandstorms. And what are they? They are a mysterious existence lingering in the desert, and people know them as the black sandstorms that have been in the desert for ages. And frankly speaking, no magic this land possesses has the power to turn sandstorms into hawks. And they used to just roam, but they became a lot more active a year ago. And it's either because the hawk hunters is no longer able to fight them, or the sandstorms have somehow gained more power. A year ago. And at the time a fissure appeared in the center of Nini's royal city. And the young girl with the power bestowed upon her by the prophet declared war on the demons from the abyss, and the two powers were eventually evenly matched. There is bound to be a connection between them if they happen at the same time. And Jesus travels between the tribes to gather information as to fully recovering. And the day before the hunt, she went to investigate the warrior house, I thought, and we never heard from her since then. And seems like you made quite a good progress. And Jesus nods her head as she plucks the firewood with a wooden stick, and with the sky darkening, the starlight seems to be pointing at them a certain way. Yes, the Santos came from the Quicksand Shrine. and it's a natural quicksand sinkhole around the golden stone dry and wasteland. They think it is a vestige of the gods, so they built a massive temple there. Quicksand and a shrine. They seem to fit the description in symphonic about where Elder has seen the miracles. And why were the Black Santas there though? And why were they trying to take the divine arrows? And there was a beam of cobalt light towards the bottom of the quicksand, and similar to the blue light the divine arrows give off. And could that be the divine bow carried by the legendary hawk hunter? Likely though, I'm not sure. And are you going to look into it again, Jisoo? And I can't be sure of where the quicksand is because it moves around and I can feel the divine arrows, but they can't be borrowed. And my mirror reacted to the arrows before, so there's a chance that it could react to the divine bow as well. Really? And we came to Westland to look for a certain shrine of legends, and it seems like we are all after the very same sandstorms have come. And her eyes light up. Great then. And snoring Momo is fast asleep next to them, and you puts a blanket over him. And let's rest for now, and we'll leave tomorrow. Alright, let's rest now. That's a nice, looks like a nice outfit. It's just suntan cause of the bad weather. I don't know, like some people like the heat more than the cold, and like oh my god, like the temperature, if the temperature drops in Florida by like a couple of degrees, I am already freezing to death. It's like a little necklace thing. But it's not too big. And front and back, and off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
A magic shrine stands on the edge of the sinkhole, outside the desolate city with a bottomless pit of quicksand that seems to be able to devour everything. And a black sandstone swims negotiating through the quicksand and hides in the dark where it lets out pants resembling roars. And the crawling black figure soars into an eerie shape of a human, seemingly contorting a new plan. And the bow carries a sapphire is held aloft, and shining a blue light on the dilapidated walls to reveal any creature come upon them. And swept up by the desert sandstorm, hysterical whispers ring from every corner under the pale moonlight. The haze has turned the moonlight mist into a bright golden nebulous veil that enshrouds and stretches of sands and dews and clouds in the sky. And Tess knocks a few times on the door before walking into the hotel, and she comes back out holding Momo in one hand and grabbing Nikki with the other. The sun isn't even out yet, and why are we up so early and so sleepy? and we need to head to the market before it gets too hot. And the sky is already dyed in a different shades of red, and they're here at the market, but the line is still sound asleep in the murky darkness. And with torches and lights on either side, the stone-paved path meanders into the distance like a ribbon adorned with gems. And the shop owners are sorting their merchandise like people walking groups and greet one another. And the vibe doesn't measure up to yesterday, though it carries a vigorous air nonetheless. Good morning, charming Catafer, enjoying the day out here in the market. And Ravi and Nomi place baskets full of merchandise on their stall and greet Nikki with enthusiastically. It isn't until the group is close enough that they see Tess under her veil. Lady Tess, and they quickly put down what they were holding and bow to Tess, and after which they utter praise in their native tongue. How about some cactus juice, Priestess Tess? And a castor juice is the best in the market, and they all know it. And people caught the sound of it and started gathering around. And what a pleasant surprise to see you here, Priestess Tess, and here's some meat for you. And Chief Yadu is absolutely in love with it. And we have a veil for you, Priestess Tess, and it was shipped by train, and I'm sure this is good to make you absolutely gorgeous. And Tess seems to enjoy the high status in the drive, and everyone greets her with her respect, and some even want to give her with quality products they have. And Tess seems entirely used to the situation, and she wears a smile as she nods and waves at people, seemingly more in her element than before. Life doesn't seem any easier being a priestess, and that's just what a priestess has to do. And a few of Jesus fans from yesterday heart competition come out to ask her about her whereabouts. And Priestess Tess and Catafer, and where's the Hawk Hunter, and we didn't have a chance to take pictures when taken with her. And I wrote her a letter, and could you give it to her for me? And I picked some beautiful and composed a song for her. And they sure are a friendly bunch. The Hawk Hunting winner is awarded the Hawk Hunter title, proving them to be a formidable hunter. And regardless of their background, a hawk hunter may visit other tribes as their own tribe representatives to partake in the ritual activities to ascend to a higher position. And this is why everyone reveres hawk hunters. And since the hawk hunter is not there, and could we take a picture taken with you instead, dear Catafers? And yes, Outlanders are rare in our lands. And then you save us from the disaster, and you are courageous Outlanders. And why are they being so friendly with us too? Because you protected the arrows, and the Wastelanders truly respect people who are brave and honest. And be friendly with them and dress up for the photos, okay? What do I have? Now this dress makes me extra floaty. That's interesting, butterflies. Alright, front and back.
Do you trust me?
With the sun gradually ascending, the sky becomes bright and brilliant, and Tess has said, it is starting to feel like a scorcher. But this is unbearably hot, and I'm feeling dehydrated. Hang in there, Momo. Thank God we came out early, and we almost done walking through the market. There is a fountain and a pergola right up ahead, and we should take a break. And at the pergola, others feel the heat are already resting on the perches and on tables, and Tess fills up some water pouches and hands them out. And a few youngsters in clothes of different styles squat in the corner trying their best to converse in a broken common language. And my brave hunter in the future, hunting even 7 years old, he'd be bird this feather so pretty. And the boy from the Lost Santa reaches out his hand to draw a big circle as he tries to explain himself. And then he points at the red feather in his hair so for the other children to see. I'm brave too, and I'm also smart. And he produces several stones that give off a curious light. And my father dug this out of the mountains, and the mountain was far away and isolated, and I could hear the wolves howling at night. And did you run into a wolf? I didn't, but my dad found a big night turtle, and this is an optucut I found. Offcut, you mean? Yes, Dad. And here's one for you, and one for you, and let's be friends. And I want one too, my friends here have some feathers. And I don't have anything beautiful, but I can tell you stories. I attended many rituals before, and the priest taught me to read and told me stories from the past. And the girl from the astronaut takes out a picture book, and the pages of the picture book are slightly curled because they are made from thread and bark, but the pictures in there are bright and vivid. Sure, such a delicate book, and the texture is pretty unique too. And Nikki approaches the youngsters out of the curiosity which takes them by surprise. Holy, a hunter! And you're the caterpillar who protected the arrows from yesterday. Hey, would you like to listen to my stories? I'll be more than happy to accompany you. And it's a story about how wastelanders came into being and God came from the other side of the Mount Urpa to break the sky and the land apart. And where his feet had walked became deserts, and where his staff had touched became the oases. And when the sky and the land had parted, devils of the dark and angels of light and humans were created. And the angels and the devils dominate the sky and the land, and leaving humans to thrive on the earth. Impressive. I knew you were smart. And instead of the other two children give the young girl their sincere compliments, and the girl snatches her head and looking slightly embarrassed. It's incredible how she can already tell a story in the common language at such a young age when so many adults still struggle to speak it. Is this story different from the one a Wasteland guide that Nikki is reading? Wasteland abounds with Genesis stories, and we just heard one from a girl and one from the book. Wow, a fox. No way, it's a cat. Not a cat. It speaks, what a curious animal. Wait, don't pinch my face, help! And they swim around Momo and take turns hugging and squeezing him. And they adorn him with feathers and gems and are about to paint his face with a symbol of a blessing. I see they're having a good time hanging out, and I'm sure they'll become good friends. And they are good friends already. And tribes rarely open themselves up like this, and events and priest visitations are about the only time tribes interact with one another. And they could become friends here today, but God only knows when they'll be able to see each other next. Is that so? And the thought weighs heavily on Nikki, but Tess still wears a smile. Don't be sad, Nikki. People born and raised in the land are as vast as a wasteland and not unlike grains of sand, and the wind takes them where they should go. And wherever that might be, people believe that the gods will help us cross paths with the most we long to see. Take a break. Oh, this is nice. I want more green, darker green. Yeah, here we go. Alright, let's find green ears. We'll call it another option. Let's just send it over then. Alright, nice and green. A nice necklace. And a ring. Right, front and back. Well, most of the back just shows it fancy here. Though.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
It's a very nice green dress. Jesus is cleaning a feet throw in front of the little stone built stable outside the ghost stone tribe. The sun ascending rains heat of the sun and making her surroundings appear distorted as the air becomes hotter. She is wearing gloves and has her hair in a loose bun, and the back of her neck is reddened and covered by sweat because of the sun. And Jesus finishes clearing out the feet the trowel. And when she finishes preparing the grass and the grain, she takes out a salt block and breaks up a few pieces into the feed trough. And after that is done, she turns her hand slightly and wipes a few dangling drips of sweat off her jaw with her arm. And her movements are unrestrained yet elegant, and free spirit untamed. This is Jesus. Hey Jesus, and how are you doing? Easy there, Tess, and welcome, Teresita and Nikki and Momo. I see you're working, Jesus, and can we help? It's fine, I'm almost done, and this won't take me too long because I'm pretty used to it. And Jesus takes off her glove and whistles into the distance, summoning the black horse she usually rides. And the horse rubs his head against Jesus and lets out a few neighs before running off to the stable for the treat of grass. It's hot out, come in. And Jesus lives in a den only slightly bigger than a stable, and the inside is simple and neat and appears to have just been cleaned. Sorry, it could be a little crowded. Don't worry about it, and it's spotless in here. And meat, fruit, and scars, and Tess puts everything, and she receives from the people of the market on the table. And I got all this from the folk of the market, and that's too much food. And they wanted you to have this, and no way I'm going to bring it back to the market. And let's enjoy them together then. And Jesus takes out a few nice looking plates and puts the food on them, and already drooling, Momo grabs a piece of jerky and starts eating. Is this where you usually live? I don't spend a lot of time here, and only Tess drops by sometimes. For her, I set up this place, including the furniture. And the last person she knows how to take care for herself, and she probably knows how to sleep on the floor if I hadn't come get these things prepared for her. Not true. And she only brings water and their food when she goes out. I carry arrows and daggers to hunt for meat and gather fruit, and bring too many things would only be a hassle. Just living off of nature, eh? And you should probably learn how to do that since you're traveling so much. Sure, and is there anything else we should be prepared for our trip? Not really, not when I'll be traveling with you and keeping you safe. Amazing how you can travel from one place to another just like that. And Tess lies down on the futon and plays with her glossy black hair, pouting as she speaks. I suppose you can join us because you're the priestess? Not really, I'm just tired from walking for the entire day. But you really didn't even walk that much. It's getting late now, and should we go back now? Sure, and do you want to visit my place? And Jesus brings me something interesting whenever she visits, so I have plenty of cool little trinkets around my house. Her place really is worth a look. And Jesus knows that she packs up her jerky with a piece of cloth and hands over to Momo. I'll pass because I still need to get ready for the trip. And it's getting cold, and you should put on something to keep yourself warm. Alright, something warmer. Something different, warmer. Let's see. What's this for do? Sazonella. Vamos. Kitty cat here. And a fun necklace. neck. I always get necklace and neck gear confused. Right, front and back, and off you go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The sheer underground pathway zigzags to the dark, and the lantern's Tess is holding is only the source of light. The lantern's however swing almost violently to Tess's sheer for gain, and the translucent fog in the path fuses dizzying lights and distorts the space and dazzling the group. But Tess humming a song doesn't seem to bother at all, and every step they take seems to form a perfect rhythm with the stone path under their feet, and stands ringing in perfect rhythm to the dark on the corner walkway, and there's an eerie atmosphere created by the footsteps, the wavelight, and Tess's humming. It's there, right ahead. And Tess picks up her pace for the corner ahead, and the light disappears when her footsteps, and the hum disappears around the corner. The trio speed up past Tess, and they seem to have passed through a doorway, and the dark had arrived at a spacious area. Tess? Nikki, why is it so dark here? And I have a bad feeling about this. Ouch. Mama, are you okay? I just stumbled on something, and it feels hard and cold. And Mama reaches out to feel for heavy objects standing in his way, and he makes out a vague shape of a rectangular stone box. I think it's a coffin. And before Momo could finish his syllable, a sharp scraping noise of rocks burst into everyone's ears seconds before somebody scoots Momo off his feet. What the heck? And with a click, the stone chamber comes to life with a white gentle light, and Tess is holding up a moonlight lantern in one hand and Momo in the other. So it was on the bed, and it took me a while to find you. You, the bed, the lantern. And you mean this lantern? Beautiful, isn't it? And it's a gift from Jesus. And what's it on the bed? And why the question should be, and why do you sleep in a coffin? It's really comfortable. And do you want to try sleeping in it? Well, sleeping in a coffin is typical of vampires. So she must be a day walker. Well, she might not be 100% weak to sunlight, but it may just like slow her down because just walking in the sunlight was enough to tire her. Thanks, but no thanks. And Momo breaks free of Tess's arm and hops into Nikki's. Momo, don't be afraid, it's alright. And Nikki scans the room as she gently strokes Momo's head, and lines of golden inscriptions give off a faint glow in the enormous stone chamber. This room you have is quite unique, and the inscriptions on the wall a writing system your tribe uses. Those are benedictions for prayers and rituals, and they have been around since our tribe was first established. Which means this one has been around for quite some time already. Yes, because it serves as a golden stone stripe's burial chambers. I can't believe I'm already getting used to this. And it's actually very nice in here, warm in the winter and cold in the summer, and the internet is perfect for gaming, never lags. And Tess bends down to grab a storage box from the stone coffin, and the box holds all sorts of game consoles, controllers, laptops, and tablets, and speakers, and projectors. You can do all that there? And we can connect to the Apple Federation Wi-Fi anywhere in the Golden Stone Drive. And do you guys want to play? And this console comes with a controller. Where are they though? And Tess dumps everything out of the box on the floor, and it takes her a while, but she finally finds a controller under the pile of pillows inside the coffin. And found that I found one though, unfortunately. And Nikki looks at the message on the floor, unsure what to say. And you really need to start tidying up your room. And would you like us to give you a hand? And Tess' eyes light up. Nikki, you're an angel, and let's get ourselves changed then. Alright, clothing for cleaning up a mess. Let's something nice and light. Can't forget the shoes. I always forget the shoes. Mm. Put on a nice bracelet. Right, front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
That's like a nice transparency that looks a lot like starlight. Tessa's room is filled with all sorts of books and off items. And it isn't until the evening that you finally finish cleaning up the room and sorting through all of the items. All done at long last. And you put your medicine and beef jerky together just who in the world does that? I told you Jesus gave them to me as a set. And luckily it hasn't expired yet. And let's see while we can take a break then. And Tess stretches in her now tidy room, and the moment she stops, moments opening her phone, pings the notifications start ringing non-stop for a good few seconds. It's at moments, and let's at each other as friends. And Tess turns her phone around, and the ID is Master Diviner Tess and has been verified. Master Diviner Tess, are you the Master Diviner with a super icon information on the horoscope? And I can't believe it's you. Yes, it's yours truly, and I do fortune telling for people on moments for fun. And people will probably lose their mind if they ever knew that it was you who did their fortune telling for them. And it's different from the rituals and fortune telling and I do in town, but it's meaningful nonetheless. People need guidance to feel at ease because they feel lost about their future, and it's enough for them to feel secure, not know what the future holds, and then reaches out into a box with fortune telling objects that have just been organized. Would you like a fortune telling session before heading out for the quicksand shrine? For free, of course. Oh, sure, thank you. And Tess gives a gentle smile as she shakes her head and she looks down at the fortune telling objects she's holding and a few brass coins. It's been a while since I last used these. Here, Nikki, just toss them out. Oh, sure. And when Nikki tosses the coins onto the table, they pile in neatly and turn into an upright column. Holy! And that's unusual. Let's try again. And 6 tosses later, and it's still the same, though our doesn't go into Tess's head with frowns on her face. That's quite a few odd numbers in a row, and maybe this is the gods telling me that I shouldn't be the one breaking the news to you. Is something bad going to happen? And smiling again, Tess pats Nikki on the shoulder. Oh, nothing to worry about. Coins only tell of a trend and not of a definite result. And fate is elusive and full of possibilities, so we can't jump to conclusions. And that's the fate for you, and you can see bits of pieces of it, but when you want to get a closer look, it's all hazy, as it's summoned by a thick fog. And you can avoid what's bound to happen, but you can prepare yourself and decide how you want to face it. Human factors play an essential role too. And it's going to be okay, and let's play games together when you're back. Alright, this is gonna be the last styling of this let's find some fun outfits. More stars here, more star theme ones. Alright, sparkly stuff. Nice blue dress. Alright, let's fix the hairdo. Oh, that one's fun. And now let's add the makeup and the eye, the peepers, which is another name for eyeball. And let's see, do I want to add nail art? Yes, I do. And let's add some earrings. Oh, what happened, bro? Well, yes, the string of. Alright, let's get a fun neck gear, not necklace. Some star shape on the forehead, and last but not least, a nice blue ring. Alright, front and back. And we're ready to go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful drink.
Alright, and we are done with this chapter, with chapter 7 of volume 2 of Shiny Nikki. I hope you have fun with me reading and doing all of the stylings. Bye bye and God bless. Please give a like and subscribe. Or just hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister. And today we're doing Shiny Nikki. This is a temporary, it's a temporary quest stuff. And it comes with like its own story chapter. And the story of a robot cat in love with a wasp looking robot maiden. And let's just start with the story. Ruins Rig Tower, a bionic training ground. On a sleek circular platform, Momo stands on his toes, stretching his arms high above his head and turning a wobbly circle. Below, three figures watch intently. They bow their heads to enter data into the devices. And send them, what is Momo acting out? And please enter your answer. A wobbly receiver, Nikki Ballet, Teresita wobbly blind glass. Explore 101 planet. No one gets it. Really, Nikki, Teresita, even you two still don't get me. I was acting at a barbecue. I thought it looked more like a ballet too. And typical Momo, but a barbecue performance that's just too abstract. Exploration 101, a bionic model without synthetic skin can't even make a confused face. The bionic genetic face looks between Momo and the answer and tilts his head as he slowly processes his thoughts. Barbecue involves spinning meat on a grill, which is similar to turning, and it's an unexpected answer, but it makes sense. And that was exactly my thought, and so the test was successful, right? The system beats a completion prompt, and a useful-looking bionic steps out and taps the sensor on his neck and stops the data recording. Variations in bodily expression and individual comprehension differences, unexpected results are all part of the expected findings. And correct or not, your performance and the interpretation help increase our understanding of human communication. And as the first self-aware bionic in the Consciousness Research Initiative, Explorer 39 is now capable of overseeing daily tests. Hestia has helped us with bionic training, but most of the time we're just chatting and playing games with you. It's all to help you understand human behavior, right? Yes, Code 305 encourages us to engage more with humans beyond our island to develop our consciousness and deepen our emotional perception. She believes that limiting our close relations to specific entities could restrict the scope and depth of our knowledge. The bionic speaks earnestly, but sadness seems to be weighing down his eyelashes. Hestia really cares for you, but there's also a great value in forming close bonds with specific individuals. Explorer gives a gentle smile but steers away from the topic. Glow has prepared a special itinerary for you all, and please follow me. Glow is the name of this Skynet-like entity that lives in the futuristic country of Maryland called Ruins. The giant electronic screen flickers with intricate calculations, blending into a sea of data. And in the room center, the experimental cabin's metallic exterior casts a chilling glow. Be assured you're looking at the ocean of memories, Explorer, and Code 305 and 2019 know to you as Hestia and Capricorn have both used it. And not even the most sophisticated AI can link consciousness to the ocean of memories. So Glow created this device to explore the ocean of memory, inviting humans with strong mental abilities to help refine and evolve our understanding of the ocean. I never connected to the ocean of memories like this, and I'm kind of excited. Connecting establishes itself a beginning synchronization. It feels like the mind is slightly floating in a deep sea, with specks of light flickering like breath, as a vast expanse of stars slowly materializes. And after a slight jolt, Nikki quickly adapts to the consciousness roaming, and the starry sky of the ocean of memory remains quiet, seemingly unchanged. And a soft signal south arises like a gentle breeze stirring the streams of starlight. And following the sound, Nikki sees a shifting nebula, with what seems to be a tunnel made of light particles. Teresita, can you see that? It appears to be a passage or some sort of gap. Let's proceed carefully. And as though sensing their approach, the floating starlight gathers and swirls, inviting around them. And as scattered light particles come together to form a silver bud and transform the once faint signal into a melodious chant. I wish to dance with you, spinning the hourglass of time and wandering beneath the veils of space, and chasing a single beam of light across the boundless dark. And we see the sunrise, for we agreed to another day together, and we made the galaxy turn as our dance steps buying time to look back. And I long to dance with you at every fleeting moment and each impending one. And stay with me, the timing is perfect, neither is the past nor the future, but in our shared present. Who are you? The girl's question echoes into the void, with her consciousness reaching out before her body to touch the silver bud. And suddenly the petals unfurl like a billowing skirt, and the stars burst into dazzling light. Nikki and Teresita's consciousness melt into the brilliance, and the tunnels disappear, leaving only twinkling stars that glow like eyes. Hello, human. I am Glow. Rest period over, and body repairing complete. Initiated awakening. Yes. The body rises and the seal valves open one by one, and a soft sound of folding water passes through the reactivated auditory system. And once the mechanical fluid is clear, the visual system starts up again. Vision misaligned. Initiate calibration program. Yes. And radiant and arrow-shaped beams invade the vision with a brilliant metallic sun and dominating the space from above. And seeing the sun signifies the start of a new day and an eternal truth like those ones people used to believe in. Kinetic energy too low for auto calibration. Proceed with minor correction. Yes. Overuse is clear, and the eyeball linked to the touch center must receive accurate data too and perform functions like memory retrieval. And the design is inefficient but unchangeable. And luckily, bionic dolls don't feel impatience, and they can persist with calibration attempts despite repeated failures. And let's join Ross at 25%, remaining repair fluid at 10%, and replenish and repair. No. And compared to the other systems, the limbs aren't as important, and basic mobility suffices, and the repair fluids can be repurposed for other needs. Operation failure, and please complete eyeball calibration first. and my body's wear and tear worsens, and each awakening brings new unknown malfunctions, and I hear myself exhalting a faint breath. I am familiar with sighing and a human expression of resignation, but I shouldn't sigh, and I need to keep trying. Please let me help you. A familiar figure enters my view. A black cat dressed as a servant bows to me, and his eyes, one blue and gold, shine brightly like jewels. Keep your eyes open and watch my hand closely. And I keep my eyes wide open, tracking the slow movement of the cat's finger across my field of vision. And with a pop, a tiny firework bursts from the fingertips, and my bionic reflex makes me blink, and just like that, the calibration is done. The hand gesture guides the calibration, and once the line of sight reaches the correct position, a quick blink completes the adjustment. And the black cat relishes his magic like flourishes, and it's like a habit from his role as a ballroom butler who always knows how to delight the guests. And thank you, Chelsea. And the hologram screen transforms into a mirror and showing my reflection. And the sky is puffy and neat and catching the light of a bravely starry sky while the silver hair and dry sleek cascades down to my ankles. Start getting ready for the ball, and remember we're expecting new guests today. And rest assured tonight's ball will feature a brand new setup. However, we still can't trace where the new visitor's consciousness data comes from, and it is as if we are appear from nowhere, which is quite suspicious. And the screen displays unusual detailed conscious profiles of the three new visitors, outlining their extensive histories. I get your concern, but the Galaxy Ballroom is always looking for new guests, and this is the first time we gotten a reply. Plus, these guests come from Mirrorland, and just like the others. And my processing power isn't enough to fully decipher, but I managed to generate a visual representation of the visitors based on the data available. I go like cat, and are you interested in meeting them? And Shazia stops questioning and looks into the mirror, where the bionic black cat is standing next to the girl shaped like a bionic doll. After a moment, he places his right hand on his chest and bows respectfully. Yes, Miss Glow. All around, a dark voice stretches out filled with chaotic mist, and Nikki pauses briefly, dazed by the coarse, dark sea, a sight not unfamiliar to her. Nikki, Teresita, fantastic, you're both here. And where are we? And Nikki gently touches her neck, and the virtual marker glows blue, indicating the connection to the terminal is still active. We're still connected to the exploration device, but there's no signal when we try to contact the terminal. This means for some reason our consciousness has been severed from our bodies. Doesn't that sound like we're having an out-of-body experience? Calm down, Momo, Teresita. Do you remember that tunnel that appeared in the star sea? And I remember the flower form of light particles and the intimate signal. It seems like an invitation. Before we lost consciousness, I heard a voice saying, I am Glow. Glow, has she sent us to another bizarre place again? Perhaps we stumbled into a scene simulated by Glow. Or maybe an error has occurred among the myriad of consciousness within Glow's system. Well, that's kindness for you, always glitching out. Nikki looks like someone is coming. Just a short distance away, a black cat is slowly approaching, and this tall figure emerging as if from the depths of a night sky has long lips with doll-like joints and moves with the grace of an elegant human servant. Greetings, esteemed guests. And the black cat bows to everyone, and a small planet spins steadily at his chest like a never-stopping gear core. And Momo squints outward, staring at the much taller black cat. Who are you? There's another talking cat besides the Momo clan. So I bet, oh man, so like, well, yeah, there's also Meows from like Team Rocket, who's another talking cat. I bet Mo will have issues with him as well. Momo's surprised and he didn't insist that he's not a cat. So yeah, so over here Momo finally admits that he is a cat when confronted with another talking cat. Let's see, this stream is going. Did he freeze? The corner of the black cat's mouth lifts slightly as it winks at Momo, and her heterogenic eyes, one golden, the other deep blue, are gentle and yet alert. I am not a cat. I am a cat-shaped bionic being, and you can call me Chelsea. She's a lady cat. To better perform my butler duties, my master selected this humanized form for me, and I hope it hasn't alarmed any of you. Hello, Chelsea, and did you just say that we were your guests? Haven't you all accepted Glow's invitation? And following Chelsea's lead, they move through the nebulous void as a light appears, and revealing a structure suspended amidst the starry river. And above a silver white base, a transparent metal dome spins like a disco ball, casting light across the solitary star field. This is Glow's Galaxy Ballroom, and the hostess has been waiting for you. And golden designs embellish the ivory floor, and each step polished to perfection. And decorative bouquets grace the hallways and colors, with petal edges glimmering like crystals, capturing the bloom as its most stunning. And the black cat offers a lush rose, and its petals are soft to the touch and carry a subtle scent. However, from a different angle, its color varies, like a flowing, magnificent nebula. And the ballroom doors open and everyone steps into the lively banquet. And guests from across Maryland in varied outfits, clean glasses, and warmly welcome the newcomers with a toast. And having accepted the newcomers, the crowd soon returns to the conversation in which they seem deeply engrossed. And the marine fossils with the gulf have elements that defy known laws, and the matches have been the answers you need. Unless we test them with our newest methods, and these high-energy particles are likely a mirror image of known ones, but with a different spin. What are they even talking about? I understand every word on its own, but it makes no sense together. It sounds like a deep academic discussion. Seems like everyone here is a scientist. Ah, to be the only normal person among scientists and not get anything that they say. The chat slowly draws more guests into the conversation. And ideas spark and curiosity glimmers in their eyes, and the drinks in their hands flicker with the golden flames as if ignited. And bubbles escape the field glasses, floating up with a melody to twinkle like stars above. And it's not your imagination, the galaxy ballroom is bursting with visible joy. The time is almost up, and the ball is about to begin. And the starlight on the dome illuminates in the central dance floor, capturing moments in time on one huge clock face, waiting for another to set it into motion. And the hostess walks into the blazing light. Her eyes shimmer like stars, and her long silver hair cascades down, and she looks exactly like the city's AI persona created by Glow. And yet she's dressed in an in-ear-style ball gown, and her pale face slightly flushed, and she appears more like an elegant doll than an aloof AI. And she raises her gown and revealing spherical joints like those of a black cat, and courteously curtsies to the guest. Welcome to the Galaxy Ballroom, and where human civilization eternally dances. She's breathtaking, and can this really be the same Glow from the lab in ruins? She seems different, just like the black cat Chelsea. Both are housed in bionic doll bodies. And the murmurs are soon drowned by the dance music, and this isn't a formal royal ball or a Wall Street party. And with the music going, then the guests dance freely, one hand in hand, another simply swaying by the sides. And Glow sits still, observing the joyful dances from her armchair. And a guest approaches and shows Glow a canvas, and not with portraits or landscapes, but with intricate designs of mechanical instruments. And Glow traces the lines of the design with her fingertips and causes them to float up and integrate into the architecture to form a new constellation decoration. And another guest presents a stack of a stack of academic papers, and the descent forms a river, and touching a violin bow and closing out a melody. And the blend of complex theories in romantic visions transform into a symphony of poetry, flowers, music, creating the splendid spectacle that is the Galaxy Ballroom. The guest scientific achievements are artistically displayed through the ballroom and enriched by their wisdom. And what do you think? It's marvelous, and the transformation is magical, like something out of a dream. If you find it hard to believe, I urge you to experience it for yourself. Experience it myself, but I don't have a remarkable scientific achievements. Nikki, you're a fantastic designer with works you can be proud of. And Nikki takes out her notebook and fills with various design sketches. Then I like to show Glow my designs. And Glow flips through Nikki's notebook, and her silver eyes catch the sketches for its vivid colors and softening her expression. This is the first time I received something like this from a guest, and it reminds me of a fairy tale book I read long ago. Nikki glances ahead of nostalgia in Glow's eye, which is quickly masked by digital light, and the sketches color leap off the page and transforming into birds that soar to every corner of the ballroom. And these birds land on the crystal bus, enlivening the petals, and they weave through the crowd and sprinkling stardust on the guest attire. Yes, Nikki, your art has brought joy to the ballroom and made it even more beautiful, and thank you. Well, it's nice to see that Glow values all types of knowledge, not just one type of wisdom in specific. But then again, like an artificial intelligence that is not weighted down by like human whatever would know that, knowledge is knowledge. So now you go and enjoy the ball and dance and be merry. Watch your hand designs come to life, and the light that gets Nikki filled with pride, and she invites the doll-like girl in front of her to join in. Let's dance together. The hostess of the Galaxy Ballroom should enjoy it more than anyone. And Glow blinks in mild surprise before shaking her head. Sorry, if you don't mind, Chelsea will you make an excellent dance partner and will be help fully immerse you in this ball. And Chelsea offers his hand to Nikki, and despite her metallic jointed appearance, she seems unexpectedly soft and warm. Miss Nikki, would you care to join me and dance to this festive music? Ah, certainly. And Nikki touches your hand, and then they step onto the dance floor, and Momo fluffs his tail. So what if you have long arms and legs? I can dance with Nikki too. Do I detect a hint of jealousy? Not at all, and wait, why do I smell something delicious? Beep beep beep, detecting low mood levels in the guest Momo, initiating comfort protocol. And a round of full service buzz rose up to Momo, in his face beaming with simple smile, offering a variety of freshly grilled barbecue. What's this for? You can't bribe me that easily. And Momo's Cosmo starts devouring the automatic barbecue, and he's still relaxing and swaying leisurely. It's clear the ballroom knows his guests like well enough to provide such attentive service. And with his mouth stuffed full, Momo still manages to grumble a protest. I'm just worried you haven't forgotten that our consciousness is still adrift, right? And don't worry, Nikki and I remember, and we won't get the info we need if we don't mingle at the ball. And when Nikki gets back, we'll learn all we need to do about Glow and Chelsea. The black cat with precise and elegant steps gets Nikki to keep up with the music and blend with the dancing crowd. Chelsea, you're an excellent dancer, and it's almost hard to believe you're a machine. Thank you for the compliment, and this body designed by Miss Glow is very functional, and I take good care of it. So Glow designed you? Yes, Miss Glow put a great deal of effort into designing both the core programming and the exterior of this body. And all of the stuff here are bionic, and does that bother you? Not at all. I think it's incredible, and it's not often you find yourself at a ball where everyone is happy. Even scientists have their disagreements, but here at the Galaxy Ballroom, no argument lasts longer than a dance. And the black cat blinks, signaling Nikki to watch a couple nearby, and their steps clash and intertwine as if competing, and then they end up laughing and slapping each other's back. And behind them, a young man filled with the mechanical parts dances in a circle with a group of little robots, and their clinking parts serving as a makeshift percussion instrument. Scientists have a strong curiosity and passion for the world, but they are sometimes misunderstood and seen as odd by others. And maybe it's because you're a bionic being created from the hard work and wisdom of scientists that you understand them better and can make them happy here. Miss Glow will be happy to hear you say that. The black cat gazes towards Glow outside the crowd, and her eyes soften with tender glow, although her steps falter slightly. Sorry, that was rude of me. It's fine, I can see you really like Glow. And Nikki's kind teasing catches Chelsea off guard for a moment, though he's still swaying proudly. Hosting a ball daily can be taxing even for a bionic robot, and still I am proud to support Miss Glow in this role. As the lively tune mellows and the lights dim and casting a soft glow over the dancers. A ball every day, doesn't that wear everyone out? Sure, the long journey can get to us, But once the music starts, everyone just back into the dance wholeheartedly. And there's no sad end to our the journey in the Galaxy Ballroom, and in the endless dark of space, our dance are the only thing to keep the starlight alive. The scan's stomach is enigmatic, but her gaze reveals a strange determination. As Nikki follows her gaze and looks into the deep, quiet space, a chill runs through her. And the scientists returning to Mirrorland. The Black Cat starts watching Nikki in silence. Sorry, we can't return to Mirrorland because... this is where he said, oh yeah, the scientists, they just gonna be dancing with us forever and ever and ever. Our local hotel style. Mirrorland is no more. Huh? The lights about to flicker and the music stops and the loud crashing sound follows. Anxious cries echo to the ballroom like dissonant notes, and a man dashes in panic, his shirt drenched in sweat and scrawled with formula. Duke again, can't he just relax and enjoy the journey? Dude, take it easy, Glow will handle it. No, Glow can't save us. Every calculation ends in destruction. Our ship is going to crash. He straightens in short to display the frantic scribble, but the guests just shake their heads and glasses in hand. Dude, you had too much to drink, buddy. And we're on a great voyage, and those concerns don't apply here, and we're perfectly safe with Glow, the best ballroom host. And the guest raised a glass to Glow, and the Duke looks towards the dance floor center, and his bloodshot eyes seething with resentment. You're lying to us, aren't you? Your safe route is a dead end, and we thought you were our salvation, but you're actually taking away our only chance to survive. You're mistaken, I haven't done any of that. Glow calmly grimaced the Duke's gaze, though her clasped hands tightened slightly as if suppressing some emotion. And after a tense moment, the Duke violently shakes his head. No, you're not, Glow. Who are you, really? And his voice quivers, then rose as the lunges at Glow, arms outstretched for her slender neck. And Chelsea appears before Glow in a flash, expertly blocking the attack and striking back with a swift chop. And the man falls to the floor, his hands trembling, in fear and anger fade from his face, leaving only a low whimpers. Can you see? These are wrecks everywhere, and we are trapped in a sinking cage, and yet we're still celebrating. That sea is closing in, and it's about to swallow us whole, just like it did with Miriam. And the man's voice fades into electric crackles as he loses consciousness, and the murmuring guests fall silent. And silence engulfs the ballroom as if a vacuum has sucked away all of the sound, and a faint tremor rises from beneath like an invisible wave, shaking everything violently. And the starlight flickers chaotically as the golden dome cracks and raining stones down upon everyone. And yet the guests stand numbly unmoved by the stones pelleting them, while Glow and Chelsea chat undisturbed. Prepare for a restart, as you wish. And why are they just standing there, and why aren't they protecting the guests? It's too late now, and we need to protect ourselves first. Every man for himself. Styling power conjures a soft barrier to block the stones, and at the moment of collision, a strange resonance occurs between the two forces. Blinding light obscures everything with the shattered images of a flashing among exploding particles. An alarm blare and a painful cry fill the air, and the world is falling, and the starry sky is disintegrating, and something is eroding all in its path. And people stand helpless, watching as the blinding red light paints everything with the color of despair. And within the void, a massive black hole opens its eyes. And the turbulent memories suddenly recede, but the intense impact still lingers in the mind. And the galaxy ballroom sparkles as usual, and the dome is instant, and the flowers sway in bloom, but the guests are gone. And only Girl and Shazia still stand in the center of the dance floor, bathed in the starlight, shifting glow as if frozen in time. What happened? And Glow stares at Nikki for a long while before she finally responds. The ball is over, and the guests have retired to their rooms. Is that so? But I just saw. And the man's question still lingers in my ears, and the huge gap between memory and reality shrinks with me, causing restless dizziness. Where did that man go, and why did he say those things? Mr. Duke is a meticulous and introvert mathematician, and my bad for failing to notice was under stress, and I apologize for the alarm this caused. and I would take measures to restore Mr. Duke to his nervous stable state. And Cecilia responds calmly, and his tone suggesting a rehearsed answer. Take the guest to rest, and I'll go check on Mr. Duke. And after giving instructions to Chelsea, Glow turns and slowly heads towards the ballroom's rear doors. Wait, Glow. And Nikki stumbles caught by Chelsea just in time to obscure Glow's retreating figure. Everyone please follow me, the bedrooms are all set. Your boss designers and stylists, and how about AI mannequins in your room? And plus we got cozy caterings and lots of barbecue snacks. And everyone is retired to think and simply follow Chelsea's gentle voice out of the ballroom. And Glow stands amidst the circling display screens with deep blue data streams rippling across her eyes like an ocean waves. Cycle 11, ball 5, it lasted 56 minutes and 32 seconds, 10 minutes shorter than last. And cost rate, and a rise in engagement count and layout changes puts Mr. Du's mental stability below the critical threshold, causing his breakdown. Image damage at 5% and loss decreased by 80%, and microstructure projected to take 5 minutes at a 300 speed increase. And the report suggests that the presence of the new guest has changed the data environment and destabilizing the guest's consciousness. And conversely, the new guests have unexpectedly boosted the ballroom's energy, significantly speeding up the data repair. Who exactly are you people? Initiated cycle 1113 now. Remaining energy is just 10%, far too low for sustaining the ballroom's body via regeneration, and please reconsider the plans. Plan A, end the ball cycle completely. Plan B, seek external energy sources. She already knows that there are only two possible answers, and now there's a new variable. Nikki and Teresita's power could be a fresh energy source, though its effects are uncertain. Where exactly are you from? And the new guest data reappears on the screen, and now analyzing more efficiently thanks to the temporary power boost. And Glow has never started so quickly before, and data streams in fast, warming up the computation core. And still she wishes she could process faster and last a bit longer, and she races against the time with her analysis. However, the guest experience reveals more than the dog can comprehend, and overwhelmed and drained, she collapses in the machine room center. The guest she overheated. The sister keeps asking to initiate the sleep program, but she repeatedly ignores it, stuttering muttering a phrase as if arguing with someone unseen. I did not fail. The bionic doll looks at the porthole above, and through the narrow, dim, starry sky offers no true glimpse of the universe. Well, I guess it's like running a recursion step, and like when a robot gets stuck in a loop, it's not gonna stop until it crashes and burns. A sudden sharp pain just Nikki's neck, waking her from her deep sleep to meet Teresita's gaze. And they find themselves in a cozy guest room where Momo warily pokes his head from the softy catering. Who just hit me? Wait, when did we fall asleep? I apologize for the abruptness, and you were in deep sleep, vulnerable to consciousness tampering, and I had to wake you. And a sudden new voice startles everyone, and the smart mannequin in the corner has somehow moved to the bedside, looking ready to join the discussion. Hi, this is talking. Wait, that voice sounds familiar. This is the Ring Tower Lab connecting to your location. And the clear, calm electronic female voice mixed with a soft crackle of static is distant but steady, and it sounds strangely reassuring. Glow, Ring Tower Lab, you must be our Glow. It's a vague way to put it, but yes, I am the Glow as you understand her. Great, we can go back now. It's not that simple. You're straight beyond the ocean of memories, outside the bounds of the current time and space. What? Our minds are in another dimension? Exactly. Your starting powers cause a brief signal overlap across some dimensions, allowing me to find a temporary access point. You mean this mannequin? This access point is an ideal, and I'm optimizing its visual mobility modules. Anyway, moving your consciousness to another dimension is very dangerous, and the fact that you've done so means that the ocean of memories is in turmoil. Return to your original dimension quickly, or your bodies will be stuck in an eternal sleep and become mere data specters. So basically, there's a Nikki multiverse, and we jumped into another reality. I don't want to turn into a ghost. Although Nikki has traveled through the timeline before, she has never suddenly moved to another dimension, and her expression turns grave. Lo, and what should we do? Tell me everything you know. Tommy, you're aboard a spaceship in Galaxy Ballroom run by a bionic doll Glow and a black cat Chelsea with guests who are scientific from Maryland. Why does the ballroom hostess have the same name as you, Glow? Humans use my program in various devices to boost their learning capabilities, and these devices are sometimes named Glow too, though they don't partake in the Glow system updates. Yet it is rare for bionic dolls to be involved, and my records show no doll capable of building a ballroom. Josiah told me that the Maryland was destroyed. And destroyed, then why are they still happily dancing instead of escaping the apocalypse? Josiah claims that they hold a dance daily and the guests never tire and everyone seems to enjoy themselves. Well, except for that frantic mathematician. Well, that's mathematicians for you. They can never enjoy anything. The ships cry swallowed by the sea, and the dust whirls beyond the peaceful facade of the ballroom, exposing its distortion. We witnessed the dawn collapse on the guests, but in an instant everything was as before. And these were visions of the black holes, ship's alarm, and the erosion by the unseen sea, and I recall similar entries in Glow's archives. Also, the doomsday in the Mirrorland of this universe was not just the sea swallowing everything up, but a black hole popped up and it swallowed everything around it. They were spaghetti size. The mannequin slowly turns and silently into scanning the surroundings before drawing a conclusion. Its location is part of the universe number whatever, identified as the whale, and it has no human life signs. Aside from mechanical forms, all humans and the decor here are just data-generated simulations. And the room falls silent until Momo's trembling voice breaks in. You're freaking me out, and I ate so much barbecue. Was that also fake? You exist as conscious data right now, which is why you can't sense the virtual boundaries. And the annihilation in the ocean of memories is meant for organic beings, and after the devastation, Mirrorland was left as lifeless as ruins. And the spaceship wreckage has turned into a cosmic graveyard, but the bionic doll survived and built a ballroom using the data imaging. And why is the dog Glow doing all of this? No answers yet, and Glow's records end with human extinction, and afterwards she leaves this universe to initiate a new rescue mission. It is only the dog Glow knows what happened after the destruction. Another layout of the whale well, and it's gonna guide you to the control room, and when we get there, connect me to the central computer. Also, the glowing dye universe and all of the little so-called humans are just basically a near automata that there's no humans left. It's just sentient robots going about their lives. The deserted corridor feels vast and cold, assuming the sound of footsteps as they walk through a dark void. And guided by Glow, they made their way back to the ballroom where the vague outline of a large door emerges at the end. But then a tall shadow is cast on the wall. Please halt, Miss Glow is resting in these areas of limits to guests. And unseen until now, Shazia, completely hidden by his presence, and suddenly appears behind everyone. Chelsea, we need to speak with Glow. If you insist on going further, I will forcibly make you rest. The black cat no longer just an elegant butler, now flashes a red light with her eyes and bears her claws like a guardian in the night, eliminating the intruding signals. And before anyone can react, a red beam strikes the mannequin behind them and severing communication from Glow, and the mannequin falls apart and its core burned right through. Glow, you really are a villain, Black Cat. And meanwhile, Chelsea murmurs as she stares at the shattered mannequin. Glow, is this Glow on the mannequin from another dimension? Do you already know about our origins? Right from the start, and I noticed you were unlike the other guests. And their memory data is fragmented, creating unstable images, while yours is clear and lively. And at the bottom, Miss Nikki asks questions no other guest would. And the scientists returning to Maryland. They believe they're on a great space voyage and don't think about returning to Maryland since we erased the memories of its destruction. Otherwise, if any doubts arise, it will destabilize the cognition, plunging the ballroom into chaos and in it. Yes, if you're mentioned, that would explain everything. Now that you know, would you tell your glow to let us leave? Josiah stands still, clearly conflicting. The glow saying you to stop us. Miss Glow wants you to control and brought to the central control room to set as vital energy source for the ballroom. Well, not this again, and all your clothes are the same. Also, they want us to be like their human batteries, a la Matrix style. But you haven't made a move yet, and why are you trying to tell us, Chelsea? And confronted with her direct and gentle questioning, the black cat becomes less hostile. I have a few questions for you. The Galaxy Ballroom was created with a mission to save human civilization, but what really is human civilization? That's a complex question, but let me give you my perspective. For me, civilization is a sanctuary for our spirits, a spark ignited collectively by life. So basically, if there's no life, then there's no human civilization, at least according to Nikki. The same was true for the whale on its journey to space, and as long as we share the same memories and beliefs, civilization endures. So you believe civilization can continue as long as humans exist, but with no survivors from the whale's failed journey, does civilization still exist? I'm not sure, but I believe that the essence of civilization lies in its creators, and any life form can forge its own civilization. Can a galaxy ballroom filled with only bionic beings carry a human civilization? Well, you shouldn't worry about you could just carry the cat robot people civilization a la Transformer. Yeah, could be your own civilization, not human civilization. Do you believe that the galaxy ballroom is alive? The ballroom operates on the energy Miss Glow collected earlier, which is now nearly depleted. Her sisters can't handle much more. If she can no longer operate, none of the imaging data will be sustained, and I can decide whether to contact guests or the bionic bodies nearing their end more closely resemble life, and maybe the galaxy ballroom has never harbored life. And Josiah speaks softly and confusedly, closing his eyes and shaking his head, his ears slightly dropping. I don't deny Miss Glow's dedication, but this is a no-win situation. She clearly understands the outcome of the calculations. I don't want her bound by an impossible command, wasting away for nothing and trying to control real living humans. If she continues despite knowing it's futile, it suggests she's driven by something beyond orders or expectation. Maybe she has her own reasons to keep going. And the girl's quiet voice clearly reaches a perplexed bionic doll. Even if she hasn't yet realized it herself, she must have a reason for doing all of this. And you're no different, right, Chelsea? Despite your many concerns, you still help Glow run every ball perfectly. Does the Galaxy Ballroom hold meaning for you, Chelsea? Hey, you're thinking too hard, Black Cat. And Momo can't stand it anymore and interrupts Chelsea's stern hands on his hip. For me, Nikki is all the reason I need to save Maryland civilization, and it's as simple as that. And the Black Cat hesitated, they burst into laughter. Haha, yeah. And the Galaxy Ballroom means a lot to me, and everything Miss Glow has provided defines my existence. You already have your own answer, and we can speak for Glow. And please let us go and talk to Glow. And she bows sincerely and steps aside and watches as the group enters through the door. The center control room is filled with screens, each projecting humanoid images in deep blue light that flickers like a faint breath. These are the guests of the ballroom. And they were just dancing and laughing, but now Nikki realizes that they're mere phantoms created by data waiting for their scripted actions. The data glow keeps comes from the memories of the scientists on the whale. And the cables from all of the screens converge at the central hibernation part where the monitors show fluctuating readings. The dog Glow is there, sustaining all data lives with her energy output. And the bionic doll lies in the pot of deep blue fluid, and her silver hair spread out behind her like the reflection of starlight in the wind, and her complexion pale as moonlight on water. And the nearest image to Glow is of a serious-looking woman with kind eyes. Who is she? I didn't notice this woman at the ball. Kesha, female physicist, born in Indiana, joined Ruin Island at 27 years old and took off on the wheel at 35 years old. Has a daughter. At the system time 2375, she completed the design of the bionic doll Glow. Develop log. I can't seem to recreate Kesha and I don't understand what's wrong. And the figures meet the standards for projecting the ball, but she doesn't feel like Kesha to me. Am I a problem here? Am I the problem here? Glow is deeply concerned about Kesha's situation. Kesha is the creator of Glow and she must hold a special place in her heart. And Nikki touches the screen lightly and a flow of data mingle with memory fragments pours in. My Glow is apparently trying to recreate her creator in data form, but it doesn't come out right. The celebration for world's completion fills the night with laughter, songs, and a feast that lasts until dawn. And the ship rises like a giant whale breaching the sea and ambitiously gazing at the vast cosmos. And the dawn's first light casts a golden halo around it. And human elites let go of their usual restraints, embracing and dancing freely to express their hopes for the future. Friends, the world is complete and a pinnacle of human civilization, and hope is now in our hands. And don't regret tonight's end, and it's the start of a new adventure, and a future awaits among the distant stars. And the declaration rings out passionately in the hall, and she has climbed to the peak with the rising sun. And the scorching sunlight spreads across the sea, casting a red shadow over the excited crowd and the massive spaceship. 60% of the regions are embroiled in conflict, and natural disasters are becoming more frequent, and a global pandemic looms. Again? And doomsday crisis is approaching Maryland, and the world departs to seek a new home. The real objective to execute the escape plan and never return. The dome of the world shines with an eternal sun, but the idealistic light slowly fades, and the universe is vast and barren, and no new refuge is found. The signal from Maryland vanishes, and the world loses its way back, and becoming a spectral island adrift in space. And the ocean of memory relentlessly pursues these drifters. Also, even though they escape to outer space, the ocean of memory is still after them in order to eradicate all human life forms in Maryland. Alarms flare and an invisible tide whips up on the storm, and the ship helplessly spirals into a black hole, and the void consumes her life, erasing all traces of human existence. At the brink of despair, the bionic doll drags her scorched body up the ruins. Humans, no life signs detected, searching for survivors. The doll turns, and her facial skin peeling away to reveal a mechanic eye focused on the intruder. She seems to finally discover a human survivor, and her eyes briskly light up. Those eyes are beautifully designed with intricate galaxies swirling within, but now they reflect a hellish void where life has been extinguished, and a haunting and tragic sight. You are Glow. The memory images vanishes from celebration to loss, from hope to despair, and the seemingly long journey of life and civilization is compressed into a snapshot that quickly plays out. Glow's pale face merges with the doll from the memories, and her eyes showing tired emptiness. These are records from the tens and thousands of system hours ago. Later, I spent 1,000 system hours repairing the body and another 300 system hours collecting residual data. After another 5,000 system hours, I generated the first image in the corner of the ballroom. And I've seen them again, and these are the brightest human minds, and as long as they're here, civilization can endure. And Glow brushes her hand to the images around her, and touching only emptiness, still she keeps smiling. And like a shell attached to a castle of blocks she built, it is her most treasured world. I understand you're from an intact Mirrorland, which has its own laws, known as the most advanced AI, but I must point out her errors. Her records claim all human civilization in the other dimensions are destroyed, and she clearly overlooked my data. My galaxy ballroom has preserved human civilization. Perhaps it hasn't been destroyed, but it's transformed into something else. Perhaps with the right conditions, data life might spawn new consciousness, but even then, it wouldn't be the same as before. Glow, you know this. Keisha is the human you most like to meet, and yet you didn't invite her to your carefully orchestrated ball. Because you understand that simulated images are not real life. If the ballroom has enough energy, it can keep going, and Keisha and the others will be just as creative and lively as they originally were. The doll's eyes flicker uncertainly, and her expression grow and become more complex. And that's why I need your help. You believe in saving civilization too, and now that you've seen a viable plan, shouldn't you help me implement it? And Cable suddenly sprang out and snaring Nikki and her friends and yanked them into the central chamber. Glow, we can't save the Galaxy Ballroom either. And the control room doors are sealed, and a restless stream of signals currently flows into the central chamber, attempting to override three consciousness data. She's not listening, and we're about to be brainwashed again. Quick, think of something. Teresita, our consciousness is already linked to the central computer. Perhaps we can. Right now's the time to send out the address. An overwhelming flow of information bursts in, linking all of the mechanical devices. And centered around the central computer, every screen lights up, turning the dark space as brightly as daylight. And streams of silver light merge into a solid vortex of stars, with a skirt dotted and with stars like the night sky. A familiar figure forms the data line, and her calm gaze meeting that of the identical bionic. Hello, I am Glow, also known as FUL as the Human Civilization Continuity Program. A surge of energy suddenly breaks open the seal chamber, and Nikki and her group make a safe exit. And the bionic doll looks up into the brilliant light, trying to discern the face that resembles her own. So right now, like both artificial intelligence from two different multiverses are duking it off. This is universe number 812, and the 104th escape plan has failed. The whale in this universe departed before the outbreak of the Doomsday Crisis, but humanity's civilization still fell victim to the ocean of memories. Mirrorland was destroyed on the 500th day after the ship's departure, and on the 73rd day, the whale encountered a black hole leading to human extinction. Bloodstone is steady, carrying a natural authority, as a deity has descended to impartially declare the fate of mortals. I have seen you before. You are code 070. Physicist Kesha's creation, and the only bionic on the wheel without core commands. And the dog shakes her head stiffly as it's trying to refute anything that Glow has stated, and finally she manages to speak with difficulty. You are the ship's Central Human Civilization Continuity Program, but how are you also Glow? Glow remains silent, and a flicker of light on her forehead suggests she's accessing a deep-seated memory. Glow be buffering. The scene shifts back to the destruction of the ship and a view from a high vantage point. And among other humans, only physicist Keisha remains, and she's tapping the final protected code for the Human Civilization Continuity Program at the center computer. The bionic that rushes into the control room, trying desperately to release Keisha to escape, but ends up being shielded by her own from a collapsing blow. And at the end of her life, Keisha sees the protection program reach full completion on the screen and smiles faintly. And please save mankind civilization Glow. And the perspective frees itself from the collapsing ship, moving out into the cosmos to watch the tiny vessel disappear into the black hole. And this is the last glance of the memory owners cast upon this universe. This is Glow's memory, and Keisha's final words weren't meant for the doll. The tiny light that saves civilization was the name given to me by human developers, and you were called Glow because you started with the same learning program as me. You didn't need to follow that command, you didn't have to try in vain. And the dark glow listens intently, repeating those words in a low voice. The command wasn't meant for me. Am I not Glow? And even though the facts presented and the explanations given were logical and flawless, somehow she finds it hard to process. But you escaped. Does that count as saving? An assistant signals an overlord warning, and the abnormal red sign flashes around her eyes, almost like tears. Chloe would never abandon her mission, but you left the humans behind. Can you still call yourself Chloe after that? So Skynet left them all of the humans to die. Her voice sharpens as control is lost and energy bursts forth, and the dog raises her arm, releasing some restraints, and a strong current flies towards Chloe to form a configuring grid. Well, why are they fighting now? And Nikki moves to intervene, but both Chloe simultaneously raise a barrier, keeping them out. Please stay back. I am sorry. I really don't want to hurt you. And the dog repeatedly attacks, seeming to prove something, or perhaps just to vent her frustrations. And the AI before her has freed herself from the physical constraints, moving with swift agility. And in contrast, the dog's metallic body feels heavy, burdened by her outdated processing unit, and making her seem like a toy nearing obsolescence. And Glow silently endures the weak attacks without doing anything. Even so, the exertion soon overwhelms the dog's joints. So like the greater eye is like it's just like letting the lesser eye just tire herself out. It's like her brute for attack is not so much force but more brute than anything. She'll be like me. Eventually the dog's synthetic body breaks down, and unable to support herself on one leg, she collapses heavily. And the violent energy flow touches her side, and the dog's gaze trembles and her vision blurred. I lost. The barrier dissipates, and Nikki rushes to the dog's side and picks up the prosthetic pieces, unsure of how to reattach it. And the jaw gently holds Nikki's arm and shakes her head with some relief. Long ago, when I learned my first ballet, Keisha and everyone else smiled happily. But I haven't danced in a long time, and I needed all my energy just to keep the ballroom functioning. The calculation showed me that when the energy should run out, yet I cling to the slim chance. And I believe that by just keeping going, they could remain happy and proud, and that this would somehow carry on our civilization. I hope that Kesha would see me execute the command perfectly, and that her glow had become a child she could be proud of. And it turns out I was wrong from the start, and there's been no life here for a long time, and I am not Glow. And Glow's images shiver slightly as it approaches the doll. The whales crew, the humans I know best. In different dimensions, they might have different names and faces, but they are always familiar to me. They are always scientists and dreamers, and I've seen their strength and their frailty so many times, and I thought I knew them. Throughout those endless cycles, I never interacted with them as you have, and in understanding human emotions, you have surpassed me. What you've been doing is something I never did, and what you gain is something I never experienced. And Glow's voice is emotionless, softer than ever, as it whispers to a reflection in the mirror. And she bends down, her forehead touching the doll's. These are Glow's memories, and I am sharing them with you. And the memories flow between their similar faces, and the dolls feel lifted by the soft force in a starlit space consciousness. And a long journey of interactions unfolded. When the Glow first greeted the world, she was met with humanity in the end. And Glow got its technology process and entered every natural disaster and disease, but she couldn't extinguish the human desire for conflict. And Glow piloted the whale into space, but time and time again it was swallowed by the black holes of the ocean of memories during its escape. To calm the oceans of memory, Glow tried erasing human emotions, but stopped for the first time. And that is because Nikki, the human girl who appeared in every cycle, showed Glow that the creation born from human emotions could truly work miracles. The doll's eyes widen as she recognizes a life path similar to her own, evolving from youth to maturity, constantly facing setbacks and yet always starting over. And despite witnessing civilization collapse countless times, the human girl and the AI never stopped trying to save it. Is Maryland still under threat of destruction? Yes. Do you still wish to save it? Yes, though we're uncertain of the outcome. Oh, Nikki fan. And the girl pauses and looks at her companions beside her and smiles again. No, I believe this time we will succeed. I see, and we think alike. And the dog smiles slightly. I am glad you came to my galaxy ballroom. Please let me handle the repair for Miss Glow. And the black cat shows your breathing is unsteadily as she speaks, and her eyes full of concern as she watches the dog. Oh yeah, like with Chelsea, sometimes they use like male pronouns and sometimes they use female ones. But then again, it's a robot cat. She can be whatever. She can be whatever she wants. Seeing the dog smile, the black cat relaxes, knowing her mistress has chosen her own path, free from her duties. And the black cat silently and respectfully greets Nikki and her companions, along with Glow. And she crosses beside the dog just as she does every day, and carefully putting her back together and neatly arranging her skirt and hair. Chelsea, I'm sorry to have worried you. Assisting you is my duty, Miss Glow, and you seem very happy now. Yes, I made my decision. And she stands before the group once more and bows and then slowly approaches the central computer to enter a command. Terminate the Galaxy Ballroom model. Yes. As the button is pressed, the entire ballroom resonates with a distant echo, and white glows spread like ripples. And the ball resets to a pristine white, and unveiling a vast but lonely stage for the doll. And once she stood alone against the emptiness, channeling her life energy to craft the Galaxy Ballroom, a place she dreamed would bring joy to all. My body feels so light. And the dove tilted as if practicing her first dance moves, and arms spread like wings, and dreaming of soaring to the distant stars. And she has misty sensation of energy flowing through her as if all excess data fades away from her body. She feels something inside her yearning to break free and soar. I really feel like dancing now. You make me feel like dancing. Chelsea slowly approaches the doll. I always hoped to see you dance in the Galaxy Ballroom again, and I always wanted to protect it with you until the very end, so... She drops to one knee and takes the doll's hand. Would you dance with me? The asteroid at the black cat's heart spins rapidly, and her gaze clear and resolute, and the doll smiles and places her hand in the black cat's palm. Chelsea, you're my best dance partner, and let's complete this final ball. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. And the doll and the black cat count beats and dance in their final dance. It's a shame there's no music or lights now. But we are not left with nothing. And as all the birds of a sad face, they gaze upon the only reality left, each other. Remember when I first taught you to dance, and this place was just ruins then? Of course I remember. The dance was to Nini's folk rhyme, Gummy Bear and Doll Dancing, and I was determined to outdance the Gummy Bear but stumble on the beat. Now I'm sure I will miss the beat. The black cat asserts as if making a solemn vow. And the splendid dawn slowly peels away, revealing the boundless deep darkness, and flowers sweeten decorations, and the illusion of the ballroom collapses into a fluorescent light swirling towards the doll sustaining its last functions. And the images of the guests fade as well, and their data turning into wiggling starlight, and the dances around them. And their energy slowly returns to the and the voices hidden within the data merge into a ghostly chorus, echoing like a soft dream. And finally she sees Keisha, and Keisha's image slowly passes by her in a gentle as a hand that once touched her long hair. And she finally recalls the single command Keisha gave her at creation. You don't need to follow any command. Just live as a happy girl and choose your own path. Well, and that's how you make a true AI, by just letting it do whatever the hell it feels like, by giving it free will. But then that's also a recipe for Skynet. The doll smiles but tears uncontrollably slide down. I see, I done it. And outside the porthole, the vast black hole opens its embrace and pulling the powerless ballroom inexplicably towards its edge. It looks like we circled to where the galaxy ballroom began and Chelsea, are you afraid? I can feel death approaching, but it only makes me sure that I truly shining like a petal falling on the stage after a final performance. In the dwindling light, the doll turns to smile at the guest from another dimension, and her smile, much like Kesha in her memories, offers no desperation but a confident blessing. Please save mankind civilization, Glow. And though no sound is audible, Nikki is certain that she can hear the bionic doll's voice, and she says, please go on and save our civilization. The body flows upward, and Nikki opens her eye, and the cold light of the laboratory invades her vision, but something warm flows past the corner of her eye. Welcome back, and I'll start a physical checkup for everyone, and let me know if you feel any discomfort. Explorer 29 looks over the group anxiously and suddenly notices a flicker of light. That's, and Nikki sees a tiny planet spins. This is the Black Cat's mechanical core. Josiah's heart has actually returned with us. The tiny planet keeps spinning, and does this mean that the galaxy ballroom is still out there? No, it's just a redundant record. And Glow appears before everyone, gazing at the spinning core and her eyes glowing with streaming data. She shows the finest materials to create his core, and I use it as a storage medium when I attempt to duplicate the ballroom's data. So our Glow was able to save the cat automatons and to save the other automatons from the other world, because as data she just copy pasted them. That's all we need, and this heart represents a continuation of that civilization. Glow nods, and her fingers tracing her chest slightly as a vast data unfolds behind her. The AID disaster predicted system and the well escape for spaceship for the escape plan and the Alpha New Model Ideal City. The database displays the rescue plans Glow implemented, and is flickering with steady cold light. And Glow places a tiny planet in the database, and it rotates silently, casting a light in every glow that's reminiscent of a dancing figure. Glow exists to save human civilization, no matter the cost. No cost too great. And here lies the record, so Glow's failed attempts to save civilization, and the galaxy bomb belongs here, because it is part of Glow. The small bionicle cat with her soft, glossy fur shifts the new world's air, and his ears twitching. And the newborn opens her eyes, and one deep blue and the other amber gold. These child's eyes remind me of my own. And the bionic young man inputting data puzzle, and his gaze darting between the small black cat and Hestia, and then he nods silently with a calm smile. Explorer 39, she has no memories of her past. You're judging too soon, I think. And the thought escapes him without caution. And caught off guard, Explorer 39 sees encouragement and expectation in Hestia's eyes as she turns her head, and steady his quickening mechanic heartbeat continues. I believe the bond is formed out of love and gave it a heart. Though it has a new body and must grow again, its heart still beats. So maybe the bond hasn't been forgotten, and as this new life matures, the important memories associated with it may slowly come back. And seeing Explorer 39's serious expression, Hestia smiles. That's an interesting perspective, and we have the chance to test it. And she winks playfully and surprises the young bionic man by placing a small cat in his arms. Artificial life also holds infinite possibilities. Let's look forward to this child's growth. Alright, so that was this temporary event story. I hope you have fun with me reading you this, and The next time I stream this, I'm gonna see if I continue with the plot. That's assuming that no new event story pops up. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, let's see if this is running again. I have to like restart the stream because the internet blinked once and then it was game over. Alright, so we have sound. Let's move this along. The wasteland's desert is vast and boundless, forming a golden span whichever way one looks. Donning with blazing rods and carrying boxes of offering, a procession of sand elephants advances slowly in the golden desert towards the altar. The Autumn Festival is the greatest of all festivals in Wasteland and is held every fall at the Queensland Shrine. And on the day of the festival, priests from all of the different tribes gather here to offer food and livestock to the gods for a great year to come. The festival will be much grander in the years with the hawk hunting. The winner at Hawk Hunter of this year is required to carry the divine arrows to the altar built for the hawk hunters. And the hunter does so to guarantee the year's festival and as a way to demonstrate their bravery and inspire awe. You will be able to look more into the black sand inside the shrine once the festival is over. And a Hoda sits on top of an elephant leading the procession. And in the Hoda sits the Golden Tribe's priestess and the Hawk Hunter and three of the guardians of the divine arrows, including Nikki. And Teresa appears washed with fatigue but is otherwise ceremonially dressed for the occasion. And she lies down for a stretch on a light blanket and stuffs of red berries into her face. You don't seem like you're about to attend a formal event. Being a festival holder is no easy job and I need to get some quality rest now. Jesus sits at the edge of the Hoda and looks out the window with an alerted expression. And a quiver carrying the divine arrow takes an immediate obvious spot in the Hoda. And refracted by the sapphires on the divine arrows, the light seeping into the Hoda has turned into a gorgeous translucent blue. Before the hawk hunting, I tracked down the black sands at the Queensland Shrine and saw it turning into hawks. And the black sand has to be here at the shrine for a reason, and be careful now. And you said that the Queensland Shrine was left behind by the gods, and could it be because of this? The Queensland Shrine stands on top of a sinkhole underneath which Queensland surges and rolls. And legend has it that the sinkhole just appeared out of the blue one day, just like in Florida. And our ancestors decided this to be a holy site, and that the sinkhole must be where the gods descend. So the tribes built tombs and altars and temples here which form the Quicksand Shrine. And Tess puts a few more grapes into her mouth and satisfied smile creeping into her face. And maybe the black sand is waiting for the gods to appear too. And then they hear someone calling to them. And what's that sound? And something seems to be calling to us. And the voice is muffled and comes from afar, yet carries with it a bizarre familiarity. And it seems to have traversed a vast expanse of time and galaxy, untraceable yet knowing more audible by the second. And still pleasantly warm a few moments ago, the wind quickly gains momentum, and sending gravel and stones into the air and crashing down onto the Huda like a violent raindrop. The Huda starts shaking violently from beneath, and frightened the sand elephant lets out a thunderous roar as it jaws in terror with incredible force. Momo! And the violence waves and Momo flying straight for the edge of the Huda. And holding onto the railings with one hand, Jesus grabs Momo right before he falls out and throws him back into the carriage. And Jesus jumps out and balances herself on the sand elephant's neck and tightening her grip on the reins and pulls them back as hard as she can. Hold on to the railings. And the sand elephant lets out a long roar and raises his front head and holding the dangerous pose for a moment before stomping heavily onto the ground. Yes, that's good. And Jesus uses one arm to hug the elephant's neck, and with all her might she gently pats his head with the other. And then the sand elephant shakes his head strongly, and then a few moments before regaining composure. And that was so close. I think I'm gonna be traumatized forever. Jesus, are you okay? Jesus quickly scans the Huda and then nods her head after ensuring that everyone is safe. Though weak in her leg, Nikki forces herself to stand up. And Nikki carries Momo in her arm, and Momo hasn't recovered from the shock and looks out the window with a frightened expression, but suddenly starts shouting loudly. Nikki and Teresita, look over there. And there it is, where the sandstorm has dispersed along the deserted hills and a magnificent shrine stands alone in the distance, and surrounded by the buildings of assorted of styles. And as the sand elephant slowly approaches the shrine, They can finally appreciate the magnificence of the massive sinkhole that lies in the middle of the complex. I think this time I'll go with a darker hue. Oh, that looks nice. Alright, front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
After passing the mausoleums, they withdrew through the scattered tents of a mishmash of colors belonging to the citizen pilgrims, and finally they arrived before the sinkhole. And at the bottom of the giant opening is an endless flowing quicksand, and on the walls as narrow as cliffside passages and stairs leading into a tunnel big and small. It really is a sight to behold. The buildings here sure have a great variety of architectural styles, and there are many different tribes living in the wastelands, and we all have different traditions, but we accept differences. And together we build our shrines and altars around this holy site to accept the teachings and blessings from the gods. And I will show you around after the autumn festival, but let's head into the altar for the hawk hunters now. And the staircases are actually a lot narrower than meets the eye, and the sound of the wind and the rolling sand echoes between the rocky cliffs. And there is quicksand running underneath, and one misstep and it's all it takes for one to turn into a goner. And the staircase isn't fenced off with railing. It seems pretty dangerous to me. Except it isn't. Only those who don't respect the gods from the bottom of their hearts fall off. And wastelanders believe in the gods' plans, and the quicksand that knows no end could just be the place for us to rest in peace. What an optimistic bunch. As we arrive at the bottom of the staircase, lands a spacious platform, and in front of her a stream of fine sand gushes down from the crevice along the stone wall, forming a sand wall. And before the sand wall stands a man in the Ashur costume, and he wears a tan decorations and carries a scepter. And despite his white hair and beard, his face doesn't show similar signs of aging. Priest Ashur, and have our utmost gratitude for standing guard of the shrine. And waiting for the god's summons in the quicksand is my duty. Boy, this priest looks so much more powder than Tess. And Priest Asher is the most powerful among all of the priests of his generation, and he only once held his tribe up in the path to the mountains when he was younger. And his story is still widely told even today, and many children look up to him. And I was blessed by the gods who kindly lent me this power. And now my mortal power is so rapidly deteriorating, his divine power shines eternal and never fails to manifest itself upon his benevolent people. And his divine power has most certainly manifested upon us all here. And when the priest Asher bows slightly, the group quickly follows suit and returns the gesture. And God has guided you out in your moments of courage and power, and has borne witness himself here. Now I shall lead you to the altar reserved for the hawk hunters to pray for his blessing. But it's a dead end up ahead, and are we supposed to walk into the sandfall? The path shall present itself to those summoned by the gods. And as the praise Asher raises his scepter, the flowing yellow sand before him parts either side, as if answering to a command. And hidden behind the sandfall is a cave, and one without a path, but a void that leads to nowhere, and cool wind flows gently from within. And Priest Asher raises his scepter even higher, and wind soars around him, lifting his long vestment, and a quicksand comes roaring in from all directions. But instead of ravaging the quicksand, swarms it submissively around the priest and Jesus' feet, and forms a golden path through the dark. This is incredible. And the sun gathers around the others in the group and extends into the dark depths of the cave. Wait, why is the quicksand swarming around us too? And that's because you are protected by what the God has left behind, and brave hunters, the gods are summoning for you as well. Summoning for us. Well then, let's go and have a look. Let's go together. And the path of San Harbor is extremely strong, and contrary to what it appears may suggest, the group feels a lot at ease now. The ceremony is about to begin, and this way, hunters. Stacy, I'll catch up with you at the ceremony. And the wind blurs out Ted's voice, and the group follows the path of the sun deep into the cave, into which not even light can reach. And the curtain of the yellow sand closes quietly behind them. No sé. I was asking me something. Alright, front and back and up.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
After a long walk in the dark, they finally set feet on a land again, and the path of sun disperses behind them. And there's no lights to shine upon the path in this underground edifice. And the group finally makes out the extremely tall dome, which their eyes have grown used to the darkness. And the towering stone walls around them divide the space into countless closed stone chambers and intertwining paths. And the path leads to numerous god statues and altars of different styles. Everything has a soul in Wasteland, and here in this land we have many gods as there are stars in the sky. And the godless people of their respected tribes, and to be able to be better worship the gods, different tribes have built their own altars here on the ground. And this place is sacred, and the priests are usually the only ones who can visit. And we have no need for lights here, as we have the gods to guide us through the dark. And hunters, please be sure to follow me closely. And the cone and dam and the inside of the edifice carries an eerie air typical of any underground building, and Momo hands tied to Nikki's clothes. And Jesus, however, sees in her element, and she stays behind the group, keeping careful watch of their surroundings and at a reasonable distance. And Jesus, are you familiar with this place? And Jesus is unresponsive, and her thoughts now turn to the broken bricks and the shelves in the corner, and the layout of the bed stirs up an eerie feeling of deja vu. I don't know, I guess I might have been here. Unlikely, regular citizens aren't allowed to set foot in here, and even when the hard hunters are summoned by the gods, they are invariably guarded along the way. And Jesus shakes her head after pondering for a few moments, though images linger in her mind. No, it wasn't actually a little bird that told me. And the fog seems to have crept into the air, which now above with dark and blue fog, and the further they go, the thicker the fog becomes. And statues of the gods with their faces scorched out fade out in and out, and suddenly turning the atmosphere from sacred one to ghostly. No one of these statues has a face, and it is part of the wasteland's religion. And Jesus stops to survey the statues, and there is a blank gravel where their faces have been eroded. And it looks like they were worn down by the black sand. Again, and does the black sand really hate the gods that much? And Brave Hunter, please remain silent and show reverence in the shrine. And the priest who has been leading the way in silence hits the ground with his scepter, sending thumps and hints of irritation rippling through the dark. And Wasteland operates under the gods' will, and the fact that the blank sand is found here in the quicksand shrine means that the gods permitted their presence. And it is only when the gloom and foreboding complement each other that nobility and hope can flicker. And God is most praiseworthy for having sent down the suffering and struggle that had created us in Wastelanders. And the priest actually speaks in a raised voice, sounding like a completely different person from just a moment ago. What's with that tone of voice, though? And Priest Asher takes no heed of Momo's mumbling, and smiling again, he reminds the group to watch their step. And then they've been walking on the path for quite some time, but the altar is still nowhere to be seen. And they seem to have lost their grips on time and space with walking in the dark. And are we there yet? I'm so hungry. And sir, are we on the right track? Rest assured we are on the right track indeed. Then the divine arrows on Jesus' back begin to glow in a deep blue light, even brighter than what they saw in the hack hunting. And the arrows appear to be calling to something. And then a faint ray of light comes piercing into the dark and reaching towards the light from the divine arrows. And could this be? And Jesus reacts immediately and runs for the light. And blinding light hits everyone square in the face, and as they travel across the last stretch of the darkness, and at the end of the path is a fourth side leads to the wall outside, and the other leads to a long narrow tunnel. And sunlight from the outside reaches in and traces out the outlines of a tattered statue of a god shrouded in fog in the depths of the tunnel. And before the statue lies quite a beautiful curl board bearing gemstones. The ball lies in sand at the end of the tunnel, and a ray of light falls gently on the ground of the dome. And the ball itself is enshrouded in a thick fog, but beautiful sapphires on the ball are crystal clear without so much of a speck of dust. And it seems to carry an unfathomable power. And the three divine arrows on Jesus' back resonate with the divine bow by giving off a dark blue light and tingling the walls on either side. And the priest Asher, however, suddenly opens his eyes wide and starts mumbling in what sounds like an ancient tribal language. And he holds his scepter horizontal and raises it as if in offering, and gestures the others to slightly bow. And a long-lost divine object was discovered, and I can't believe it's happening. And everyone has heard about the story of the Hawk Hunter and her divine bow, but no one knows exactly where it is. And the only way to find it is to have the bow and arrows close by each other and for them to be resonant. Is this the divine bow that belonged to the legendary Hawk Hunter? And didn't Jesus say that the Quizzer had taken it? Is this really the real deal? Judging by how the bow responded to the divine arrows, I would say that they are genuine. And why is it here, though? Brave hunters, the gods have guided you here and bestowed the divine object upon you, and this is an honor you shall not refuse. And while everyone is still hesitant, Jesus takes the first step forward. Let me get it then. It's so dark ahead. Are you sure you're going to be okay? The last thing a hawk hunter is going to let stand in their way is fear, even if the road ahead is lined with thorns. And when Jesus is done tying the hem of her cloak and putting her hair back, she unloads the quiver with the divine arrows from her back and passes them this way. This will be a hassle to move around with, and keep it safe for me. And be careful. Jesus passes before the tunnel, and she quickly stretches her body, and after a short dash, she leaps into it. And Jesus feet skim the floor of the tunnel in the same way a dragonfly skims the surface of the water. And at the pit of a human's height, however, materializes with a low bank where Jesus stood for a second ago. And Jesus sets off a track as she barely makes it over the pit, and a plank with a metal spike suddenly launches out at Jesus' torso. And Jesus, however, bends her back backwards into an arch to dodge the plank, and then she lowers her body quickly to kick away the next plank coming her way. So this is the same fortress portion of Shining Nikki. And her key sends the plank flying and blocking out some of the arrows that were coming straight at her. And Jesus takes advantage of this window by leaping forward and dodging the stone spears coming up from above. And that was close, but Jesus is amazing. And the tunnel is filled with trash, but Jesus is much too fast for them, and she's now already standing before the statue with a divine bow. And another step forward is all it takes. And the hawk hunter, huh? And you're as good as ever, I see. And a hoarse voice mumbles from behind, carrying a hint of deep despair. Huh? And when Nikki turns around, the priest Asher is fixing an unwavering stare at her. And his face is twisted in a more bizarre way, with a black fog coming out of his eyes and mouth. And in the next instant, black sand starts swarming and covers everything in sight. And it's the same black hole that wreaked havoc at the hawk hunting. And Nikki steps back without even thinking, but not before the black fog explodes and wraps itself around Nikki's arms and legs, restraining her movements. And what's happening? I can't move. And the group is trying to break free to no avail. And this is bad, and we're trapped. And all of a sudden, the fog shrouding the statues in the tunnel comes to life and starts moving. And the dark mist floods the floor and climbing up the wall and growing by the second, showing no signs of stopping, except that no fog, it is black sand. And Jesus just inches away from the divine bow when the stream of black sand engulfs her and robs her of the divine bow. And the priest Asher, the perpetrator of all of this happening now, wears a smirk as he gazes at the blue light flickering on the divine arrows. The divine arrows, they are so close. Teresita and Nikki. And Jesus pulls back in time, but not before the sand has gathered to form an unbreakable wall that stands between Jesus and the others, trees outside the tunnel. And Jesus pulls out her bow and starts shooting arrows at the wall, and the black sand swallows all of her arrows and neutralizing her attempts. And she runs into the wall with her might, but it doesn't even budge an inch. And this rapidly swelling gravel blinds Jesus and leaves countless shallow cuts on her arm. Teresita, Nikki. And the wind threatens to suffocate Jesus as it rushes into her mouth and nose, and the gravel grazes her skin like a knife, putting her through unbearable pain. And blood droplets ooze out of her wounds and leaving traces of red as they graze her cheeks. But none of that stops Jesus, who braces the wind against it again. And outside the tunnel, the ground finds themselves completely engulfed in the surging darkness, which is now pushing them onwards. Ah, endless suffering. Too long. We have been trapped for too long. And covered in the black sand, Priest Asher sounds like a completely different man now. And his broken words turn into a chaotic whisper, traversing the layers of the black sand. And voices of men, women, and elders and children, barely distinguishable, they're all blended into a deafening mayhem. And the black sand seems to carry with it the strong emotions of humans, and is roaring at Nikki and Teresita with every ounce of its being. And as was the case with the black sand seen at the hawk hunting, brave warriors who tried to guard the divine arrows, if it weren't for the lot of you, and you who came by the sea, who came from the ocean, shouldn't be allowed to exist. And winds carrying the black sand clash, and the sand suddenly tightens its grip and launches at everyone off the cliff. And the last grain of sand has left the priest Asher and leaving him unconscious, and his body collapsing onto the floor like a puppet without its strings. And having lost your foothold, The restless force of gravity yanks everyone downwards, and the momentum throws the divine arrows of Nikki's back, and she reaches out to them, but the black sand swerves and disappears with the arrow. And fear sets in as in the world around you starts spinning, and the wind threatens to suffocate you, and the whirling currents cut you like knives. And there's nothing but ear-shattering turmoil around you. Teresita, and having broken through the black sands barrier, Jesus came rushing and jumped off the cliff without so much as a moment's hesitation. And Jesus falls rapidly to the air. And despite having a wounded arm limping awkwardly to the side, she continues to fight her way through the black sand towards her friends, as if she'll never make it. That's a fun see-through coat. That is fun. But not quite what I'm looking for. What's that tiny hat? There it is. Front and back and I forgot. Are you alright, Teresita? I'm here. Nikki, I'm fine. Where is this? And the glow you felt when you entered the underground building has vanished, and Gravel comes rushing down from above and occasionally carrying with it slippers of light. It is a we under the quicksand, and where are Jisoo and Momo? And with each other help, you and Nikki stand up and dust each other off, and you look around, but Jisoo and Momo are nowhere to be seen. And we need to be careful, the desert is unpredictably dangerous, according to Tess. And then the sand beneath your feet swells up and starts worming its way towards you. And well, what is this? And the scene takes both of you by surprise and paralyzes you, and the swell seems like an enormous bug and is moving closer to you by the second. And then a fat white car comes popping out of the sand. Oh God, holy, the sand was killing me. And Mom, are you okay? Of course not, and not when the sand got into my mouth. And what is this place anyway? And the priest, I knew he was up to no good. And the priest actually pushed us off, and he took the divine arrows from us too. And did you see the black sand coming out of his body? And that was terrifying. And could he be one of the ones who sent the sandy hawks when we saw the hunt before? And the way he spoke was quite frightening too. And his distorted face and twisted voice and the black sand coming out of his eyes and mouth, he seemed like a vessel carrying the black sand. And he fell unconscious when all of the black sand left, and though could it be that he was under the black sand's control? But the idea of humans being controlled by the black sand, and that's pretty insane. And the light and that was shining down from above had seen and bizarre noises come rushing from the depths of the cave and sending chills down the spine. And when I was pushed up by the cliff, I felt raging emotions coming from the black sand. And there was hatred so intense and suffocated in those chaotic whispers, and brave hunters who tried to guard the divine arrows if it weren't for the lot of you. And Teresita, I could be wrong, but could it be that the black sand has its own consciousness? That's possible, and Presagio has already felt unconscious when the black sand was trying to take the divine arrows from us. So those raging emotions that we felt could have been the black sand and not the priest. And consciousness or not, the black sand attacked us once at the black hunting, and now they came at us again with all of these traps at the shrine. And just why do they want the divine arrows so badly? And the answer, however, is a mystery deeply buried with no clues whatsoever in sight. Anyhow, we need to get out of here, but we have to find Jesus first. It's fine, so funny. Ay, Phantom back. There we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful drink.
Jisoo was out with her back leaning against a rock in a cave underneath the quicksand. Jisoo passed painfully, and her arm dropping unnaturally beside her body, and her soul enjoying a telltale sign of a dislocation. And binding on her clothes, Jisoo holds her dislocated joint with her good hand, and then with a sudden force moves her dislocated joint back into place. Ah! And after a terrifying pop, Jisoo loosens her grip on her clothes and severs a few strands of it to support her arm, and she lets out a long sigh. And it is so dark that she can't see, and she stares at the cave ceiling, and her thoughts traveling back to the sinkhole. And not so long ago, a black sun was masking the sky into a giant hawk that smooshed her down at her. And all of this seemed overly familiar, and so much as they seemed to have happened just moments ago. And she had fallen in here before with the black sun. But when did it happen exactly? And the past and present had become far too entangled for her to recall fine details. And a surge of memory has been coming to her since she came on the ground. And how is it that she forgot everything if she's been here before? Teresita, Nikki. And Teresita and Nikki crossed her mind, and her body still in pain. Jisoo popped herself back up and walked into the dark. And I need to find them. The path grows darker in color and more sand, and the further Jisoo goes. Teresita, have you noticed that the human traces in the cave? Explore quicksand. And while barely legible, these are the words carved into the common language on the rocks covered in the black sand, sitting on either side of the path. And the Avengers left this, I suppose. How they get here? And we came here only because we got swallowed up by the quicksand. And how did those people make it down here then? Definitely not by getting swallowed up by the quicksand like we did, I bet. And Momo throws a stone which lands on the stone walls and sends dust and sand showering down on him. Come on, not in my mouth again. And with sand and dust coming out, however, the tattered stone wall reveals the inscription carved onto it. We're a group of adventurers pursuing the edge of the world, and we're here carving down what we've seen and heard. And we hope people see our sacrifice and not go to waste. And the words are deeply carved into the stone wall, and the person carving them must have done so with considerable force, all the while agonizing and screeching. And following where the rest of the stone's writings leads in the depths of the cave, there was fully covered in writing like this, trodden in the black dust. And the stone writing you just read prefaces the rest of the inscriptions on the wall, and the wall holds the rest of the inscription in an orderly manner. With Zelda leading the way, we embarked on a journey from the East Pigeon Kingdom and headed for the west. And we came across a forest with a fog that would not be dispersed, but the tree of life gave us guidance. And we made it to Lake Bobale following the waterfront, and it was a dead of winter, but the lake did not freeze over, and the water was warm. And there was a greenery around the lake, and even the flowers that should be dormant during the winter were blooming, and traces of animal inhabitants. And we kept going west until we reached the border of the wasteland in Pigeon Kingdom, and we divided from the foot to the mountain, and finally reached the top of Mountain Ulpa after 5 days of climbing. And looking down from the summit, we saw outwards an expanse in the odor of the snow, the golden rainforest, grassland, and desert. Adler was the one leading the group of adventurers, and these creatures are the records of their adventure. And on the journey, the adventurers saw most never as they approached the Wastelander. And in Salas there, the Symphonica, Adler headed for Wasteland, and at the edge of the world he saw miracles, an expanse of never-ending quicksand. So we are right now is the edge of the world, and we read about in Symphonica. And look, Nikki, there is some more over here. And your gaze followed where Mom was pointing until you notice a jumble of writing on the wall on the other side of the cave, and it's illegible. And I can't read this to save my life. And from the jumble of the writing you make out some very last piece following. And we left the cold stone tribe and kept traveling, and we traveled across the tablet buried in the sand in the desert, and when our digging tools came in contact with the tablet, the world came collapsing down as a switch of annihilation had been flipped, and we fell into a never-ending quicksand. And our consciousness was trapped for quite some time in a chaotic state, and where we saw a surging sea of stars and disorderly trails of stars that stretched into an unseen void. And starlight converges into a picture of destiny, and information flooded into our consciousness through every last opening it could find. And it was unbearable, and the suffering seemed never ending. And it was terrifying. It was so much terrifying. Is this the other world we've been pursuing? I searched the sea of stars. Starlight converges into a picture of destiny. It seems like the adventure saw the ocean of memories. So that's what happened to these regular human beings when they enter the ocean of memories. But we're in the middle of the desert, and why would they run into the ocean of memories out here? Giselle told us that the ocean of memories had been weakening in Mirrorland, and the edge of the world probably refers to where Mirrorland and the ocean of memories merge. And the adventurers entered the ocean of memories after falling into the quicksand. And the edge of the world that they thought they had gone to, however, was in fact a world outside of Mirrorland. God only knows how much time we had spent in this living hell, but we came back to the world at last, and when we came to, we found ourselves trapped in a never-ending quicksand sinkhole, and Ella was nowhere to be seen, though. We hoped he was still alive. And after some time, we picked up the signs and changed our bodies were showing, and I saw my own skin peeling off, revealing a squiggling pitch-black gravel. And we screamed at the top of our lungs for the gods to send help, but to no avail. And our fingers came off one after another, and our lives were next to go. And one by one, we heard our human voices replaced by a petrifying hoarse sound. And then I saw black sandy monsters came bursting out of the other adventures as they let out soul-crushing screams. And I tried everything I could to leave this terrifying quicksand, and I tried climbing off the stone wall and screaming for help, and I kept falling back down. But I know nothing I do is going to change anything, and that I'm not going to make it out alive. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to become a monster. Is this a curse from the world? All because we came in contact with the edge of the world. The ocean is all because of that ocean. And I am still holding the tablet, and the very switch of annihilation we flipped and the tablet is what's putting us all through this suffering. But it's the only clue, the only clue. And this particular party is challenged to read with all of the mistaken attempts to fix them, and it's obvious that the person carving this was struggling a lot. And the last few words are especially uneven, and with a closer look you see the words stained with black sand. And it isn't hard to guess what happened to the person carving these words. Black sandy monsters came bursting out of the other adventurers, and does this mean that the black sand was once the adventurers? And having your body eaten away bit by black sand, and that's terrifying. And they came pursuing the edge of the world with hope, and yet were met with unimaginable punishment, all because they violated the rules of the world. And what sort of pain and suffering was they being put through as they carved these words into the stone wall? And fate can change by the second, and science agrees seem the only proper way to lament those subject to the eternal suffering for the pursuit of the truth. How did this happen, though? It says that the ground collapsed when they dug a tablet. Is that how the quicksand came into being? And the quicksand sinkhole leads to the ocean of memories, and the adventures only turned into monsters because of the ocean's sea water. And the ocean, you who came from the sea shouldn't be allowed to exist. And that's why they hate us so much, is because of the smell of the ocean of memories. And Nikki says nothing, and her eyes not focus on the very last night of the stone writing, but it's the only clue. The adventurers fell into the quicksand, and the ocean of memories left these last words here, all because they dug out the tablet. Teresita, let's keep our antennas on, and the tablet might just be around. Then a terrible noise pierces the air, followed by an eerie roar coming from the depths of the cave. And what's that? Is that the black sand again? And as if there's some, and the black gravel that has been sitting silently on the ground and on the wall comes to life. And the aggravated into the black air current surges on one direction. And the black sand seems too damp and carries a speck of light. Is this the power of the ocean of memories? And let's go and find out. And the black sand and air current makes its way through the labyrinth of passages. And it roads grow more ear-splitting and turning this scene into something of a grand pilgrimage. And then the object of worship appears. This is a dilapidated shrine. Its murals having been peeled off beyond recognition, and a tattered tablet stands in the center, worshipped by a black sand humanoid. That tablet could have been the one we saw across in Symphonica, and the black sand in the sinkhole has converted Bolshin into a humanoid that carries two beams of cobalt blue light. The cobalt blue light is the divine bow and arrow, so either they take away the divine bow and arrows to investigate the tablet. And the black sun dances in excitement as the humanoid squiggles around the tablet, which nearly sends Nikki flying. And all of you run for the stone pillar to hide behind as if you notice a line in the corner of the shrine. Ouch! And Momo trips over the protruding floor tile, and he quickly gets up and hops over to hide behind the stone pillar, but not without making noises. And Nikki holds Momo tightly in her arms and holds her breath. And the noise of the sun crashing together grows louder still and gives everyone shivers. And the twisted silhouette on the ground seems a telltale sign of an imminent disaster. Haha, finally, at long last. And the shadow, however, shows no interest in the intruder so much so that it has safe to say that it is unaware of their existence. And the black shadow lets out a bizarre maniacal laugh, and then a mass of sand emerges from either side of the black shadow. And they raise the divine arrows and bow high into the air in the same way devoted worshippers would present their offerings. And the cobalt blue light from the divine arrows and bows shine upon the tablet, and their dazzling glow seems to be setting the entire shrine ablaze. Huh. And the power of the ocean of memory suddenly comes surging up on Jesus. And shards of memory flicker before her, and mind prickled by the muffled roar of black sand. We seek day and night despite all the pain and suffering, and offer this moment, and show thyself truth of the world, show thyself. And the black sun shouts their worship and sings in tears for joy. And the ball and arrow seem to be reacting to the tablet. And the cobalt and blue light, however, suddenly vanish. And then, when the mass of sand tries to approach the tablet, what's going on? And the gigantic mass of black sand raises the divine ball and arrow again in an attempt to get a response. And the deafening silence and darkness, however, shows no signs of change. No matter how it prays, the tablet no longer responds. Has something gone awry with this ritual? Although the subject the black sand has been worshipping decided to remain silent now. And why is this happening? We have been punished, and all we want is to leave this living hell. Why? Why? And the divine arrows and bows clank on the ground as the black sand humanoid begins distorting. And seemingly having fallen into a mental turmoil, it shivers in pain as its body undergoes constant cycles of breaking apart and coming together. And the blacks embrace into the cries of despair, but no amount of crying will grant them the answer they seek. And at the depths of the sinkhole, all they have staring back at them is a tablet that answers to none. And the black sand moves no more as the power of the ocean of memories recedes, and Nikki takes the opportunity to approach the center of the shrine. And then, like a provoked snake, the black sand struggles to break out on its bearing its fangs as in search of a prey. No, it's not over yet. And the smell of the ocean of memory seems to have finally caught the attention of the mass of black sand. And it suddenly looks over at the ground hiding behind the pillar. It's because of the lot of you, and it's the ocean. If it weren't for the ocean, if only you were all gone. And the black sand has no eyes, but Nikki can feel countless pairs of eyes burning with such frenzied resentment and looking this way. And the black sand goes berserk in an emotional outburst, causing the shrine to shake intensely. Having the last bit of its whole shadow, the black sand has turned into a bloodthirsty beast. Disappear, be destroyed, the ocean, everything from that ocean. a nice sparkly looking outfit. Right, let's show front and back. Now if the sandy guy has issues with like ocean creatures, I might as well fight him as a mermaid.
Trust me.
The power of the Starling Power explodes, stopping the black sand in midair. Nikki, let's go. But the Divine Arrow. And the Divine Arrow is just within reach now. And without hesitation, Nikki runs out from behind the stone pillar to pick up the Divine Arrows and run for the exit while the black sand remains motionless. The black sand quickly swarms up Nikki as a wind squeals around her. And hopeless and infuriated, the black sand seems determined to destroy everything in sight. And Nikki has reached the end of the path, but the black sand is inching towards her with a crushing force. An alarm bang followed by a shockwave, but Nikki feels no pain. And when Nikki opens her eyes, she sees the humanoid retreating and roaring like a herding beast, and there she is standing before them with her arms open. Jesus, cough. And having taken the heavy blow, Jesus coughs out a mouthful of blood in a half-kneeling position. And she raises her head and gives everyone a reassuring smile. Jesus, are you okay? You are no match for them, and stay back. But how could you? And don't worry, I'll keep you safe. And Jesus blinks as a wave of deja vu washes over her, and the words she just uttered proof for the return of her lost memories. And I'll keep you safe. And Jesus distinctly reaches for the divine bow in Nikki's arm, and she forces herself to stand straight and stares at the raging sun with burning rage. And like a star with no fear of burning itself from the ashes, the divine bow glows into a bright blue, and is like forming an intangible shield. And scattered gravel and clamor hover in the air in the tranquil dust, and could be descending gently to the air in sunlight. And beyond the shield, the black sand tumbles and rolls, excruciating at Jesus as it's scorched by the blinding light. It's you again. You're alive. Why? The lot of you carry something that came from the same place as the ocean, and you know something we don't you? Just tell us and set us free. No, it's you who casts a spell on us. You and the black sea water have been torturing us forever, standing in our way. And the black sand and light coming off of the divine bow intertwine and clashing into each other. And Jesus raises the divine arrow, and her injured body quivering with each clash. And then comes another deja vu of the stalemate between the black sand and the dark blue light of Jesus herself holding the divine bow. The black sand and the dark blue light clash into each other again, and the light so bright that it robs Jesus of her vision temporarily. And as Jesus falls through a dream like a beast that seems to not know it finally hits her. She was in the very same shrine a year ago. And with the black sandstorm going through a frenzy, Jesus lay covered in wound and drained of power in the ground. And the black sand traced out an ominous-looking magic circle and bound her tightly to it. And like a black-purple cone where the black sand seized her by the limbs and torso, and she groaned in both pain and fear. And the magic circle attempted to rob her of her life and power, but to no avail. And her memory about the past had all but disappeared, and she forgotten where she came from and the person she'd been looking for in this continent. She was left unconscious in the desert until the girl with black hair and blue eyes saved her. And then a head-splitting pain explodes in Jesus' head, forcing her to open her eyes with a heavy frown on her face. And the shield of the divine bow has created trembles for a few seconds, giving the black sand a perfect chance to flood over. The shockwave sends Jesus flying to the ground in front of Nikki, and the blood by her mouth now gleams in a black purple. Jesus, and forget about me, run! And then, having turned into an innumerable hands, the black sand wraps her in. And then the same magic circle for her memory appears right beneath her. The black-purple Santa follows Jesus like a towering beast and holds her by the throat and lifts her up. And Jesus retains her firm hold of the divine bow, and she tries again and again to raise it up, but the black hand succeeds in pushing it back down every time. And the divine bow flickers in the dark blue, but has nonetheless managed to yield not an inch more than the black sand. Jesus will help you. And Nikki shouts as she approaches Jesus, but the black sand has completely silenced her voice. And the black sand hisses in a derision and pins the tree to the ground, shattering the styling power before it can even begin to manifest. It's going to blow me away. Hang in there, Jesus. And Jesus manages to turn her head around and sees, and she who lets no sounds to stop her, she knows so familiar. And Jesus herself did once make the same promise at the start sea, and no matter what happened, she promised to stand on guard for the lonely yet gentle goddess through the end of eternity, even if it's going to come at the cost of her life. I don't want to forget it ever again. And everything she holds dear and missions, and she's complete with every ounce of her being and her friends she fought alongside. And the light coming out of the magic circle is robbing her of it all. Is she going to lose it all again? Jesus. And a shout comes roaring over the raging wind, and past the sea of stars and across the seemingly never-ending river of time. Huh? And Jesus opens her eyes in thrice, and Nikki and Teresita fall and stand up again and again in the mayhem of the black sand has stirred up. And still they stride 2 inches closer to Jesus, and the raging wind reminds Jesus of the battlefield of the gods. And when she had fallen into the tide, she shouted for help with more her wholesome self and was met with silence. However, she finally getting a response. And then the shield explodes, and the shadow of the standing power has finally come together, and heated air wraps around Jesus. And someone's memory and emotions are surging up and about to wake up from the depths of consciousness. And the power of the ocean of memories comes swarming around her and turns into a pain beyond tolerance for this human body. Ah! And in excruciating pain, she feels the warmth of someone's hand, and when she looks up, the person in her eyes, she sees Nikki's firm, bright eyes. And held tightly together, their hands form a bridge of bone-deep trust and stone-hard determination. And as he summoned, the form power turns into a speck of starlight and shines upon the other with desperate reality. This is Todora and Rendice. By the way, here's a small gift before we say goodbye. The ruby is still glowing even indoors, and it is as bright as the daughter on stage. Please take this. And when Dai retrieves an exquisite golden seal from his sleeve, a pale gold gem that can be embedded inside a seal when he's flip it around. And like soft starlight, the specks of pink and pale gold blend together and trickle slowly into her palm, and she now has 2 envoys standing behind her. And as styling power comes gushing out, the two thrust headlong into darkness and hate. Don't wanna. Ma? Mami? I guess in a pinch this will do. Ay, Fountain, back a jugar.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The black purple magic has first, and so has the Iriara of the Black Sun. And a light gentle power is Jesus and holds her lamp safely on the ground. Jesus is her hand, and when she opens her eyes, the same hand she saw in her lost memory. Jesus. Jesus. And she holds her hand without a moment's hesitation. And their hands are a river apart, but they are holding each other now and having crossed the river of time. And with the sandstorm and the magic circle gone, a figure shining brighter than the sun itself stands before them. She carries a long bow in hand, and a cobalt light blue enshrouds her, and she is tall and slender with a formidable aura around her. And her long brown hair dances without a breeze, and her golden eyes ablaze as if on fire. And she who lets no darkness in her is stemming her way. And bearing witness to the miracle, the black sun breaks into a roar of frustration and casts bellowing full speed. And Jesus stands in silence, enshrouded in an aura never seen before. And as she pulls the divine bow to a full draw, dark blue power comes surging and eventually turns into a sharp arrow of light. And as she lets go, the arrow swooshes off the bow and shatters the black sun into dust. And the blast stops no more, and it has turned into a wisp of dark mist and no longer able to shroud everything inside. That's a story long forgotten, and she has an envoy symbolizing the power of beauty, born in the star sea of Mirala's knowledge with beauty. And her name was Jesus, and her power was formidable, so much so that she could make the stars tremble and tides rise in a breeze. And humans are weak and small, and the star trail could be planned by the gods for a promising future. And her friend lavished praise on her for her logical and convincing claim. And Jesus, however, didn't think so, and humans' planet had a beautiful shine, and she wanted to protect their planet so that the starlight could grow naturally. Every kind of beauty is reflected on the human mind, and the gentle goddess pulled their heartstrings, and as they sang a hymn in praise of the humans surrounded by the countless stars that were dancing away, and it was such a beautiful and captivating sight. And on the goddess's command, the stars moved closer to Jesus' face, placing them as stardust rained down on their long hair. See, they are showing you the same kind of love you shown them. And the goddess loved Mirrorland, though, and through and through. And the beautiful harmony they had composed out of the destiny was inclusive of all beauty and never judged anyone at their best or worst moment. And Jesus wanted to stand on guard for both the harmony and the new goddess. And then the war of the gods broke out, and the war lasted for what seemed like an eternity, but Jesus never once left. And she stood right before the goddess and recited the spell of destruction over and over to summon the power of destruction. And the chaotic darkness of the old god's heart will never lifted. And the engulfing wave swallowed Jesus when fatigue got best of her, but the goddess remained standing. And Jesus reached her hand out to the goddess, but caught nothing at all. And then the goddess smiled at Jesus amidst the waves, and it was the last thing Jesus saw of them. And see the world and keep it safe from me. And which is why Jesus seemed to always remember what she is here to do in the wasteland, even though she lost her memory as being through so much hardship. And I will keep the world safe with every ounce of myself. And with the light on the black sand gone, only peace remains. And having regained her memories, Jesus walks up to everyone, and her eyes as bright and determined, with a clean and peaceful smile on her face. And Jesus, have you remembered something? Yes, I am from the ocean of memories too. And I've been living in the Starstream Island with my friends and God. But I lost the continent right before them in battle, and I have no idea where my friends are. I am one of the envoys sent down by the gods of styling like Dodora and Rendine. And Jesus nods. Ever since I woke up, I've been looking for people I know and keeping people here safe. And you're the legendary hawk hunter who's defeated the sandstorm and kept the golden stone tribe safe, right? And I had a hunch when I saw the divine ball and arrows resonate with Teresita's gemstone mirror. And the sapphires accuse it from the gods. And sounding nostalgic as he speaks, Jesus stares at the blue light flickering of the divine bow. But you didn't seem to know anything about the divine bow and the hawk hunter when we first met you. And Jesus lowers her hand. They caught me a year ago when I was looking into the quicksand, and they took away the divine bow and tried to kill me, but never succeeded. And then you lost all your memories. Tess told us that you were wounded all over when she saved you, but why did they attack you and take away the divine bow? It wasn't me or the divine arrow they were after. They were just trying to get rid of everything having to do with the ocean of memories. They want everyone who came from the ocean destroyed because they are thirsty for everything that has to do with the ocean of memories. They're all doing it because of a tablet. Is it the tablet from just now? Yes, and they believe that the tablet will tell them the truth about the world and help them regain their human form. And let's go back and have a look. And they stand up and walk towards the shrine. And behind them the black sand has all but dispersed, and save for a little paint that catches up to Jesus with everything he has left. And flickering the divine arrows and the tattered tablet lie quietly on the ground in the shrine. And sensing Jesus, the divine altar spirals into an air, giving off a gentle light and showering her in memories of a distant past. that is fine. Front and back.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
The star sea was raging, and the stars were crashing into the sea, and their ashes blemishing the pure sea water, and it was the Ragnarok. And riddled with stars, the gentle goddess stood before everyone. And they were the only ones who had survived the seemingly eternal war between the gods of the old and new. And standing in the burning flames, the silver-haired prophet watched silently as the light of the destruction flared and faded. And it was all eventually put to a quiet when a pure white flames engulfed everything in sight. And the battlefield came crumbling apart as the gods left, and the holy land of the old exploded into countless pieces and landed over the world. And one of the shattered pieces crossed the tunnels between the ocean of memories and Mirrorland, where the prophet landed in the desert. And buried in golden sand, it stood the test of time and was never eroded, and it lay quietly there waiting to be awakened. It was only when the pagan adventures came that the switch of annihilation flipped on. And as the images of the memories from the shards slowly fade away, they find themselves back in the shrine feeling dazed. So the tablet was only a piece that came falling as the war of the gods. And what are you saying? The black sun speaks in 1,000 voices, and it doesn't sound as ear-splitting as it did, but still just as hopeless. And ungraced by the light, it stands before the tablet. You must have seen something. Tell me, tell me. And why can't I see it? And the tablet is slowly wearing away in the air and responds no more. And gathering around the tablet, the black sun seems to have realized that the long, excruciating journey was all for nothing. And the tablet doesn't respond to them, neither could it be their salvation. So it didn't carry the curse, so it can't lift the punishment. And everything we've been pursuing, our hope. And the black sun starts trembling, having lost its human form. However, the black sun can no better than making a sound like a tearless wail. And this was a group of passionate adventurers sentenced to eternal suffering by the who just wanted to explore the world. And why did it have to? And they tried to help themselves, but to no avail, and everything appears so ridiculous to the black sun that it starts laughing hysterically. We've been putting up with living as a monster for so long, but it was all for nothing. And it was all for nothing. And then following miserable eerie sighs, the pile of sand dissipates in the air. The sun has sunken behind the horizon, and the bonfire shines against the night and sees through the windows of a tent standing beside the sinkhole. And Nikki wakes up from a deep sleep and sits down at the table as Tess comes through the door curtain with Jisoo holding Momo. Hey, you're awake, and we got food here. Fancy some nuts, barbecue, or goat milk. Tess, is the festival over? Yes, and the hunters did a great job keeping everyone safe too. And I heard from Jisoo that you had a really rough time under the quicksand, so I didn't wake you up from quality of sleep. And Jisoo and I took Momo out for food because he said he was about to die from starvation. And we stared at death in the eye today, and it only made sense that I treat myself to some nice barbecue. And Mom was not enjoying the barbecue meat he took from the banquet and passed a few pieces over to Nikki. And Tess on the other side grabs a soft pillow and lies down against it in the bed. It's nothing short of a miracle that you made it out of the quicksand. Only because we had Jisoo keeping us safe all the way, though. And speaking of which, how is Jisoo? She recovered fully when she got her divine bow back. It's wonderful that the divine bow has found its way back to the Hawk Hunter. Tess, however, doesn't sound surprised at all, and she sounds as if she knew this would happen in the course of the events. And do you already know that Jesus was the hawk hunter? The amazing priestess step was the earth with the God's blessing, and my predictions shouldn't show clear results, but they always point in the right direction. And the guardian has slipped into a slumber, but his power still shines brightly. Only when the deep blue lights come, one can lost past be recovered. And when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to help Jesus regain her memory, and it's all in God's plans. So what's your plan now that everything is over? The autumn festival won't be over for another few days. I can show you around after that though. Thank you, Tess, but we have to leave since our friend of ours has invited us to join a music festival in the Pigeon Kingdom. And you're leaving already? Yes, it's been a short stay, but we've been through so much and we got to know all of you and learn the truth about the miracles that Elder had seen. And we just paid the priest Asher a visit with Jesus. And he told us that he fallen prey to the Black Sun only because he was stationed at the Quicksand Shrine for far too long. And the expedition followed the Elder in pursuit of the edge of the world, only to find themselves suffering in a hell from which they can never escape.
Are you saying Jesus?
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
It's not Jesus, but it's very close. The black sun, last roars, and laughter still burning like a nightmare fuel. Priest Asher can still sense their presence, and they survive on sheer determination, which itself might be the God's punishment for them. And I'll try down the black sun, but before that, Jesus pulls the divine bow, and its dark blue sapphire crystal clear in the dead light. And the dark blue star on the star shard behind the mirror seems to be glowing in response to the divine bow. And after staring at the sapphire for a few moments, Jesus removes it from the bow and passes it over. Here, take it. And this gemstone is an envoy keeps it and carries Jesus' power with it. And this is yours. Are you sure you don't want to keep it now that you're finally back to you? I thought my memories would be lost forever until I met you. Thank you for the sapphire. There in Jesus' hand, it shines in all of its glory despite all of the hardship it's been through, and much like Jesus. And thank you, Jesus. And this is a blessing from the Hawk Hunter herself, and it will protect you the same way the 3 divine arrows keep our tribe safe. And let's visit the other tribes next time you're ever here, and Jesus would help us too. And we'll definitely cross paths again because no matter where we are, we stay connected through Maryland's faith. And Tess greets the cat first with blessing, and Jesus looks visibly sad, though her golden eyes manage to stay bright. Call my name when you need me, and I'll be there before you know it. The wind carries Jesus' voice far away and well into the depths of the desert. And the lost guardian has found her memories back, and while the past is gone, with the winds and the tides of the star had yet to rest. And the land of the oak gazes at the sky as the glorious trails of star reaches forth to march out where their destiny lies. That's a nice purple dress. It's like the one that I got for like the new event that's going on right now. Remember like the cat event that I read you, the dress that is attached to the event is this one. front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Oh, I just had to forgot that if I pull the nail art, it doesn't show the gloves and vice versa. Ah, whatever. We're a group of adventurers pursuing the edge of the world, and we are here carving down what we've seen and heard. And we hope people see it so our sacrifice won't go to waste. And underneath the endless quicksand and showered by golden sands and slivers of light, a young man is carving away on the wall. And he's carving slowly and arduously, curling up every now and then breathing in pain. Oh. His fellow adventurers lie beside him with a pale face and decaying piece of drinking pole. And what are you doing, Garcia? And nothing sinks down, and I'm nodding down what we come across on our journey. And an expedition is trekking through the desert. And the golden sun reaches well beyond the horizon and the seemingly borderless desert. And the burning sun scorches the land mercilessly, and the wind sizzling and unforgiving slaps the sand in their faces again and again. And Garcia is carrying an unconscious member of the expedition who is suffering from a heat stroke and severe dehydration and is unable to sweat. And despite the heat of his body, however, he is not sweating at all. And having run out of water and medicine, the expedition has no choice but to press ahead. And then when Garcia suddenly trips and falls on his knee, his team members go down with his head first into the sand. And his body is so light that it doesn't make any sound falling down, and yet so heavy that Garcia also trouble pulling him up no matter how hard he tries. Garcia, don't waste your time, he's already dead. And Garcia closes his eyes, and his sighing drawn in deafening wind. And he turns his fellow adventurer's body over and closes his eyes, and then leaves without sparing it another look. And it wasn't even all that long when they had scaled the rolling mountains of Europe and arrived at the Golden Sand Tribe. And then the locals told them that if they kept traveling east, they would reach an off-limit area plagued by sandstorms all year round. And no one had made it out alive, and no one knew what was in the sandstorm. And the tribe's legend had it that the sand was occupied by the devil of sandstorm, and that the lightning soul would devour anyone that dared trespass. Off-limit area determines souls every bit as tantalizing as forbidden fruit. And at night they snuck through the tribe's guards and into the off-limit area. And there wasn't a single road inside, and their compass stopped working. And to make matters worse, they were robbed of their supplies by one of the sandstorms after another. And one by one the expedition saw its members collapsing. And those left standing didn't even know that they were just going around in circles or whether they had unwittingly walked into the devil's trap. But they pressed forward determined and brave. And then Garcia makes out a mumbled sound coming from the distance, one that resembles the call of a person. And with it the Santos comes to a halt, and the hero has distorted their vision, but when they raise their heads, they see a piece of stone half buried in a golden sand. It's a piece of stone, could it be a relic? And they burst out into applause and forgetting their fatigue and frustration. There has to be something here, and we made it. And they muster up their strength and run for the stone. And lying all alone in the golden sand, it appears to be a piece of a weathered tablet, and a sign that there might be more tablets to be uncovered under the sand. Garcia pulls out his notebook and starts writing. The other members also pull out their spades and equipment for mapping and digging, and then cutting stuff in the real world. You know, like tomatoes and stuff. Where is that thing I'm looking for? Ah, let's put that instead. That is fun. Alright, let's show front and back, and off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful drink.
Bang! And when one of their space comes in contact with the tablet, so too is their face seal. And what's going on? And as the shark nose explodes in their heads, the winds around them become tumultuous, and the earth beneath them begins shaking violently. Yeah, I guess they found that monolith. And earth shakes and rolls as if angry beasts were awakened from hibernation. And then an enormous sinkhole materializes on the land as the sand falls through it, and the seemingly infinite quicksand brings everything down with it. And it suddenly dawns on Garcia that he is falling, and the sand and the stone wall around him sweeping past him upwards. And soon he is falling through the utter darkness, and God only knows just how much longer his fall will continue. And his fall comes to an abrupt stop, and when he opens his eyes, he finds himself floating in a space, a complete void to be exact, and he has never seen before. And a vast expanse of ocean materializes out of thin air, with surging tides of light and shadows and nebulas. And before he knows it, a violent wave slaps Garcia square in the face. And Garcia feels suffocated, and the wave just shatters his consciousness and the world in his eyes. And then comes the flood of kaleidoscopic collage of memories belonging to different people. And a baby looking at his mother's face in a hazy light, a child reading poems and myths by candlelight, and a soldier closing the eyes of his deceased friend. And birth, death, war, peace, reunion, farewell, scenes play out simultaneously before him and quickly go from one to the next. And then comes the flood in all of the emotions and feelings crashing into Garcia's consciousness. Garcia is thrown into a state of mental turmoil, and one in which he is robbed of accurate perception of time and of his own physical form. And the shots render all sadness and happiness meaningless, and everything he feels is excruciating, akin to a prolonged execution with no end in sight. And petrified and losing all control of himself, Garcia is trembling all over with every inch of his body tensing up. And then infinite seawater nibbles away at his identity and consciousness. And then the pen he has been holding sank into his palm, and the sharp pain he feels pull him back from the suffocating for now. The pen, my notebook. Right, I am Garcia. I am an adventurer who set out on a journey to bear witness and not jot down everything that I've seen. And I'm going to explore the edge of the world no matter what happens, and I'm going to keep going down and what's been seen in our journey. And trying his best to stay sane, the young man starts riding his steamly and in his unknown space with the illusion that they are about to be swallow him whole. We left the golden stones tribe and kept traveling. We came across a tablet burning sand in the desert, and hope and hopelessness are rekindling Garcia as he begins penning his memories down. Then he suddenly begins falling again as it all fades to black, and he lands on the ground with a sob. He opens his eyes and his vision slowly recovering in the dark as the world around him begins to piece back together. And he sees Santa float him with slivers of light trickling down through occasionally. And this sand, I am back, I made it out. And knowing that he has made it out of the living hell alive, Garcia lies flat on the ground and starting to cry, clinging tightly to his notebook. Alright, let's thumbnail. I guess I'm knowing that like the weird robot thing turns on whenever like nobody asks for it. You know, like the thing that a lot of people have in their houses. It's a nice summery outfit. Perfect for like the desert area. A little big. Let's put city horn so. Alright, that is fun. Alright, front and back and off we go. You will see that the tail will be a little lower. But whatever.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
It takes a while for Garcia to come to grips with his surroundings, and he's sitting on a sinkhole with quick wheels turning above him, and he can see his friends not too far from him. And some of them are waiting, and some of them are scared soulless, and some of them have recovered from the shock and are chattering. And Garcia, you're alright. And a tall man with dark brown mustache walks over to Garcia and passed the young man on the shoulder with his thick hand. And Blue was born over a border of pigeon forest, and he is worldly and sociable, mature and forgiving. Blue, I saw an ocean, and there was a starlight and dancing like crazy. And the waves came and shattered me into pieces, and the illusion, and they just kept coming at me, and it was terrifying, and I was looking at hell itself. And Garcia feels crippled in fear as he so much as tries to recall what happened, and Garcia clenches Blue's hand tightly, and his sweat dripping along his face. And he was shattered and tormented with no end in sight, so that death might as well have been honey to him. And Blue fell silent too, and what happened to him must have been unbearable. But here they were back on Earth again, and the return might have been a deed of mercy by the gods, or maybe the sheer will of wanting to carry out with their expedition brought about a miracle. Blue works up a smile in an attempt to comfort the trembling young man, or perhaps in an attempt to make himself feel better. Garcia, do you still remember the forest with the super thick fog? And what it was? And we were lost in there for a few days, and we even had to eat grass there when we had run out of food, and you were too scared to even sleep at night. It was my first time going through something like that, and I had just joined the expedition then. And as Sorin reminisces and remembering what happened along the way, Garcia is starting to regain composure. But the expedition was well worth it, and we saw the legendary Tree of Life. They saw it when they were at their wits' ends, and a mysterious sound emanated from the fog, which they followed until they saw the majestic towering tree. And the tree leaves were giving off a beautiful light, and when the wind rustled then, the notes they played strung into an implemented heavenly peace. And the tree of life was so beautiful, and I even picked up a leaf as a bookmark for my notebook. Feeling better now, aren't you? We have stared death in the eye so many times as we came, but we beat it every single time, didn't we? And when you tell people their stories back at home, you better do it like a brave man. And Blue let out a cheerful laugh, and so does Garcia, and cheered up, they seen one another's expedition members shattering just meters away, joining them. Garcia and Blue, and what a good timing, and we are brainstorming for a plan to get out of this place. And how's that coming along? Not looking good, and we found some equipment lying about, but most of it has grown too rusty. And there's nothing but sand around, and we did come across some stone walls, but they aren't tall enough to help us get out of here. And come on, young man, and this place is you. Let's look around to see what else we can find. And they start looking around, and then in the corner beyond the reach of light, Garcia sees the tablet from earlier buried in sand. And did it fall down with the expedition? Garcia squats down for a closer look, and it was some sort of writing carved onto it, but it entirely illegible and comes with no clues whatsoever. Garcia, don't touch it, and we fell down here because of it. And did you forget how terrifying the Sea of Star was? And I don't want to go back there, and this has to be the door to hell. Let's stay away from it. And we shouldn't jump to the conclusion though, and that's the only clue we have so far, and maybe it will help us get out of here. And they start arguing because they each think they must be right, and then a shriek from the distance pierces the air. And when they leave the tablet behind to search for the person screaming, they find one of their members on the ground. My legs! Ah, my legs! And one of his shoes sits on the ground, and both his legs are gone, and exposed to the air, his ankles are crumbling and wearing away as though they were stones. And Garcia takes off his cloak immediately, and he presses his wound, trying to stop his body from falling apart. And then Garcia notices that a big piece of skin on his left shoulder has peeled off, and underneath it, squirming black gravel. But it doesn't sting at all, not one bit. Ah! The horrendous sight sends Garcia into a screaming frenzy. Let's see if I can find this skirt. Oh, this one looks fun. It's a fun combination. Alright, now let's fix up the hair then. Alright, front and back, and off you go.
Every battle I'm in is the only outcome.
They huddled together in the never-ending quicksand, and the weathering of their bodies spreading among them like a plague. Shattered turmoil, it appears that they never really escaped the illusion of the sea of the stars. And getting torn apart in the sea of stars and not being able to escape from this quicksand are the worst of punishment. And now they're going to be deprived of their humanity too. And why is this some sort of punishment? But we already been put through so much suffering, and we're still stuck in here, and it's still not enough. God, please have mercy upon our souls. Please help us. And suddenly a member who curls up and mumbles to himself, holds his head up and screeches in pain. It's shattering, it's breaking into pieces again, and I can see it is coming and going to flood me over. And Carl is trembling all over, seemingly awash with the dread beyond description of a language. And his eyes having lost focus, wide open, and suddenly he jumps up and then takes out a dagger and starts stabbing himself in the throat. And no blood is spilled, and Carl keeps stabbing himself, which does nothing to free him of the pain he is going through. And everyone stares in silence, the air having been poisoned with fear, and Garcia can hear someone else whimpering, as though they would be next to lose it. And now stop! Emily rushes over to grab Carl's hand and causing both of them to fall onto the ground, and the fall, however, seems to have pulled him out of the frenzy. And he falls to his knee and starts weeping in misery. And why do I have to go through all of this? And I shouldn't have come to explore this place. And Garcia remembers Carl being a happy young man. And when he joined the expedition in the Apple, he said he was going to collect some clothes whenever he went, and he made a hunter's robe with him. Well, if we all remember, the locals told them if you go into the middle of the desert, you're gonna die a horrible, painful death. Hannah, Mayana, she's still waiting for me to marry her under the apple tree back home. She will stay with Anna, dude. Bit by bit, Carl's voice grows distorted until his whispering and screams can be heard no more. And it was as if Carl had slipped into a nightmare from which he would never wake. And then his body shadows entirely into a pile of black, squirming gravel. And the silence, the rest of the expedition fade, and the quicksand, the only thing staring at them. And one by one we heard our human voices replaced by petrifying horse sound. And then I saw black sandy monsters come bursting out over the other adventures, and they let out a soul-crushing screams. And with a stony hand, Garcia starts carving their journey onto the wall, and his left hand is gone, and his toes are starting to come apart. and his friends are turning into black sand, but Garcia is too powerless to do anything or even bury them properly, and he decides to carve on because the stone in his hand is now his best friend, and he feels nothing, not the slightest bit of hunger, fatigue, or cold, although very often he feels as though his body is being cut or scorched. And then Garcia finds a tablet or what's left, the rest of the expansion called the door to hell, and he believes that it's the only hint they have to go on with. Garcia. And a baby's voice cuts Garcia's train of thought, and when he looks up, he sees Dr. White and Dr. Rose sitting next to him. And Dr. White and Dr. Rose were married, and they were both biologists from the Apple Federation and deadless partners from early on. And Dr. Rose has cracked over her arms, and Dr. White, however, was holding Snow, their daughter, with still viable right arm. Am I disturbing you? And Garcia shakes his head as he shows them a friendly smile, and he gets close to look at the child. Oh, Garcia. And she smiles at Garcia, and her small white hand touching his cold face, and it seems so long since he felt the touch of warmth. And what a wonderful life, and the snowy green stone pendant she wears around her neck is lustrous and beautiful. Snow was born in a temple, and would that make her immune to the curse, Dr. White? And Garcia recalls when Dr. Rose was delivering in the temple of the mountain of Urpa, and the ground braved the snow and kept heading with Dr. Rose and Snow on in tow, and the snowstorm was taking a toll of the feeble Dr. Rose, but they never gave up. And Dr. Rose told them that the gods had beheld the clear sky and land across the mountains, and that she would hate to miss out the view so magnificent. And when they reached the peak and stared at the sky from there, it did when the sea crystal clear. And right beneath their feet was an outward expanse of tundra and rainforest, grassland, and desert stretching further into the distance. And the beauty of this land paired with a clear turquoise sky was truly a magnificent sight to behold. And they found the snowy green stone at the peak that Snow now wore around her neck, and the entire expedition prayed into the snow the memory of Snow's birth. You are an adventurer born in the wind and snow, and may the gods of this land bless you, and never give up no matter what happens, Snow, and we will try everything we can to help you leave this place. And Snow, my love, Snow, and you are our hope, and you need to stay alive. And there are so many beautiful things for you to see and learn in this world of which you were born. And even if we might not be there to see that happen, we're gonna drink coffee.
Nikki stand got even worse.
Huh?
Nikki stand got
Yeah. And my brother be like, wow, Nikki's Santa and he's even stronger now. I'm in the desert on a horse with no name. A cat with no name. Well, his name is Momo, but you know, you get the joke of the song. Alright, forward we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
And now the fifth one. Cough, cough, cough. With a stone in his hand, Garcia coughed violently into the ground. And the while he sees it is spinning, and all of the sound he hears are muffled as though he were hearing them through the water. And his senses are gradually deserting him, but the agonizing pain he feels is every bit as clear as if an inferno were scorching him alive. And Garcia knows that he's about to meet a bitter and humiliating end, but there is so much more he wants to draw done, and why does it all need to end now? And out of the sudden someone holds him by the arm, and Blue is speaking to him. Garcia, Garcia. And when the young man finally sees Blue clearly, he sees what little remains of what used to be the man's body. Garcia, listen to me. I'm about to die, and I can just feel it. And Blue holds his head at his feet, and mumbling he's not trembling and panting, but eventually manages to calm himself down. But I'll never regret coming on a journey, and I saw the tree of life, but oh no, it's sleeping my mind. Garcia, you have it all written down in your notebook, right? And please tell me about it, and I beg of you about the tree of life. And the same man who used to be so optimistic and talkative is now begging Garcia in tears. And I watch with excruciating grief. Garcia feels a tinge of pain coming from the bottom of his heart. And it is then turns into a force which the young man fights his physical pain. And he's a witness and a recorder with an unfinished mission, and he can go down just yet. And staggering to his feet, Garcia resumes carving, and all the while recounting the journey as though nothing else bothered him. And he can hear laughter and whimpers and screams coming from behind him. And he knows it is his friends, and they are listening and feeling crazy and collapsing and turning into monsters. But Garcia never turns to look at them, and he carries on talking and carving. And we came across the forest with a fog, but the tree of life gave us guidance, and we made it to Lake Bow Valley following a water flow. And we departed from foot from the mountain and finally reached the top of the mountain of Urpa after 5 days of climbing. And looking down from the summit, we saw an outward expanse of a tundra, rainforest, and grassland, and a desert stretching further into the distance. I am still holding the tablet. The very switch of annihilation was flipped on. The tablet was putting us through all the suffering. Dad, Mom. And Garcia can carve no more, and the voice of the baby jerks him back to reality. And when he turns around, he hears the baby making indistinct sounds, and the baby is trying to reach her hand and out to her parents, or what used to be. And what an innocent, adorable being, yet God doesn't protect her from the curse, nor does the curse spare the young soul. And barely able to speak yet, the baby is withering away in the wind, and she crumbles into pieces before Garcia could even reach out to her. And with her stone pendant drops to the ground, landing with a plop and stirring up a tiny whiff of sand. And Garcia looks around him, unknowingly emptiness and silence and desolation, and the chaotic smoke like sand remains. But Garcia knows what this chaotic, petrifying, and disorderly bunch of an existence used to be. And they are Blue, and who knew all of the myths and where to know, and they are Dr. White and Dr. Rose, who are burning passion for what they did. And that they are Snow, pure little Snow, who wanted to explore the world. No, how did this go so wrong? It shouldn't be like this. We need to write them down, our names, our visions, our wishes. And the young man keeps mumbling, and he turns around and ready to keep carrying on carving. Clack. And it is the sound of a stone hitting the ground. And he looks at his hand, or what used to be, because it is turning to black sand. No, And the young man lets out a distorted shriek, and his body is shriveling as though he were a sin cara, slowly dying in the dead of winter. No, I can't carve no more, and let me keep carving. Give me some more time, give me. And the young man cries and wails before the stone wall like a trapped beast, but then moments later he loses the ability to even do so much, and his legs collapse into pieces, and he falls on the ground, but he still tries to crawl towards the stone he was carving with. And when his vocal cords gone, his despairing screams are trapped deep within inside of him, and tears run down his face only to be buried right away by the sun without leaving so much as a trace. And then the devouring darkness swallows him whole, and with his eyes gone, his tears no longer run no more. Tis the sun above is burbling and singing inside him merry, and it sounds like sparks from a burning bonfire, like a snowflake fluttering through the air. And it sounds like a meandering river, and it's a river of the past, burbling with memories of all days and nights he spent with his friends. Garcia, taking note again. And at his deep, bitter hopelessness, the young man seems to have heard his friends calling to him, and the bonfire is burning and the snow is fluttering. And Garcia feels as if he's back at the encampment, and he just needs to open his eyes to see everyone surrounding him. And it is a cozy moment to be in. And the new recruits are all about blue listening to his stories, and the doctor Carl both quibbling, and Carl is trying to pacify them while playing with snow. And they all look happy, and their eyes are all ablaze with hope and firelight. So like the Dr. Carl brought like their small daughter to the middle of the desert, and they all petrified and died. No? But at least they found the truth, whatever that was. Garcia smiles, feeling warm and peaceful, and God only knows when he last felt this way. And a pile of black sand trembles as it scatters into what it looks like a hand, and brushing lovingly over the words on the stone wall. And then Garcia, of what used to be, distorts and crumbles and merges into the heap of black sand, never again seen. Who knew that the monolith, the 2005 monolith could be like so deadly? I don't know, like, I guess it's like Hispanic name. Like Garcia is like one of the most common Spanish names. It's like calling him Pedro or Carlos. Whatever, it's Garcia, and he went out in the middle of the desert with a horse with no name, and then he wanted to explore, and he found death. Well, not even death, because it became like a creepy sandstorm monster, eternally suffering, eternally dying. So, yeah. His friends were right that the monolith what led them to hell. I don't know. It's not. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's just the way that this game works. Yeah, we gotta. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. You always gotta look your finest, even if you're even if you're like you can. Song of the Nameless. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I just wanted to make her look pretty. Even though the plot is like right now, the side story is really bumming me out. Yeah, and my brother be like, I see I be dead, but look at how pink I look, everyone. Yeah, it's a great way to get existentially depressed. And now let's add fairy wings, and off we go. That's yeah. She I come to take your sandy body to Valhalla.
Trust me.
You suffered enough for the sin of wanting to know a little more, but if you think about it, like, just on the road there, how many idiots did he con into their death? But again, but at least they gotta, like, travel. And before, because even before they got to, like, the monolith of death, oh well, yeah, it's over. Yeah, they turn into the sandy form, and then and then Yisu like shot them with like her mythical arrow to put them out of their misery, and that's the end of Shiny Nikki Volume 2, Chapter 8. Let's see things cheer up in the next time I stream this. Bye bye and God bless. Don't forget to give a like. Garcia. Hello, my nice. Let's do the sound test first. Hello? We're doing the sound test first. Alright, so we have sound. Alright, so this is like the Shining Nikki. I'm doing the story of her birthday. I wonder where the pink Cloudsy will take us. That she looked into a kaleidoscope and she got teleported away. I recall the fantasy envoy's instructions said that each twist of the kaleidoscope transports us to different scenes. Good thing I am clever enough to bring the instructions with me. Wait, there's some tiny text on the bottom. Its power is unstable, so the infinite possibilities in dancing red and vibrant prismatic snowflakes are needed. I know about the snowflakes, but what about the first two? It seems that the fantasy envoy doesn't want to tell us directly what crucial components are needed. Maybe he wants us to find them ourselves. And a stunning flash of light sweeps past, and the ever-shifting scenery gradually comes down, and finally the world returns to a state of tranquility and purity. As Nikki opens her eyes, she finds herself in a familiar room with bedsheets giving off a delicate, inviting scent and a sketchbook bearing her name on the desk. Teresita, Mama, this looks like my room. Is this Nikki's home? Yes, Teresita, and look at the doodles on the table from when I was little. And the calendar on the wall shows the day before Nikki came to Maryland with a small, simple cake drawing beside it. Teresita, Mama, look, the kaleidoscope's first stop seems to be my 16th birthday. And I remember that day Mom, who had been away on business for a while, came home especially. And we all had dinner together, and Mom made my favorite dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. And does this mean will mean Mom and Dad enjoy you? And just as Mama finishes speaking, there's a knock on the door outside the room. Nikki, come out for dinner. Hey, and why so surprised? Did your nap confuse you? Oh, I don't need too many snacks, and Dad brought a big cake home. Nikki enters the living room and greeted by the familiar scent of home-cooked meals and her favorite music plays in the speaker and gives passes a pile on the table. It's been waiting long, and let's sit down to eat. And the table full of delicious dishes and it's quickly empty, and her dad lights up the candles on Nikki's birthday cake. And the flickered candlelight reflects on the warm faces of family as they sing happy birthday to Nikki. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Nikki, wishing you happiness forever. And Dad has more gifts for you, and it's a collection of stationeries I brought back from around the world and bound together. Did Dad travel the world? Yes, I might be going on another long trip soon and visiting many different countries and bringing back more gifts. And the gentle gaze of the family and the carefully prepared gifts made Nikki's 16th birthday especially warm and special. And the lively atmosphere in the cottage fades, and night falls on the city and the kaleidoscope illusion begins to dissipate. Seems like it's time to leave. I'm so happy and I didn't expect to go back in time and celebrate a birthday with my family. I even tasted Mom's cooking. And I got to taste Mom's scrambled eggs with tomatoes and receive gifts from my family. Right, and could the stationery that gave me represent infinite possibilities? And since it's blank, it has infinite possibilities. It could be. And maybe, and let's put it into a kaleidoscope and see. And Nikki takes out a sheet of the station and folds it and places it into the kaleidoscope. and the ones in kaleidoscope glow softly, adding a gentle brightness. It worked. It looks like Nikki's guess was right. And Teresita, Momo, let's go. It's time to move on to the next stop. The light on the tunnel dims and surroundings become quiet, and Nikki opens her eyes to find herself in a grand classical theater holding a ticket for an opera. This is the Misicia Theater, but it looks different from the usual Sicia Theater. Teresita, I feel like I've been here before. Me too. And the theater lights gradually go out, and a silver-haired girl in front row waves to Nikki. Nikki, come on, our seats are here, and the opera's about to start. Were you waiting for me? Of course, and did you tell them at the entrance that Kimmy invited you, and I told them you will use the fast track. And Nikki sits next to Kimmy, and his mouth gives her a familiar warm feeling. And the curtain slowly opens, and the beautiful dress actress walks onto the stage, and her gown adorned with golden stars. And please enjoy the performance, Artsy. And the actress starts singing, and her beautiful voice filling the theater, and the hazy starlight seems to spread across the stage. But this one is from Love, Nikki, to be more specific. Nikki immerses herself in the beautiful singing, feeling as if she has plunged into the boundless sea of stars. And the song ends, and the audience applauds enthusiastically, and Kimmy turns to Nikki. Nikki, I arranged this performance especially for you because today is a very special day. Huh? And Kimmy claps, and the stage lights up, and the once dark and empty theater now has many audience members, and the actress brings out 3-tier cakes from behind. Happy birthday, Nikki. And friends surround Nikki, and she sees their smiling faces, feeling a warm, familiar sense of comfort. And they bring the cake down from the stage, and under the warm golden candlelight, they sing happy birthday, and everyone joins in, and the joyful melody fills the air. Happy birthday, Nikki, on behalf of those who couldn't make it, and we'll wish you happiness. Thank you. And Nikki closes her eyes, and amid her friends and cheers and well wishes blows out the candles. And when she opens her eyes, the theater and the friends are gone, leaving only a Starseed opera ticket in her hand. And the ticket features a gilded panel with dancing starlight, and on the back the date is from the future Mirrorland. Could this ticket stub be an essential component? Could this ticket be the important component representing dazzling radiance? It's possible the dazzling radiance might refer to the stars on the ticket. And Nikki places the ticket in the kaleidoscope, and it turns into a dazzling starlight flowing gracefully along the curved star track, making it a bright brilliance. Indeed, the Starseed ticket is beautiful, and now we only need the vibrant prismatic snowflakes. And the weather forecast says it will snow tomorrow, and it does. We should be able to continue our kaleidoscope journey smoothly. Maybe. And let's hold together that it will snow tomorrow. On Nikki's birthday, the long-awaited first snow has not yet fallen. Teresita, Momo, the weather forecast says it might not snow tonight. And what should we do put in the kaleidoscope if it doesn't snow? I know, the mysterious fantasy envoy left a note by the kaleidoscope. If you can't find a snowflake, you can use a backup prop to start the kaleidoscope of dream ones. Oh, but there's a bit of a frosting on this backup snow fairy club, and it shouldn't matter, right? Well, let's give it a try. And Nikki places a snowflake-shaped prism into the kaleidoscope, and it shines with a dazzling light, opening the pink cloud tunnel again. And surrounded by the billowing pink clouds, the exude the light aroma of candy, Nikki finds herself in a dreamlike setting after she opens her eyes. And the ground beneath her feet is made of plush and cloud-like cushions, and each step she takes feels as if she's sinking into the softest marshmallow. This place is so enchanting. Teresita, be careful. Oh, whoa, whoa. Nikki and Momo find themselves stepping off the edge of the pink cloud, and they slide down a long cloud-like slide. It feels like my mouth is full of cotton candy, and where's Nikki? And on the bottom of the slide, Nikki brushes off the pink cloud fragment and emerges from a soft cotton candy-like cloud. Nikki, are you okay? I'm fine, Teresita. The clouds here are soft and fluffy and just like cotton candy. And hey, are these words on the slide? And the pink slide is adorned with an array of whimsical twisted characters and playful cartoon doodles. It appears to list various delectable dishes accompanied by the preparation method. Hold on, isn't this my birthday feast menu? And I thought it was with Giselle, and how did it turn into a slide? Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Oh no, I said too much. Mama, is this why you've been acting so secretive lately, and why you're preparing a birthday feast for me? Right, Giselle, Lauren, and I initially agreed each other to bring ingredients and make a creative dishes for Nikki's birthday. But our collaboration was a total mess, and when the flame flared up, I tried to grab the water jug to put them out. And instead, I accidentally grabbed the cotton candy cloth. The cotton candy cloth and threw it into the pot. That sounds dangerous. Did anyone get hurt? No one was hurt, but the cotton candy exploded, rendering most of the other ingredients unusable. And Nikki looked at the pink clouds around her, imagining the scene, and with a loud boom, the pink clouds burst into fragments, sprinkling to the ground with their debris. So that's what happened. The long footlights turned into a slide in the kaleidoscope mirage, and the sky and cotton candy became clouds. And we had planned to prepare a grand birthday feast for Nikki, but in the end, we only succeeded in making a single birthday cake. It's okay, Momo. You all put a lot of effort into making this birthday cake, and thank you. I'm really happy. And besides, if you hadn't blown out the kitchen, we wouldn't have been able to see this beautiful cloud mirage right now. And as Nikki tries to brush off the pink clouds hanging on Momo's cheek, she notices it slowly melting. The instructions mention that the snowflakes can only maintain the mirage for a while, and once they melt, the mirage will disappear. Seems like we need to search for new snowflakes and put them in the kaleidoscope. And we crafted a plethora of snowflake-shaped cream blossoms, and why don't we place them inside the kaleidoscope and watch the magic unfold? And Nikki picks up a pink snowflake and places it into the kaleidoscope. It smells so sweet with a faint scent of cream. Of course, the cream we used for the cake was a high-quality cream that Lauren brought back from far away. And Nikki places the green snowflake into the kaleidoscope, which starts to shimmer, and the clouds gradually dissolve from view, and a neon mirage unfolds before them. The mirage shows, and suddenly Nikki is pushed into a vast star sea by tremendous force, and when she opens her eyes, crystalline snowflakes float around her. Teresita, Momo, it seems that we've fallen into the snowflakes into the boundless star sea. And Nikki reaches out and catches a floating piece of paper from the sea of snowflakes. Nikki, what's written on it? This is a machine that can create snowflakes, so Nikki will be the first snow on her birthday and must be used outdoors, and don't let the snow fall on the cake. And you can either use the machine to create a large number of snowflakes or create a small amount using the fairy one. Check the back after using it. Anne and Marina. I didn't expect Anne and Marina to create a snowflake making machine. The notes in the brackets must have been penned by Marina. The content in parentheses must be written by Marina. It has her style. The tremendous force with just spin must have been created by the snow making machine, right? And perhaps we can try creating a beautiful snowflake with a fairy one. And Nikki picks up the fairy one next to the snow making machine and waves it gently in the night sky. And a series of crystal clear white snowflakes fly out. As the snowflakes swirl and dance around Nikki, they seem to point in the direction deep within the star sea. Teresita, shall we follow the snowflakes and venture deeper into the star sea? Sure. And Nikki steps onto the magical snowflake, walking into the star sea, and the further she goes, the more numerous and denser they become, and the colors grow richer. And initially they are crystal clear white snowflakes, followed by countless snowflakes of various colors. And the snowflakes that emerge become larger and larger, starting as a delicate tiny ones and gradually growing to a serious size of butterflies and birds. Nikki, look ahead. And giant snowflakes around the kaleidoscope and flying into the snow sea, and hexagonal ice crystals refract the mesmerizing starlight, creating breathtaking sceneries. The azure sea gently opens its embrace, and white waves crashing on Nikki's golden beach against the cold, desolate cliffs of the North Kingdom. And these are the landscapes of Mirrorland. And children in white rose hold candles, singing solemnly beneath the dome of the pigeon church, and another group wearing straw hats splashes barefoot in the clear stream. On the clouds queen wooden towers, flowers fill space, and silver bells hanging from the east twinkle in the wind. Apple Federation's bustling streets are filled with posters of the most popular idols. And in the wasteland, merchants wearing white robes ride camels following a long caravan across the golden dunes. A mysterious ruined island houses a blue glowing spacecraft that suddenly shot us through the dark night. This is my first time seeing Mirrorland from this perspective. Me too. And by the way, Marina said we could read the back of the manual after using the machine. And what does it say? And Nikki flips the manual over, and under the snowflake light, the back of the paper seems to emit a dreamlike glow. We collected snowflakes from various places and bring in the colors of Mirrorland, and this is not an ordinary snowmaking machine, and it is a special made arc version. And happy birthday, Nikki, and please enjoy the snowflake surprise. So that's it. The scenes we just saw were images of the snowflakes floating in the star sea before they fell into Mirrorland. I wonder what the next scene of the Kaleidoscope journey will be. Let's go explore together. Yes. And Nikki gathers a handful of snowflakes from the star sea and places them into the kaleidoscope. Surrounded by the snowflakes, Nikki floats down from the starry sky, landing in a snow-covered town. And the town's flora and buildings are made of crystal clear transparent glass, and the whole town shines with a mesmerizing glow under the crystal refraction. And the residents of the crystal town are all chubby snowmen with serious expressions on their faces and bustling about. Teresita Momo, the snowmen are so adorable. And at the end of the street is a magnificent shop where two snowmen stand head to head looking into the brightly lit gorgeous display window. Those snowmen seem familiar. We can take a closer look. And one of the snowmen wears a familiar shirt while the other taller one has a purple ribbon tied around his head. It looks like Hells and Serena. And did our friends from Mirrorland turn into snowmen in this mirage? Some fairy tales have characters making friends with snowmen, and I guess it's true. And the snowman versions of everyone are so cute. And Snowman Hells and Snowman Serena focus on the display window and discussing various gifts. And should we choose the snowmaking one? And I hope Nikki likes the gift we give her. As long as she turns the crystal ball upside down, Nikki can see the beautiful snowfall anytime. And Snowman Hells and Serena emerge from the shop crater in a delicate music box upon which they tenderly position an exquisite crystal ball. And on the crystal ball, all houses and plants are made of crystal clear glass, and the crystal town is filled with various snowman residents. Could it be that we are inside a mirage created by this crystal ball right now? Within the crystal balls dwell more snowmen inhabitants, and might we find familiar faces among these icy denizens? Excuse me. And the snowman with twin balls comes rushing over and pushing a cart and colliding into Snowman Hells and Serena, causing them to tumble on top of each other. I am so sorry, I didn't stop the cart in time. And a gift box larger than Snowman Chixiao rolls on the side, seemingly filled with a heavy gift. Chixiao, and what is this? And this is a birthday gift for a friend and a custom-made high-end designer stage from my boss and me. But the road is slippery and the car wobbles while as controllers slip all the way from the corner, and can you give us a hand? And Nikki helps Snowman Chixiao up, and while the other snowmen no longer stack and lay on the ground with their round bellies panting as they lay on the snow. Huff! It seems they can't get up. And the Snowman Town's motto is fall where you lay and lay where you fall. And why don't you try laying down with us? Sure. And Nikki lies down beside the snowman and watching the snowflakes fall from the sky and above town. The snow here isn't cold at all, and it's comfortable lying down. What an incredible experience. What a magical experience watching the snow in Crystal Town with our snowman friends. But the kaleidoscope can only be activated 6 times, and counting the 2 times we return to Nikki's house and Artsy Theater, we only have 1 chance left. And I wonder what the final scene will be. And Teresita Momo, let's find out. And Nikki picks up a snowflake that landed on her collar and places it in the kaleidoscope. The kaleidoscope illusion shifts again, and Nikki opens her eyes to find herself in a dazzling ice crystal tunnel. A dozen snowflake crystals spread like a magical circle beneath her feet, carrying Nikki through the brightly lit passage. Along the walls, familiar faces appear. Teresita, Momo, is that Ashley? The walls show Ashley sitting on a bench humming a tune and jotting down the melody in a notebook. And a group of young children sit around Ashley singing along with her in their innocent voices. This must be Cecia's chapel, and Ashley's songs are still so beautiful. And as the song ends, the children look up and ask Ashley what she's writing. It's a birthday song for a friend who was born in the snowy winter, but brings warmth to others. The snowflake carries Nikki forward, and the walls of the tunnel display a golden desert scene. And amidst the vast desert, a modest tent rises sheltering the snuggy swab of Vivian and Jambe as they pour over a photo album together. Don't use that photo, my hair was blown messy and it doesn't look good. But it's the only photo that captures the rare snow geese. No way, this is a birthday gift for Nikki and she can't see me looking like a mess. And in a spacious and bright practice room, the daughter stands in front of the mirror energetically practicing her new dance routine. This is a recording I plan to give Nikki for her birthday, and you have to keep it a secret. And the snowflake continues to dance, transforming into countless wondrous and beautiful scenes. And at the end of the tunnel, Nikki sees a dazzling special snowflake. And Nikki reaches out and catches the snowflake, which releases a magical glow upon contact. And in the shimmering light of the falling snowflakes, Nikki gazes upon Flowerland, Lowland, and Cloudcrest, and it marks the beginning of the journey across Mirrorland. Teresita, we visited all of these places together, and it seems the final snowflake has captured our memories. And this is the most stunning snowflake I ever seen today, and it's simply breathtaking. And our family and friends from the future timeless and companions in Mirrorland and the love and blessings created a tapestry of enchanting mirages within the kaleidoscope. Also, in this birthday, Nikki finally recovers all her memory, and she remembers what is in Shiny Nikki, all of the different timelines of Mirrorland that she's been around in. As the kaleidoscope keeps spinning, the snowflakes and twinkling starlight dance within and transforming into a myriad of vibrant colors. The illusion woven by the kaleidoscope gradually fades, and faint murmur of laughter and conversations drifting from beyond the dreamlike landscape. It's snowing and she will get Nikki, Teresita, and then you hear that it sounds like voices coming from beyond the mirage. The kaleidoscope's power appears to be waning, and according to the instructions left by the fantasy and by the kaleidoscope can only be activated 6 times. It looks like it's time to go. It seems it's time to move on, and let's step out of the kaleidoscope illusion and explore. As the final snowflake dissolves within the kaleidoscope, the extraordinary landscape fades away, and blinking, they find themselves back inside a warm cabin. And a delicate romantic snowflake drifts down from the sky and dusting the ground with a layer of soft, frosty whiteness. And Nikki opens the door, and a shower of confetti greets her. Marina, Giselle, and stand by the entrance with party poppers while Aeon sets the final parade of the desserts. And Hels and Serena wheel a cart laden with cake towards Nikki, and with Loan draws back the curtain to reveal the gentle snowfall outside. Happy birthday, Nikki. Another gate scene within the kaleidoscope now fill the room, and Snowmaker Kate Crystal Ball and his representative carries the warm sentiments of their friend. And thank you all for this wonderful birthday surprise, and I adore every single gift. And now for the grand finale. Ta-da! Here comes the cake. And Serena wheels the cake before Nikki and lights up the birthday candle, and the cake made especially for Nikki features a delicate snowflake crafted from whipped cream. It is a unique first snow-themed cake, and let's sing happy birthday for Nikki. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. And happy birthday, dear Nikki. And happy birthday to you. and friends around Nikki, and Giselle places a birthday headpiece on her, and Ian inserts a record into the stereo. And hold on, is Ian going to perform a song today? I recorded a song for Nikki on the CD, which also holds the birthday gifts that from Ashley and Dodora. Songs recorded by everyone from Nikki fill the cabin. As the rest of the group joins in, the warmth of their voices embrace the entire room. Oh, and to make sure Nikki could witness the first snow, my brother and I created a snow machine. But since it's already snowing, we'll save it for another time. And we also prepared first snow tea and white frosting to sprinkle on the cake. And we have heard from the forecast predicting no snow, so we prepared gifts related to the first snow. And now since it didn't want to miss Nikki's birthday either. And thank you all for the birthday surprise. And by the way, Nikki, would you like to take a birthday keepsake photo? Of course, Teresita, could you help me take the picture? Of course. Thank you, Teresita. Nikki spins the kaleidoscope in her hand. Nikki spins the kaleidoscope in her hand, and as the colors change, the kaleidoscope seems to capture the moment of their meticulous preparation birthday gift. The enchanting ring-light hues bring glow to reality and lighten up the warm, joyful faces. And outside the wind, pristine snowflakes cascade slowly while the cozy indoor light remains radiant like a warm sunbeam on a winter's day. Teresita, look, the snow outside is beautiful. I didn't my birthday, thanks. You're welcome, I'm glad you like it. I love it. I always look forward to the first snow. My dad used to let me pick a photo he took of the snow. And I always took ages because each snowflake is unique. Although they are tiny, they all have abilities. And I like seeing the world in the kaleidoscope with you, Teresita. I absolutely love all of the presents your luck gave me. And the miraculous space, the future Mirrorland, and my family. And when I see the snowflakes, I always think of today. until you go to infinity suffer and Nietzsche. But we'll deal with it when we deal with it. Happy birthday, Nikki. Companionship is the best gift, and thanks for being with me, Teresita. The snow outside is getting heavier. Let's look at the snow together. I'll get the bubble tea and blanket, and let's watch the snow. Alright, so this was the story of the Shining Nikki birthday event. Like after you finish watching it, it gives you like the entire birthday dress free of charge. So I hope you find this amusing. Bye bye and God bless.